Meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and if we could do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. We will start with Supervisor Arroyo.
Here.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
And Supervisor Wilson.
He's present, but he just stepped out for a second.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bohn is absent this meeting.
Yeah, Supervisor Bohn is at a NACO meeting representing us at the national level. And so at this point, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us for the salute to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you very much. And CAO Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Madrone. There are two modifications. Item G10 is being pulled from the calendar, and item H1 is being pulled and will return at a later date.
Okay, so both those are off the agenda. And normally we do a hybrid meeting with Zoom, but we are having technical difficulties, so our Zoom is not available to us today, which is unfortunate, but that's why in our agenda we do state that it is not a guarantee. Technology sometimes can be your friend or sometimes not necessarily there. So unfortunately for those out there in audio-video land, because you can watch this meeting on streaming online at our website, there will not be a Zoom option today, but you can watch it via our video audio stream. It runs about a minute behind what's actually happening. But if you do want to make comment, you could submit your comments in writing, although they're not going to get to us timely. But you could also call our clerk of the board at 707-476-2390 and provide your comments to the clerk, who will forward them up here to us at the board. So I'll give that phone number one more time for those that might be out there listening, and that is 707-476-2390. Okay, with that, we are going to jump into our consent agenda. Yes?
It's
Supervisor
clarifying from a technical perspective. If people are calling in to our clerk to submit comment, I'll make two recommendations. One is keep it very short and very clear, because if you're asking for translation with relationship to that, I want to make sure that the point is easily made through that process, because it's going to be awkward. The other is, I would submit that we probably shouldn't take those comments after the item has started. That if the clerk is going to deliver those comments, that they be delivered before, so they're here and present. Otherwise, it could get very confusing. I'm just offering those suggestions in this sort of technological perspective, because it's going to be very difficult to have a back and forth. It's going to be, from a technology perspective, very clunky.
Absolutely.
So those are my suggestions anyway.
Yes, and for those here in the audience, say from CR, this is how it is. You know, you have to be able to adapt and adjust to these kinds of things in real life and in real time. So thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for those words of wisdom and caution as far as how this goes. And that is why we say in our agenda that if you really want to be able to comment, you need to be here in person. We try to do Zoom as a hybrid because we have a huge rural county, and it can be a long way to come in from the hinterlands of southern Humboldt or eastern Humboldt. So we try to do it as a benefit to the community, but it's not always guaranteed. With that, we have a very large agenda today, and I'm going to ask that we all try to keep our comments concise and not repeat ourselves and not feel the necessity to necessarily comment about what somebody else might have said, but in fact just give us your comments so that we can have a efficient meeting today, because it is a packed agenda. We have a number of proclamations and resolutions. We're going to go ahead and read those now, and with each of those, if you want to make a comment on those, we will go ahead and do those right with that proclamation. I have limited time to 2 minutes today for public comment in order to be efficient and get through our agenda. So that's how we're going to do it. And after we read these few proclamations, then the board will take public comment on the consent calendar as a whole. We always appreciate it if you tell us which item you're speaking to on the consent calendar. and then the board will consider adoption of that calendar, and then we will move through the rest of our agenda. So that's how we're going to operate today. We have a lot of time sets, so hopefully we'll be able to stick to most of those pretty closely. So it does give folks a sense of when various items might come up. If something's not time set, it will happen when we can fit it in and/or towards the end of the day. So hopefully that helps everybody understand how we're going to run the meeting today. And with that, we're going to start out with a Veterans Day proclamation by Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And we have our County Veteran Service Office representative here to receive this. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So this is a proclamation about Veterans Day. Whereas the people of Humboldt County and the state of California appreciate and admire the thousands of individuals who serve and have served in the armed forces to protect and preserve their country and the freedoms enjoyed by all Americans. And whereas in war, international conflicts, and peacekeeping missions, service members have been wounded, taken prisoner, and died in the line of duty. And whereas due to their military experience, veterans possess a wide variety of valuable qualities, including experience, leadership, and loyalty. And whereas the County of Humboldt is committed to ensuring that veterans receive the respect and honor they have earned. Now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby honors all veterans for their extraordinary service to their country and thanks them for protecting the freedoms we all enjoy. Thank you. All good. We're all having technical difficulties. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And some words, yes, please.
Well, thank you for this. On behalf of Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services Veterans Office, we thank you for this proclamation and thank you for continuing to honor veterans. I just would like to add just a touch of information. On November 11th, 1918, our country's leaders created a legal holiday of Armistice Day to commemorate the end of World War I, celebrate and honor World War I veterans. In 1954, Congress replaced the word Armistice with the word veteran, thereby expanding the day of honor to all veterans and not just World War I veterans. Some may mistakenly confuse Veterans Day with Memorial Day. Memorial Day honors service members who died in service to their country or as a result of their injuries during battle. On Veterans Day, we honor all veterans, deceased and living veterans, who served honorably in the military both during peacetime and in war. For some, veterans' service to our country was a period of great honor. Others still carry physical and emotional scars. In many cases, the ultimate case of freedom was the loss of life. Remember our veterans this Veterans Day. Take the time to simply say welcome home and thank you for your service. Call your family members who served and acknowledge them for their service. Extend a handshake to a neighbor and friends who served. It is the small things that make a difference. One thank you at a time can make the difference in the lives of veterans and their families. I'd also like to add just a touch of information on regards to, once again, this Veterans Day, National Association of County Offices and the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers invite all counties to join Operation Greenlight, simply showing support for our veterans by lighting our buildings and our homes with green lights November 6th through the 12th. By shining a light, our county governments and residents will let veterans know they are not forgotten, they're seen and supported. And we did have green today.
Great, thank you very much. And, normally we don't encourage clapping in the chambers when we're dealing with controversial issues. This is not controversial, so this is a great chance to thank all of our veterans. So thank you so much for being here today. Did
Thank
you
you
have
guys for
anything else? Or, yeah, okay. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you so much. So Operation Greenlight is being recognized at county facilities, including the Eureka Veterans Memorial Hall. So if folks drive by and happen to see or walk by and happen to see a green light out front, that's what that's signifying. So November 6th through 12th, we're shining green lights at some county government facilities, and I wore green in recognition today, and I'll be sure to turn a green porch light on this week as well. But I also wanted to just share my appreciation for what you do in your office and encourage folks who are veterans to reach out to learn about the services that are available. I'm a 12-year, going on, hopefully we'll get to 20 or beyond, veteran of the Coast Guard and ongoing service member of the Coast Guard Reserve. And so I also encourage folks who are curious or interested about the services. I'm always happy to talk with you about it. I grew up in the Air Force, serve in the Coast Guard, and have many family members who've been in pretty much all the services. So definitely have lots of personal experience with it.
Yes, well, last year the Veterans Administration had the biggest change in 30 years for entitlements for our veterans. So even a lot of our veterans who think they have all their benefits squared away, we really recommend they touch in because the laws are so big and changing. So thank you again on behalf of DHHS Veteran Service Office. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And Supervisor Bushnell, you had something to say, or no? Good? Okay. Okay, great. Supervisor Wilson.
I'm just going to use this as a moment also to thank my local veterans organization and the Legion with Arcata Veterans Hall. They're really reaching out in this moment and working with both the city and Arcata House to look at doing extreme weather shelter. I just think this is a really awesome opportunity for service, both with our facilities, but also in extending the intention of our local vets to provide, to engage and be part of that service community. And I just was really, it's just been very, it's just been really great, and I'm really thankful to them in that effort. So.
Your district also has the Cal Poly Veterans group. So this week they're doing a 5K and a 10K run, plus a meal in coordination with the Veterans Hall. Yeah, and their engagement with the university has been really unique and very interesting, and I think it can serve as a model regionally and nationwide. So I'm just so happy about that. There's a plug just because they're doing such good work, and I want to. And yeah. I have to say the Sunday after the first Fridays, they have their breakfast there, and I want to say it was the best. What do you call it? Well, gravy. Yeah, the biscuits and gravy, the best biscuits and gravy, that I have had in a very, very long time. But also, if you like the mimosas and the Bloody Marys, they have those too. So good to know, solid breakfast. So there you go.
Yes. Supervisor Bushnell.
He might need some biscuits and gravy this morning. Thank you for Supervisor Arroyo bringing this item. Fortuna Veterans Hall is a very active one with the Legion there and the veterans. They do also pancake breakfast. They have their little bar that's open every night that helps to raise funds for them. They do a lot of community involvement down there. You're aware of all their activities that they do. And the Garberville veterans also, they don't have a home right now, but they're hopeful to have one soon. And they are also a very active group. In fact, Lauren and Sue Pancoast are getting honored this Friday. There are two veterans, actually my cousins, that are getting honored this Friday up here in Eureka. And I too want to say thank you to the veterans in my district, but all through Humboldt County and throughout the United States. So I just thank you for really bringing this item, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And never doubt the power of veterans. Zoom is now working. Okay. so thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Next we have a proclamation of the board in recognition of Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, and I believe Winchell is here to receive that, Winchell Dillenbach. So welcome, Winchell. Whereas the theme of National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week 2023 is being homeless is not a crime and housing is a human right. And whereas people from all walks of life, including individuals, families with children, employed and unemployed workers, elderly residents, veterans, disabled individuals, youth, and individuals are impacted by hunger and homelessness. And whereas the community recognizes that hunger and homelessness continue to be a serious problem for many individuals and families living in Humboldt County, and no one should have to worry about whether they will have food on their plate or a roof over their head. And whereas the California Center for Rural Policy reported in their Humboldt County food assessment that hunger is a daily experience and that food insecurity exists with 40% of low-income adults, 37% of households with children, and 57% if the household is ran by a single parent, and 17% of seniors. Most live on fixed incomes or survive paycheck to paycheck. And whereas while homelessness creates barriers to accessing essential services such as affordable health care, housing, child care, and education, the cost of these necessities often contributes to hunger, food insecurity, and people experiencing homelessness on any given night. And whereas the aim for the National Coalition for Homelessness is to eradicate homelessness by solving the root causes of it, to educate the public about the many reasons people are hungry and homeless, including the shortage of affordable housing for low-income residents, and to encourage support for the organizations committed to sheltering, providing supportive services as well as meals, food supplies, clothing, and hygiene products to the homeless and hungry. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that November 13th through the 21st, 2023, shall be known, designated, and set aside as Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, and encourages all people in the community to work together to find meaningful solutions for these programs.
Okay, I'll be brief, and I forgot my reading glasses. So that's an ageism. My name is Winchell Dillenbeck. I am a McKinleyville resident, an Affordable Homeless Housing Alternatives Advisory Council member, a member of Healthcare for All, and a member of the Alliance for Retired Americans, all who are impacted by this issue. I thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. I think if you listen to the proclamation, kind of says most of all of what we need to do. While there has been progress made on dealing with the homeless population, the issue is really without any permanent solution. And I think that people need to recognize I've been working on this issue since 2016. And there's not a lot of movement. And I've also read, way back the 2005 homeless, the way to eradicate homelessness. And it says it in the proclamation, but I think this is just an ongoing issue that we're gonna have to deal with. I urge you to support the establishment of safe parking programs, sanctioned legal camps, and tiny house villages, as well as any other services that provide housing, food, and mental health services. I thank you today and look forward to your continued progress on this issue.
Thank you very much. This is a good chance to once again honor all the groups working to solve our homelessness issues. There are an amazing assortment of people working on this issue, and it is very difficult, but we got to keep working at it. We've got to double down on those efforts everywhere we can. I think most of us probably know somebody that's affected by all of this. So any comments by the board at this point? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you for just really elevating the importance of housing. And, that is what we know is the long-term solution, but I also know that we need abundant supportive housing. And there's no one-size-fits-all solution, as I've really come to realize more than ever, with a few individuals in my district who really need a lot of support. And it's been eye-opening when you realize that, there really is not one silver bullet. So I have, sometimes it feels disheartening, and I say this to all of the people who work with folks who are houseless and who are striving to make a difference, and sometimes it can feel frustrating and demoralizing because, I don't know, I've been at it in public office for almost 10 years now, and, for every project that is a victory, it feels like, we feel like Sisyphus trying to push that stone forever up the hill. But I think it's heartening to think about the examples of folks whose lives have been transformed by having stable housing and by having supports in their lives that work for their particular lives and needs. And I just applaud everyone in this room. I know there's a lot of folks in this room who work very hard to help people get housed and to help people live healthy lives. And I am so grateful for every one of you. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work that you do. I just want to encourage people to reach out to a houseless person or to reach out to someone that is having food insecurities. It's not always that that houseless person, they don't always want to be housed, and so to try to understand where they're coming from. My mom was homeless for 10 years, and it wasn't that she didn't want a home, but she wanted to be understood and for me to accept her at the way she was. And most of the time, a lot of the time, if you just say hello and ask how their day is, it's so important to them to have that human contact and to say, even to ask what got you here and is there anything that I can help you do? It really, for me, it helps me understand, and it helps when I see that person again, then I can say, hey, how's your day? Can I help? Can I do something for you today? So understanding too is part of it. And it does take a village. It takes a lot of different people to try to really help the problem and to help come up with those solutions. But just being kind and saying hello to someone that you don't know their story and asking why or can I help you is just a huge, it's human, and people really crave that human contact. So I really just suggest trying that once in a while, especially right now around the holiday seasons.
Great, thank you very much for that. Supervisor Wilson?
I know I've said this probably before, but in a country where 50% of the new wealth goes to the 1%, where we spend the next 10 countries under the table in military spending, we create basically what is a structural societal deficit with relationship to our resources. And oftentimes we find ourselves at the local level debating, arguing, sometimes in not so friendly ways about how to spend the money, the limited resources we have, all with not necessarily our own individual ideas, but with a variety of ideas with relationship to strategies on how to address something that we can't even address with the amount of resources that we've got. And it's systemic. And so it sometimes really does feel overwhelming from a perspective of trying to be solution oriented, to try and get to those places, and knowing that we do have some successes in these spaces, but then you walk outside the door of that place, wherever it may be, where it's like, maybe it's one of our home key projects, or maybe it's the safe parking program that we have in Arcata, and it's still there. But with that, I do want to say there has been some success here. We've had a lot of units being put into place where people are actually living in Arcata and Eureka, more specifically in other places. And I will even shout out to Arcata, which has the only safe parking program in Northern California. So when we talk about it, it's like we have the only one that really is north of the Bay Area. And so, and that program is fairly successful. I mean, I think it is successful in that a lot of folks are coming through that place where we're catching them before they're in vehicles, before they get to a place where they're not in a vehicle anymore and they're moving into housing. And surprisingly, to me anyway, and I just want to put out there, a lot of those folks have jobs. They're working people that are living in their vehicles, and this is the place that we are able to help get them into those spaces, and families. So I just want to say that huge problem. We're all under the weight of that for sure. Certainly many people are under more weight than others, but also, you know, in addition to reaching out to those folks that are in need, reach out to those folks that are working on the problems too, at that, what I'd say, the pedestrian level, and thank them for their hard work, because it's also draining. It's not a very well-paid work, and if paid at all. And we're going to need volunteers come extreme weather time. I'm just saying, Arcata House has put out the call for volunteers. There's not a lot of folks that have signed up. There's a lot of people talking about this issue, but signing up is something, you know, to actually be helpful during that time is something that we still need a lot of help with. So those are my thoughts on that. Thanks a lot. Hopefully we get through this meeting before 5 o'clock if I don't talk too much. Thanks.
Self-regulation. All right, thank you very much for all of that, and we are running a little behind. Thank you, Winchell, very much, and all the organizations out there trying to help, including us. We're all part of this system, as Supervisor Wilson said. We do have a time set at 9:30. We're going to wrap up this consent agenda, and then we'll get to that time set with the CR students that are visiting today. But we're going to end this item with Winchell's comment.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a community problem, and it takes the work of all of the organizations in the government to, and there has been progress made, and I truly appreciate your comments.
Great, thank you
Thank you.
very much. Appreciate it. Okay, and so we have one more resolution we're going to read, and is Susan Carnes here today? Yes, why don't you come on up, Susan, if you would like. We want to honor you here today with this resolution on your retirement. So, whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services, or DHHS, Health Education Specialist 2, Susan Carnes, is retiring after 27 years with the department. And whereas Sue started working for the county as an extra help community health outreach worker, otherwise known as CHOW, in 1996, providing street outreach services and HIV testing for Public Health's North Coast AIDS project. And whereas in 1999, Sue was hired permanently, promoting to CHOW 2 in 2001. And whereas in 2007, Sue was promoted to a Health Education Specialist 1, a role that included her providing care coordination and housing assistance for people living with HIV. And whereas Sue promoted to a Health Education Specialist 2 the following year, a position she has continued to serve in, which has enabled her to building an amazing rapport with clients, some of whom she's known for decades. And whereas Sue is a strong advocate for her clients and goes above and beyond to provide excellent support for their success, she was also a valuable member of the North Coast AIDS project team and supports new staff with her years of experience. And whereas her coworkers and supervisors say Sue has been an amazing worker who balances kindness, respect, and empathy, and is loved by coworkers and clients alike, and is known as a skilled professional who provides support and compassion in times of challenge, loss, and trauma. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses our gratitude for Sue's years of dedication to the county, her clients, and the community, and wishes her a long and happy retirement.
Thanks so much. I don't really have anything prepared, but I would just like to say that I am a Humboldt County native, so I've lived here for 71 years. Wow, that sounds like a long time. And I've seen a lot of changes. I came to work for NORCAP in 1994, and I feel like I've kind of grown up there. You know, I'm a recovering addict, and I had a year and a half clean when I started at NORCAP, and I'll have 31 years in December. So it was kind of a growing process for me, and the staff and the clients, I went through that together with them, and I was really fortunate to be able to graduate from Cal Poly Humboldt as a social worker and use my knowledge and skills with some of the sickest citizens of Humboldt, and whether it be mental health issues, medical issues, substance use issues, or housing, or the lack thereof. I feel very fortunate to have been a part of the work of public health in NORCAP to assist those people in growing and becoming, having a better life. Thanks.
Thank you, and I believe we have some of your fellow workers that want to say a few words. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Weiss. I work with DHHS NORCAP, and I just wanted to say I've worked with Sue for 20 years, and one of the things that's really special about her is she doesn't fix problems with clients. She doesn't help clients. She serves the people that she works with, and to the truest sense of the meaning. And she's, like I said before, she's like one of the most empathetic people that I've ever met. And she has always gone above and beyond to advocate for the people that she serves.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I've only worked with Sue, and I'm also a health education specialist with NORCAP, and she trained me over the last year, and it's just been amazing to shadow her and to see the amazing work that she does with clients. There have been countless clients that have told me, Sue literally has saved my life. Like, she came to find me when I was living in this camp, tromping through the mud, wheeled me out on my wheelchair to take me to my medical appointments. She changed my life. I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for Sue. And it's just been so amazing to see the connection that she has with all these people. And I know that she's going to continue to do amazing work while she's retired as well.
Thank you. Okay, one more. Welcome.
Thank you to the board for honoring Sue Carnes this morning. My name is Laura Weiss. I am the Public Health Deputy Branch Director, and I also want to share my gratitude. Sue, you welcomed me when I started at the North Coast AIDS Project, just a couple of years after you. 3 of us shared a cramped office in the old NORCAP hallway, and together we planned and delivered harm reduction activities to help prevent HIV and viral hepatitis. That means we helped folks have the information and tools they needed to have safer sex, safer injection practices, and prevent overdose. We provided test counseling too, and sometimes had to be the bearer of bad news. I want to thank you for always showing respect for every single individual that we met in the community, whether in a substance abuse treatment program, in the jail, at college, on the street, or wherever. You understood what it means to meet people where they're at and see their resiliency and their dreams and support them to take care of themselves in any way that they could. You continued to do this in your role as case manager for a couple of decades. You helped people find and maintain housing, access, behavioral health care, and helped them through the process of dying sometimes, and supported their friends and families. You also experienced incredible improvements in medicine that occurred over this period, including a cure for hepatitis C, and PEP and PrEP to help avoid spread of HIV. After 27 years, I shouldn't have been surprised when you announced your plans to retire, but it did make me realize that I hadn't expressed enough gratitude to you. Sue, from the bottom of my heart and from the entire public health branch, Thank you for your hard work in public health and all that you have done to help our community. I wish you the best in your retirement.
Fantastic. All right, once again, for Sue. Thank you so much, and enjoy your retirement, and thank you for everything you've done for our community. Okay, and so... yes,
Thanks,
please.
everyone, and I just wanted to thank all of you for the work that you do with my home county.
Thank you so much. We share a birth year. I'm 71 as well. All right, and with that, we are going to go to public comment on our consent agenda, and then we're going to come to our time set with the CR students. So at this point, our Zoom is working, and we have 3 hands up in Zoom. For those in the Zoom, please turn your audio off on your video feed because it is delayed and you could miss your opportunity. And it is *9 to put your hand up, and it is *6 to unmute. And so we'll start with 0116. Go ahead and do *6. You know the drill. And welcome. You've got 2 minutes.
Hello.
Please let us know which consent item you're speaking on. We can hear you, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Speaking on the proclamation on the homeless week.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that included in there? Okay. Yeah, wanted to kind of mimic what Board Member Wilson talked about, it being like, a problem that's largely out of your hands due to like federal policies on spending and the way that the money is thrown around on the federal level with the whole print and spend, all these various war causes, across the world throughout the years here, and that we're left with the status of the dollar, what it is, this fiat currency that seems to be kind of going into a nosedive here. So I don't know what can be done locally to curb any of that, but just putting forth programs that aren't super reliant. Maybe start thinking outside the federal reliance, like just thinking of things we can do, like in case of the fall of the dollar, which it looks like it's might be kind of headed that way with the way it's being managed. And the Federal Reserve, as we all know, is it's run by bankers.
30 seconds.
It was not part of the federal government, so they're just pretty much fleecing their own pockets. So anyways, not a problem that can be handled locally for a large part. So anything we can do to curtail the dollar and what it's doing, that will be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have 7718, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, I would like to speak also on item 200, homelessness awareness. Jim Swatsky calling from Bahia de Quino, Mexico, the land of the free and the home of the common sense. And things are dealt with a lot better down here regarding hunger and homeless. We're the land of the free because we're free of the regulations you happen to have up there. Regarding what I can do for homeless people down here, a lot of your units up there, my understanding, is going for $500,000 for a 2-bedroom unit, horrendous amount per square foot. Down here, $50 per square foot for new construction. You can purchase a lot down here to help the hunger, to alleviate the hunger and give the people for $2,500 in a beach community. The lack of all these regulations is unbelievable. Of course, regarding hunger down here, the things that aren't perfect, they go up to you that you're buying at Costco or you're buying at Safeway or some other store. Those seconds are feeding the people down here for way less money. So I don't know. I really wish that people would look toward the models of a place like Mexico and see how functional they are. The homeless people down here can get doctor services for next to nothing. I saw 2 major specialists, less than $200 for x-rays and the whole visit. Again, common sense is in Mexico. It's not where you're at. And unless we rather rapidly change our philosophy
30 seconds.
in United States, we're in trouble. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. And next we have 0151, *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, this is Dottie Russell, and I appreciate your comments, each one of you, but it's not when the extreme weather starts. It's not when it gets cold. It is cold. I'm calling from Southern Humboldt, and it is very cold. It is time tonight to have a place for people to bring their cars. It is time tomorrow to have a place that somebody can put up a tent, not be bothered, not be harassed, and given something warm to drink in the morning until the warming center for during the day opens, and then decide what to do. So there's a piece of property that was purchased for this purpose, and it's in Redway, it's available, and tonight you can use it for parking, tomorrow you can use it for tents and having a place inside with some warm food. So tomorrow that can start. There's no reason. It was purchased for this reason by 4 nonprofits, but the grant didn't get funded. So it's available, and it's available now, and there's no excuse for anybody to be outside freezing cold. It's no excuse for people to be dying out here on the streets, which you know is going to happen this year again. So can somebody just
30 seconds.
decide to call back, or can somebody just decide to tell somebody to go there? And what about the errand guy that is working with outreach? Let him come and help us, because there's no excuse for this. And the parking lot that was taken from the Christian Science Church a year ago, that we had to evict a homeless person because they needed it for the hospital right away. They're purchasing because they're coerced. The hospital
Thank you,
is
Dottie.
purchasing for
So sorry that 2 minutes does go very quickly, and thank you for your comments. And that's it in the Zoom. So we'll go to those here in the audience today who would like to comment. If you do, please come on up. You'll have 2 minutes, and if you want to speak, please line up at this time so we can be efficient. Welcome.
Thank you. Gordon Clatworthy. I'm the candidate for the 1st District Supervisor. I'm also a veteran. So we made this Veterans Day proclamation where we said, hey, just put a green light out. I'm sure that's going to help all the veterans freezing to death on the street. I think a study said that about a third of the homeless veterans in California, or the third of the homeless population in California, are veterans. One of the things you don't understand is that housing is so important for veteran treatment, going through the VA healthcare system. If you want to get medications, up here we have to go through the San Francisco VA healthcare treatment, which means that they mail medications. So if a veteran doesn't have a permanent address, they can't get treatment. If they can't get treatment, they can't get off the street. So it's very, very important. Housing, we say it's a human right. We need to do more to make that something that we can provide for not just homeless, but homeless veterans as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else here today that wanted to make a comment? All right, seeing nobody moving to the podium, I'll bring it back here to the board for consideration of a motion. Yes, and/or comments. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I would just like to respond to one of the commenters from Southern Humboldt, and we, just to let them know, we do have an active process that is going on with for the cold winter shelter. We also are working with the Baptist Church and are feeding warm meals. And so if anybody in Southern Humboldt is wondering what's going on, if they could contact someone through the Baptist Church, there are services that are being provided out there. I don't want anyone to think that things are not happening down there. Also, I've connected them with the DHHS so that we can get that going before it gets super frozen, to have that set up. So just want to send that message. And then also with that, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you very much.
One second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further comment? All right, let's do roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. We will start with you.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And again, apologies for running so late. Starting 15 minutes late put us on that trajectory. So at this point, we do have a time set with the College of the Redwoods students, and appreciate Jim Ritter being here, as always, organizing these great opportunities for our young folks to see how government runs. And someday, maybe some of you will be sitting up here or somewhere else in your community. Jim, please.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. Jim Ritter, College of the Redwoods Director of Employer Partnerships and a McKinleyville resident. So I'm really excited here to bring College of the Redwoods students. I did want to acknowledge 3 of my colleagues who helped to make this happen. Professor Austin Roberts is here. He teaches a philosophy class and encouraged a lot of his students to come. And then Molly Blake-Moore and Morgan Burke-Martin from our communications department are here. But really what today is about is for all of you to have a chance to hear from these students who have, first of all, chosen to come, and then secondly, have chosen to make comments to you. We ask them to share whatever they would like about their experience as CR students or issues of concern in our community, and just generally to give you a sense about the value of a College of the Redwoods education. Before we ask students to come up and make their comments, I just wanted to share a little bit of information about College of the Redwoods and the importance of CR in our community. And we're going to look at some of the statistics from last year. And so during the 2022-23 school year, we had 6,544 individual students studying in 32 different programs, so associate's degrees, certificates, et cetera. Our newest program, which started this fall, tied to everything going on in the Bay, is our aquaculture program. Last year, with those students, College of the Redwoods gave out nearly $16 million in student financial aid, with over 90% of our students receiving some aid, and most, all the California residents certainly, paying only $43 per semester in fees and tuition. College of the Redwoods has 561 full and part-time faculty, and the total economic impact of CR's operational spending added $45.9 million in income to our regional economy. Looking ahead, because CR is always trying to be as effective in terms of where we're headed economically, CR is exploring offering new associate's degrees in respiratory care therapy, surgical technology, radiology technology, psychiatric technology, project management, wind technology, and engineering. I wanted to thank Supervisor Bushnell for joining us recently with the Fortuna Chamber of Commerce for a 3-hour visit, observing a class and taking a tour and having a Q&A with CR leadership. We'll be doing another one of those tours on Wednesday, November 29th. So if any of the supervisors are interested in learning more on the ground about what CR is all about, that would be an opportunity in the morning of the 29th of November to join us. Thank you very much, and let's go right to the important part, which is students who choose to comment, giving you their thoughts. Just wanted to note we will be leaving at 10:45, head over to the Office of Elections, where our Register of Voters will be giving us a back office tour of their operations, and then having pizza lunch at Live from New York with Congressman Huffman's local staff to talk about their role in local government. So thank you again, and students, if you'd like to line up and come comment, we'd appreciate it.
That's great. And you might have noticed Jim modeled the perfect public speaking by speaking right into the mic and projecting really well. And it is a great skill to learn public speaking. So welcome. Please step forward.
All right. Hi. I also want to comment that the only reason I can go to CR is through the BOG fee waiver, so it is super helpful. So my name is Rain. I'm 31 years old, and I am a forestry and natural resource student at CR. I started going in 2020. And one of the very first things I learned was there's so many different kinds of forestry, and I began finding my place within the program and at the school. My first thought was I was going to work in interpretation, working with trails, but with my current job, I work with kids in childhood development, and I fell in love. I still love forestry, and I want to get my associates, but I will continue to get my BA in early childhood education. But in fall 2022, there was an incident. In fall 2022, I signed up for surveying, watershed, remote sensing, and wildland fire. I was told by my professor that timber harvest was not going to be offered the following fall semester, so I decided to drop surveying and take timber harvest. So I would take surveying in fall 2023. I also discovered a little late that watershed, I discovered due to Web Advisor's issue not showing watershed's time, I would not be able to take that class because of my current work schedule. So I thought, drop that class, take it fall 2023. And I was going to graduate fall 2023. So in fall 2022, I took timber harvest, remote sensing, wildland fire, and I did a work study. I loved that semester. I pioneered a camera trap project that is still being utilized on the campus. We put cameras around the CR forest to capture wildlife and analyze their data and submit their findings to Wildlife Insights. And the purpose of that was to curate a database of wildlife within the United States in different areas. All was well in fall 2022. I loved it. I was excited. But that excitement died when I went to go apply for my next semester's classes, or my apply for my 2023 classes. Watershed is no longer being offered at CR due to the professor no longer being at the school, which stinks. And surveying is now every other year, so it was on for 2022, skipped 23, and is gonna go on for 2024. It felt like there was this unnecessary roadblock pushing my finish line further and further away. So I had a wee little bit of a breakdown, but I reevaluated my educational trajectory and what I wanted out of the school and out of my personal life. I talked with an advisor and I emailed my professor and I figured out a plan. Due to this occurrence, I did spiral, but when I took a step back and had a talk with myself, I decided that while yes, I do want to finish and get my associates in forestry, I did want to move forward and get my BA in early childhood education. And I understand certain things happen. It's just extremely frustrating when the finish line, it was so close, and now I'm not going to graduate until 2024. But I adapted and planned with my advisors and professors and came up with a plan. Next semester, I am going to substitute geology for watershed, and I'm excited about that because I love rocks. In fall 2024, I will finally be taking surveying and finally graduate from CR, which is very exciting. And I still love CR, and I speak highly of it. But this happenstance highlights something that can definitely be improved on. Across the board, I've spoken to many people in different majors. There is a staffing issue at CR, not as an issue of passion, but an issue of quantity. So certain classes are either canceled or not offered, and I don't really know how to fix that. But I think what happened to me stinks, and I really hope moving forward it doesn't happen to somebody else. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. All right, next. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Hamaker. I attend College of the Redwoods, but also I'm an Academy of the Redwoods student. I'm currently a fourth year or senior at Academy of the Redwoods, and I have been taking college classes through CR since I was a sophomore, which means this is my third year taking their classes. And something really cool to me about CR is how they have an entire public school for high school students on the campus that makes it so that every single person, it makes it so that most people in the county have a much higher access to college. The reason the Academy of the Redwoods was started in the early 2000s was because of the fact that there are so many low-income families in this county, and it gave an opportunity to so many people to be able to attend college for much less money. My school provides my books, and all of the unit courses are paid for by grants in the county and state level for specifically high school students that probably wouldn't have been able to attend college in any capacity. I will graduate from both AR and CR this year with an AA in liberal arts. And I'm really excited because this means that I will only be having to pay for 2 years of a bachelor's degree rather than 4 years, which is a significant financial burden to so many people. And College of the Redwoods is such a blessing because it is our only community college that we have in this county. And because it exists, it means that so many people that wouldn't have access to higher education are able to. And even though there are some issues, because there is no such thing as perfection, it is an amazing resource, and because of Academy of the Redwoods, I know so many people that are now, who are under the poverty line and who are now going on to study at the UCs, and I know plenty of people that would not have had the ability to study at such amazing schools had it not been for CR's amazing programs that have offered so many people the ability to study higher education. I personally thought that I was going to be a chemistry major when I started high school. You can ask anybody and they will tell you that that is a terrible idea. So I took my very first philosophy class when I was a sophomore with Austin Roberts, and he and all of the CR staff are so amazingly encouraging, and because of that, I am going to be a philosophy major and hopefully go on to become a lawyer. And if it wasn't for CR, I would probably still want to be a chemistry student, and that would not be a good idea. But because of CR and all of the amazing resources and people at CR, I and so many other people have found out something that they're actually passionate about. And I think that College of the Redwoods is one of the most amazing resources that this county has. And it's also really amazing that a lot of the teachers that teach at CR are HSU, Cal Poly Humboldt professors as well. And that is amazing, and that gives really great access to really great education and educators. So I just want to thank CR for allowing so many students to have a brighter future than they would have the ability to. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Next, please.
Hello, my
Welcome.
name's Joshua Bryn Atkins. I'm a student at CR, and I am currently going for my associate's degree for transfer at CR. I just wanted to talk quickly about an issue that I have had while moving up here. I moved up here originally in 2017 to attend Cal Poly Humboldt, and there was an issue. I ended up flunking out of the first full year and getting kicked out. I came back up here to live with my fiance now, and I went to CR. I spent about a year before the pandemic hit taking classes, at which point I ended my time at CR again when the pandemic hit and working full-time at a 1.0 GPA. I spent that time to look into why this was happening to me. I got into Cal Poly Humboldt at that point in HSU. I was admitted to UC Davis. I had a problem, clearly. After spending quite a bit of time, I got diagnosed with ADHD. And the only reason I was able to do that up here is because I was still under my parents' insurance through the hospital they work at. I had to go all the way down to Woodland to get diagnosed and spend some time in the Bay Area in order to get diagnosed as well. There is a lack of diagnosis mental health treatment centers up here, especially when it comes to some of the more prevalent healthcare insurances. My fiance, who is through Medicare, has had quite a bit more success, which I think is great. But with the amount of students we have coming from other places, the fact that quite a few mental health services do not take the health insurances that make up, as far as my research says, around about 50% of Californians' insurance through employers, has put in some roadblocks, especially for people who, unlike me, don't have a car with which they can go down to the Central Valley to get treatment, which is Santa Rosa or the Central Valley are two of the closest places. The other thing I wanted to bring forward is California, according to the National Library of Medicine, has about 5.6% of children diagnosed with ADHD. This is the lowest in the country. ADHD is a genetic disorder that has some influence from environmental factors, but not as much as your likelihood to be diagnosed if you have a family member with it. This tells me that California is lagging behind in terms of treatment options. Something that I would like to see done is some diagnosis centers or treatment centers added into Cal Poly Humboldt or CR. The DSPS service at CR, let me be clear, is amazing. Once I got diagnosed, I was put into contact with so many different methods for which to get help, but the problem is getting that diagnosis a lot of the time. And to give you an idea of what sort of difference that made, once I started getting help, I went back to CR, and in the time I have been back, I haven't gotten a grade lower than a B, and I have a 3.58 GPA, including the semesters where I got myself down to a 1. I think that this is something that needs to be fixed, and I don't know how much power you guys have in that, because I understand that healthcare providers do choose what insurances they take. I've worked in the healthcare field in a hospital, and I understand there's a lot of hoops to jump through. But there is a certain degree to which I would hope that we can bring diagnosis centers into colleges to try and help students that have learning disabilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, thanks for having us. My name is Kimber. I am a forestry major at College of the Redwoods. I faced housing insecurity for 10 years before I became a mother. Having my daughter, I knew I couldn't let her experience the life that I had. And so I worked very hard. I poured blood, sweat, and tears to assure her warmth and safety and her security. Working minimum wage jobs, multiple, just never cut it. I felt for a long time that we just never had enough. And when I made the daunting decision to continue my education, coming from a 1-point-something GPA, from how hard it was to go to high school and graduate as a homeless individual, that decision was very hard for me, but I was welcomed with open arms from College of the Redwoods. They helped me to find what I even wanted to do. They helped me decide what passion I had and how that can lead to a stable financial income. And CR has an outdoor classroom community, which has helped me learn that I'm a hands-on learner. That's how I flourish. At this point, after 3 semesters, I am on the honor roll, which is something I never thought I would obtain. I have accessed all of their student services that I am able, including CalWorks, EOPS, TRIO, and all of these services have made it to where my daughter and I are in a place that we've never been. I'm in a place that I have never been. Financially, mentally, my character has been evolving through the staff and the faculty and just the community that is College of the Redwoods. And forestry, the forestry program at CR is really amazing. They're molding future foresters, and we're gonna care for this community that is 80% forested. That Humboldt County is 80% forested, and we're gonna help conserve our precious natural resources. It's just a really amazing thing. It's much needed, and they're doing it. College of the Redwoods is like a well-oiled machine, and all the cogs that we've spoken with today, I'm so proud to be one, because as Jim was putting it down into statistic data for us, we all work together to make better lives for each other. It's just a really amazing program, and I hope that the importance is clear that CR stays accredited and that these student services continue to be funded for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hello. My name is Samantha Charlesworth, and I'm a 35-year-old returning student after 14 years due to the current collapse of the cannabis industry. This is my second to last semester at College of the Redwoods as a presidential honors student. I will be transferring to Cal Poly Humboldt with an Associates of Arts in Business, concentrating in managerial accounting. I'm one of the beneficiaries that Jim Ritter spoke about. I've had the honor of receiving 2 scholarships so far to help keep me on track to graduate in the spring of 2024. CR has improved greatly since my first semester back in 2007. The faculty, student advisors, and DSPS Center have been extremely supportive. They have helped me realize that my goals are actually attainable and that I am capable of more than what I believed my entire life. I'm grateful for all the professors at CR that are truly passionate about teaching, and to Professor Roberts, who believe in students like all of us and provide opportunities like this for us. In the future, I hope to work with local business and our local government, you, who are concerned about the long term rather than just 50 to 70 years from now. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Bird. I've been going to, I get nervous, okay. I've been going to College of the Redwoods since 2018. I'm known as one of those forever students, so I've got numerous different degrees. But I enjoy learning, and I want to continue it. I'm hoping maybe I might go on and get a master's degree or try again. I already did that for 2 years, and then my mom died, so I had to drop out. And what I want to say about College of the Redwoods. Okay, the teachers are amazing. I am part of the Student Senate, and we've been trying to rebuild it since COVID, and we've got a lot of things done in the last couple of years, which has been awesome. All the faculty, all the leaders and stuff there are really trying to make it a great place for our community. And one thing I love for, as a college leader, or a student senate, is for us to get together and maybe do some community events together, maybe out at the college, and get people to know more about the college and to keep us accredited. And that's interesting, they're doing a radiology program now. It's like, oh, I might need another degree. Because that was the one medical field I was thinking of maybe going into at my age. I don't work right now currently because of the seizure activity and other items going on in my life, and it's been a rough few years with a lot of catastrophes. So you just keep going and keep on going, and without the bog I would not be in school anymore. But so I'm very, very thankful for that, and I just encourage everybody to just keep on learning. And all these students that I'm with today have amazing goals, and they're wonderful people, and I just want the community to support CR. So go Corsairs.
Thank you. Well done. Yes, welcome.
Hello, my name is Louise Schmidt. I'm the opposite end of the AR excellent student we have here. I'm 74. I started going back to CR in 2018 after my veteran husband died, and thank God for VA stipends and state scholarships that pay for the tuition. It has kept me afloat while I'm trying to get life sorted out. But it also has been an excellent learning experience, because when I went to school the first time, things were different. And technology is different, and some of our major issues may be the same, but we can do things about it. But one of the issues I still have is I don't think they have enough bus service to places like Trinidad. My son could catch a bus to school at CR, and then I would have to drive to CR to pick him up because there were no buses coming back to Trinidad. I think that there are several communities that could really use a more extended bus service. As far as CR goes, I think the, well, the VA office there is quite good, and so are the professors. But I think you underestimate how much that school works for us older citizens who need to update our experiences, update our knowledge base, particularly in this digital world we now live in. So any support you can give CR, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, please. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Jocelyn Mott, and this is my second to last semester at CR. I'm also a presidential honors student, and I'm transferring to Cal Poly in fall of 2024 to continue my political science major. I returned back to school after working as a medical assistant for 18 years with the hopes of getting my RN, and after dealing with issues myself in the community as a single parent, low income individual, and having to use like the North Coast Law Services, I wanted to switch my major to political science so that I could help out others like myself. The proclamation you guys issued earlier about the homeless and hungry, I think that Supervisor Wilson pretty much said everything I believe as well. It's a structural issue, and as a single parent myself of 2 daughters, I'm, in that percentage that is already assumed, low income. As a medical assistant, I struggle to make ends meet. As a full-time student, I struggle to make ends meet. And I think one of the major issues in Humboldt is the lack of housing and the cost of housing. I think a lot of people, even in middle class, my age, may never be able to afford to buy a house in Humboldt at this rate. And when you're spending all of your monthly income to pay your rent, you can't even save up for a down payment. I think with the projects coming up that are going to be bringing in an influx of workers also looking for housing, this is going to be an even larger problem. One of the students commented on the healthcare, and my neighbor is a doctor. She moved here from Georgia to work at Providence. And she's told me just in the past few months that 3 physicians couldn't accept positions at Providence because they couldn't find housing. So I think it's just important to keep that on the agenda and continue to strive to find solutions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And next, any other students?
Just a student of...
Come on up, please, to the mic.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm not going to CR, by the way.
That's okay. Just
Okay,
go
hello.
ahead and give us your brief comment, please.
Yeah, brief. It's scaled down from 3 to 2 minutes. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, well, then I'll just cut me off when you're ready. My name is Peter Profont. I'm considered an elder, ADA handicap that's invisible to your naked eye. In 2014, I was, along with my wife, deemed a whistleblower by United States Securities and Exchange Commission. My wife and I have learned that whistleblowers are targeted as victims of human trafficking. Human trafficking involves involuntary servitude.
So, excuse me, this is really about the CR students, so are you here?
No, I'm not a CR student.
I understand, but I need your comments to be focused on that agenda item, but we are going to have public comment on non-agenda items coming up in a few minutes.
No, this addresses homelessness. Is that?
That was on our consent agenda, which we're all done with, actually.
Okay.
So I apologize for that, but really, if you have comments about the CR presentation,
No, I do
okay.
not.
So why don't you give us your comments on public comment on non-agenda items, although I will say we did have the consent agenda already. So my apologies for that, but
That's
I
all
need
right. When will that proceed?
that. I'm hoping that'll happen, in the next hour, but our agenda is running way behind. So I'm trying my best to get it in before 11 o'clock. It says it's 11:30. It's really 10:30. So I'm hoping we can welcome you back up here in the near future.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay,
We'll
thank
just
you.
wait for you then.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, any other comments on this agenda item that we have in front of us? Okay, Jim, please wrap us up here. Thank you so much.
Again. I did want to mention, several of the students mentioned it, CR is up for accreditation, which is basically how we keep the doors open and serve. So if you're interested, if you're not totally clear on that, please reach out to the college and we can brief the supervisors on where that stands. We're right in the middle of that process, very robust, involved, committed involvement from many people on the CR team to make sure that moves forward successfully. And also just one last offer based on these amazing testimonials from students. If you'd like to see that on the ground firsthand, please consider that November 29th visit. You can just reach out to me and we'd love to have you. Thank you again very much for giving the students this opportunity.
Oh, and thank you. And you all did a fantastic job on public speaking. I want to congratulate all of you. Yes, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Very briefly, Jim, if you're looking for any letters of support or anything like that, please reach out to us, and we can always have that on a future agenda, around the support for the accreditation process or any other big projects. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Usually, when we have the other students come in, we're giving these speeches about what we do in our job and those sorts of things. This was a little different in the projection in this direction, but I want to say it was extremely valuable, probably more valuable. I want to say the illustration of the value of CR just across the community was just hit home here for today, and I just want to really thank you for doing that. Everybody did a really good job of tying in your story and your experience to the value of that institution in this community and the struggles with relationship to that and how it ties to everything else. I just want to thank you, Jim. That was really actually very, very good, and I'm glad we had this today.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, and thank you to all the students and telling us your experiences at CR and your life experiences with trying to go to college and manage your life. And also, if you need the letters, as Supervisor Arroyo said. And then also for the tour, I really loved the tour, and I got to do the welding program, which was awesome, and I really appreciated that. And then also, I want to thank Supervisor Bohn for bringing this item today and sponsoring it, and just having you folks here. And good luck with the rest of your tour in the government section.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, and a lot of your stories really hit home. In 1973, I had a 1.0 average. And in 2011, when I graduated with my master's, I had a 3.6 cum laude. So good on you. And for the returning students, no matter what age you are, 19, 20, 30, 70, 60, it is a wonderful thing we have this community college and Cal Poly so that no matter what age we are, we're still young enough to learn new things. So you all exemplify a tremendous spectrum of people that are going to school. So congratulations to all of you. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you. And just to note, we will cut out at 10:45, so we'll try and be not disruptive in leaving, but we'll move over to the elections office at that time.
Well, have a good rest of your day. Great. Thank you so much. And I don't believe we need to take any action on this one, but I do have one hand up in the Zoom, 7718. I'm going to give you a very brief opportunity for comment on the CR presentation. Welcome.
Ken Swatsky again from Mexico. I strongly applaud you bringing the CR students in here. For those of you who don't know me, I attend most of the meetings either for Zoom or actually in person. Strongly suggest that you consider in the future coming in and speaking on topics that are important to you to get your message across to the people who are in power in Humboldt County. Please say hello to a friend, Juan Pablo there, Cervantes here, and we'd be pleased with our elections department. I did wish that maybe some of you would take a little time maybe to look at some of the things in the agenda later, some very interesting things that you will be missing. One of the things that you would find there as a student might find interesting, they have a public opinion poll on certain topics. And unfortunately, the respect or the trust for the supervisor seems to be waning. And that's something maybe if you're a supervisor in the future you could correct. I strongly support you always trying to get curricular on there that will enable you to get a job. Some people have mentioned things to me, and if you have an interest in something like being a lab tech for a veterinary program or any kind of thing to do with animals, that you get CR or Humboldt Cal Poly to put that on your agenda. I think that's part of your job as students, is to get the right things on there. Other people have mentioned pilot schools. There's all kinds of things. Don't let there be a box when you think about things, but think outside of the box and make requests to the people at CR to put things on there that either you would like to learn about or you think future students would like to learn about. And I always recommend somebody, when you're going out into the world as part of the job, find what you like best, your hobby or something like that.
30 seconds passed.
Monetize that. Do it. Those are my recommendations for you. And thank you so much for being here. You're very well spoken, and hopefully you won't be strangers in this forum.
Thank you very much. I have one other hand up in Zoom, and that is 0116. And you have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Hello, Ash Teeter, LostCoastPopulous.com. I attended CR and graduated with a transferable AA in psychology. I just wanted to voice my appreciation to, my time that I spent there, and wanted to put a shout out to all the students who came and spoke. And just like Kent suggested before, I'm speaking at the Board of Supervisors. Good way to put your opinion into the local issues you see in the community. And so I'd like to invite any students wanting to do a role as a citizen journalist to check out our website, LostCoastPopulous.com. Feel free to create an account, and you can be a citizen journalist. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the brevity. And anybody here today that wanted to make comment on this CR presentation, this is that opportunity. Seeing nobody moving forward. Again, thank you so much for coming here today. And you all exemplified great public speaking skills, so they will serve you well in your careers as you move forward. And with that, we have another time set at 10 o'clock, and we are continuing to run about a half hour behind. And that is the California State Association of Counties Institute for Excellence in County Government Executive Institute Credential Presentation. And I believe we have somebody here from CSAC or to present, so welcome.
I'll start this one off.
Okay, great.
Supervisor Madrone. This is a very exciting presentation from CSAC. We have Paul Danchek, I hope I said that right, okay, with us today, who traveled from the Sacramento area to present a number of county staff with their CSAC credential. This is a fairly intensive training program. It's 10 weeks of 10 full days of training in government processes, leadership development, emotional intelligence. It's a very unique opportunity for us to have a CSAC campus located here in Humboldt County in our Eureka Veterans Building, which afforded us an opportunity to train a number of county staff locally, rather than sending all of our staff out to the hinterlands of California to get trained, which is difficult for us. And oftentimes this is an opportunity we don't get up here in Northern California. So very exciting to be able to offer this to our county staff, something that has waned a little through COVID and through our Great Workplace Culture Change Initiative and our strategic planning efforts. We have heard loud and clear from staff that training is a high priority, and so in collaboration with Human Resources and your board and our partners such as CSAC, we are trying to breathe some new life into those efforts within the organization. We have first up is Emmy Botzler-Rogers, who is going to speak a little bit in terms of her experience with the program. She looks surprised, so okay. That's good.
I'm not surprised at all.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you. I was surprised at the order, not that I was speaking. So anyway, oops. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Emmy Botzler-Rogers. I'm the Behavioral Health Director. I got the opportunity to participate in the CSAC Institutes and to get credentialed. I want to say I was very grateful and appreciative of the opportunity and absolutely felt like it was valuable. There were 10 sessions, as Alicia is referencing, and some of them certainly were more compelling to me than others. I will acknowledge that the work of government, as you all know, requires some learning, understanding, and processes that can be quite dense. And so it helped me remember, it made me, again, recognize that the breadth of topics reflected that. And that's why it's so important that we have kind of this diversity of expertise across our county. And I really had appreciation during some of those sessions for those people that were really like deep in the weeds in some of that more dense material than I was, because I think that's how we do good work, because we have people that can kind of attend to all aspects of the work that we do. What I found particularly valuable was a couple of things. First, the coming together across county departments with other leaders was amazing. That was really fantastic. I find it critically important that we build relationships with one another to best serve our community, as I think you all do as well. I trust that we all have good intentions to do right by our community, and it all absolutely takes all of us coming together to do that successfully. The more connected we are, the more we know and understand each other, and the roles we play, the better we're able to serve our community in effective ways. There were also some sessions that I felt were particularly valuable and supportive of building relationships. I'll just flag for myself the resilient leadership, the inclusive leadership, and the emotional and social intelligence were three that I highly enjoyed. I, in particular, really resonate with the importance of leading, managing, supervising from a place of understanding who I am and who I'm in relationship with. I felt like I feel like being responsive, respectful, and curious about the person that I'm engaged with is really critical to the work that I do. And so these particular sessions I felt definitely allowed for kind of a deeper dive into relationships and the opportunity to engage with one another in that manner. So in addition to the certification, I definitely left with some tools that I will use in my current job. I also left with a greater sense of connection with others and appreciation for those in the county that I may or may not have known before those training sessions. And I'm, again, very glad for the opportunity, and I'm hopeful that others across our county and at different levels of leadership will also get to engage in this opportunity. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emmy. We also have your Human Resources Director, Zach O'Hannon, who is joining us remotely and would like to speak to the program as well.
Take it away, Zach.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me crash the party remotely here. Yeah, I'll be brief because I know we're running a little behind, but I will just say that I'll echo what Emmy said. I really appreciated the opportunity, especially as a new leader in the organization. As Emmy mentioned, some of the material's a little dense, and afterward I went, man, like that was really in the weeds, but I recognize now that I actually gleaned a lot from it. I've had staff ask me questions about things and went, oh, I actually know that because of the CSAC certification program that I went through. There was a lot of work and material around some of the stuff that we're working on as a county related to culture and diversity, equity, inclusion, and working in this new world that we're all working in. I really appreciate the opportunity to, in human resources, we touch a lot of the departments so frequently, but not as intimately as we got to get into in some of these topics and hear from departments and programs about the things that they're doing and the struggles that they're having. I really appreciated that we had folks from other counties, from I think it was Lake, Mendo. If I'm forgetting anybody, I'm sorry. But I will say, the last thing I'll say to stay brief, this is definitely something that staff at all levels are asking for as opportunities for professional development. I really feel like this was something that really did help my professional development, and I'm very, very hopeful that this is something that we will continue to do for many years to come. And I'm already thinking about who in my own department I want to send next, and they're excited about it. So I just want to thank the CAO's office and your board support for this program, because going into it, I didn't really know what to expect, but I have not even just stuff about budget and how we're funding all the things that we do, but all the little pieces that I've taken away from it that I'm using as a new leader, that a lot of times you go through programs or trainings and you're only going to keep a certain percentage of it, and it's hard to remember, what did I actually learn from that? What am I actually using? And I see myself doing it more often than I probably even realize. So anyway, I'll just say it was a really great opportunity, and I really appreciate it, and I'm hopeful that this will go on for many more years.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the brevity. And next.
Yeah, and I did fail to mention that we also partnered with Del Norte County in this effort. So as Zach was mentioning the other counties, Del Norte was a strong presence, came down to Humboldt to spend some time with us, and then we also had some other counties who were able to grab some spots available as there was space. And this first round was really targeting new department head leadership, because we have a lot of new department heads within the organization, and they're number twos, in an effort to build effective teams amongst your department heads. But for the second round, we will offer this more broadly about within the organization, and we are already working on a 2024 cohort group, so we do fully intend to continue this next year and hopefully into the years to come, as long as CSAC doesn't mind taking the trek up to Humboldt County to hang out with us. So with that, I'll throw it over to Paul to speak a little, and then we'll present the credentials to the folks in the room.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. We love coming up to Humboldt. I need to talk to my CEO to see if we can have a campus up in Northern California based out of beautiful Eureka. Supervisor Bushnell, we'll need your help in advocating at the next board meeting. I just want to thank you for your continued support in these types of trainings. What we recognize within this space is that these trainings are specifically focused to those in public service, and we know that public service is a calling, and we also know that it's really difficult to do. When we get into the training side of the house, we recognize that these types of trainings are specifically designed for us within county government. Is focused on two things. One is to meet individuals where they are, being able to recognize that there's individual challenges that we all have within this leadership and management space that we can continue to grow from. The second thing that we're highly focused on is recognizing that the work within public service, specifically county government, is specific and different. And what we know through these types of programs is that it continues to help individuals grow, and it helps to strengthen impacts within the services that we provide to those that we serve. The California Counties Foundation has one purpose, and that purpose continues to move forward, and that's to advance excellence in county government. We continue to do that through these types of programs, and are excited to be here for this last year in offering an institute campus in Northern California based out of Humboldt, and we're looking forward to next year's program as well, which it's like 2 months away. It's sneaking up on us to be able to focus on those skills that help us grow as individuals. You heard the alumni and from Ms. Hayes talk about some of the courses that were offered in previous years, and those are going to continue. Focus on what is it that I need to know in order to grow. Focus on things like public service values, for example, or inclusive leadership, or emotional intelligence, all continue to be important. Of recognizing those leadership skills is a gap that we're able to fill through this type of programming, and also the collaboration that we bring of recognizing that sometimes we just need to step away from our day jobs to be engaged, to be able to think in this space. So when we go back, we're not only refreshed, but we can take it to that next level right from the very beginning. I want to congratulate the 19 graduates that we're recognizing today, and I just want to note that there's 3 certificates that we're pulling back, so not pulling back in a negative way, but we'd like to recognize them at the annual meeting next week, the 129th annual meeting for CSAC, so we're super excited about it. I'm glad to be able to recognize Ms. Rogers, Ms. Morgan and Mr. Hooper, all at that time, if I have their names correct. I'm seeing a nod over there. So congratulations, graduates, and thanks for being on this journey with us with over 50 hours of instructional time over about a 10-minute time frame. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so now what we will do is we will call each of the folks who have received their credentials up. Paul has a plaque to present them with. If everybody could stay up here, we just want to get a picture with everybody at the end. And then for those folks who can, head out to the steps afterwards. Kati would like to get a picture with everybody outside where the lighting is a little bit better, and you can turn the lighting back on now. And then we will commence the presentation. So we will start with Miss Emmy Botzler-Rogers, who is actually not going to get her plaque today because she is traveling with us next week to CSAC, and she will be presented with her there. But nonetheless, please come up, Emmy, and partake in the picture at the end of the day. All right, and Miss Amy Christensen, your treasurer tax collector. And Emmy is the behavioral health director.
We'll honor everybody together at the end of the presentation.
And if you all could come, Amy and Emmy, if you could just come right in here.
Come on up
and then
into the
just
sacred well.
line up right here in front of the dais. Thank you. We've got Jeremy Clark, program manager. He is not here with us today. He is unfortunately home with an ill pet today, so our thoughts are with him. Karen Clower, who is Assistant County Administrative Officer and Chief Operating Officer. Chris Cooper, our Library Director. Stacy Costa, Assistant Director of Child Support Services. Bennett Hoffman, Director of Child Support Services.
Scoot over to the right, you guys. Yeah, make room. There you go. Good job. Yeah, we're not important.
Jasmine Holmgren, County Payroll Services Manager.
You're good, Chris. No worries. No, Chris.
Randy Hooper, who is the Assistant County Administrative Officer with Del Norte. They are not here with us today because they, like us, have a board meeting, and Randy will be at CSAC next week to receive his award. Catherine Lorenzo, Program Manager in Human Resources. Sean Meehan, Deputy Public Works Director, Facility Management, who I don't see in the room today, so we can take that call and get that to him. Scott Miles, Interim County Counsel. Whitney Morgan, Revenue and Tax Manager. Whitney will also be traveling with us next week to CSAC, so she'll be getting her award down there. Zach O'Hannon, who is with us by Zoom. I can take that from you, Paul. Congratulations, Zach. Jacqueline Roberts, who is Assistant County Counsel in Del Norte, also not here today. Antoinette Self, who is Administrative Services Manager in Del Norte. Valerie Starkey, who is District 2 Supervisor in Del Norte. Again, all three of them not able to attend today. And then Rhonda Wittenberg, Library Operations Manager, but more excitingly known as a retiree of Humboldt County. And also very impressive to be continuing your education with all your years with us, Rhonda, so thank you for participating. And this is your 2023 CSAC credentialing cohort.
Woohoo!
I would support the members if you could stand. That would be
Pay no attention to the people behind us.
all right. Yeah, maybe come up and stand with them. Yeah, that might
Let's
be
just stay back
better.
here. Let's get it done. Get it done. We're moving along.
Alicia, you graduated as well? I actually was already a credential.
Let's take one step closer to each other.
Turn your shoulders.
And
whatever
members of
you
the board, if
need.
you
There
could
go.
condense in the back,
Okay.
maybe gather around Supervisor Madrone. All right, everyone. 1, 2, 3, here we go. It's a big group. All right, congratulations.
Yay!
Good job, y'all. Great job, everyone. And if those of you who can, head out to the stairs.
Thank you all. Wonderful. Okay, and seeing as how there is no action on that, I'm not going to have public comment on this particular item in the interest of efficiency and time. And do I need to? Okay, we've got to take public comment regardless whether there's action or not. That is the rules. So I'm looking at Zoom. Yeah, thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. I do not see any hands up in Zoom, so I'll go to those here in the audience today. Would anybody like to make comment on this wonderful group of graduates with this excellence in training? Seeing no movement towards the podium, we've covered that item. Thank you, County Council. And so with that, I'm going to do public comment on non-agenda items, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to be just about back on schedule with our 11 o'clock time set. So thank you, everybody, for your efficiency. So this is the opportunity for public comment on non-agenda items. And we did talk about the homeless item on the consent agenda, so we're not going to go there again. But if you can make your comments about non-agenda items, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Please, welcome.
Hi, I'm Vivian Hellewell. I'm with the Coastwide Commercial Fishing Group, PCFFA, and its nonprofit, IFR, about the use of the Eel River water in the wake of the Potter Valley project. Since we haven't seen the latest version of the Sonoma Waters proposal, we can only wonder, could this be a premature evaluation? That is, has there been a cost-benefit analysis to determine whether a post-dam diversion is even worth doing? Who would pay for it? Have all the alternatives been considered? What's the economic value of the water and what's the ecological value of it in the Eel River? How much water is needed to recover salmon that have plummeted down to 1% to 2% of historic numbers? Fishing for these
So,
delicious,
hang on just a second.
nutritious salmon.
Excuse me, could you pause the timer for a second? I'm assuming you're keeping this in general and not talking about our closed session item that we're dealing with later today. It's just a general comment, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, please start the timer again.
Fishing for these delicious, nutritious salmon is closed, and all the jobs around the fishing fleet that graced Eureka Harbor are on hold. Have you considered all the benefits of keeping it local? From the boat to your table and everything in between, salmon fishing means local jobs. Have you seen Craig Tucker's slideshow that he presented to this board a while back showing the costs to the Eel River of 100 years of water diversion over the lifespan of this project? Have you seen the 1922 resolution of this board hiring an attorney to oppose diversions from the Eel to the Russian and naming the harms it would do to Humboldt County? How about a risk-benefit analysis? Now that PG&E, Department of Dam Safety, and FERC have recognized the serious seismic concerns of Scott Dam and reduced the level of the reservoir, can the Russian River folks adaptively manage their water budget without a transfusion of Eel River water? Until these questions are answered, we urge the board to be very cautious in committing us to any agreement that is not complete that could preclude other options PGE and E may present, has not been vetted by the public, and could harm Humboldt County's interests in the Eel River, especially in an election year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the reason that I stopped the speaker was because we do have a closed session item specifically on the Two Rivers Basin Solution and/or Potter Valley project issue. And so anybody that wants to comment on that specifically, it would be opportunity at 12:30 when we start that closed session item. Otherwise, general comments would be allowed. So at this point, the next speaker, please, on public comment on non-agenda items. Welcome. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Profont. Thank you all for your service to this county and our state. I'm a bi-state resident between Nevada and California, along with many others in the rural American West who make a living off of products derived from the native natural resources from their land. I sell wood products milled from wood at my home at 8750 Wilder Ridge Road, and will need to return to my timberland with the citizens assist by sheriff's personnel due to confusion on my title as a result of title theft. CAL FIRE Law Enforcement is essentially directing me to do so. I have been effectively working with the sheriffs and other police personnel and federal police on behalf of the issues affecting my property and the taxation, which pays many, if not all, of your salaries. In 2020, an administrative order was signed by mortgage regulators in 47 states across the land, openly acknowledging that a servicing company caused thousands upon thousands of unlawful evictions to displace and dispossess, rightful owners along with their families, meaning children from the comfort of their homes where childhood belongings and heirlooms belong to children were seized under false pretenses. When a crime happens in broad daylight involving a child's belongings, it is not up to the parents or the child or the victims or a civil attorney to apprehend the criminal acts and alleged criminals, and return the stolen property to us or her on behalf of the state. It is up to the state and the police to do so. I'm up here telling you this because unless you've been down a path of 15 years of interminable litigation, paying attorneys hundreds of thousands of dollars and offering pretended lenders above and beyond what is alleged to be owed to them to protect your property, you would have no idea that actually the police are required to prosecute the crimes, not private people. So I am pleading with you to be inspired based on the taxation and revenue collected from properties that have experienced title fraud.
I appreciate your
to
comments.
actually address this on behalf of myself and on behalf of the agenda item you mentioned earlier regarding the root cause of homelessness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next. Next.
No, that's it.
Okay.
I have to devote my time to her.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Scott Greason, Conservation Director with Friends of the Eel River. I want to raise an issue about sorry, losing my words. I think it's improper for you to go into closed session to consider this proposal on the basis of existing litigation.
So, Scott,
there is no existing litigation.
You do know that we have a closed session item?
I'm aware of that, and I am disputing the appropriateness of addressing it in closed session. I think it's important to raise these issues in public.
Scott, the appropriate time to make that comment would be at 12:30.
I will raise that again at that time, but I want to make it very clear to the public that these are issues that should be raised and discussed.
I understand that. I'm just asking you to honor the timeliness of your comments. That's all I'm asking. Thank you. Next, please. Welcome.
How's it going? Gordon Clatworthy, running for 1st District Supervisor. Board of Supervisors, today I want to share with you 3 critical points that have emerged from my recent experiences and discussions within our community, particularly from the 2023 NAMI Multicultural Symposium. This was a tremendous gathering organized by a local chapter of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I was genuinely disappointed that not a single county supervisor was present at this vital event, given its relevance to the issues that affect Humboldt County deeply. 3 of the core elements that I want to bring up: healthcare. Accessible healthcare is vital, especially during these uncertain times, to enhance our healthcare system. We must urgently transfer behavioral health specialists to underserved areas. This was proposed by Greg Allen, Chief of the Rio Dale Police Department. This action can improve mental health while supporting and easing the burden on law enforcement. That's a win-win that won't cost the county too much, as some of these specialists already live in these communities. Attracting doctors. We face a severe shortage of doctors despite budgeted positions and existing systems. To rectify this, we can cost-effectively employ strategies such as commercials, recruitment drives, social media outreach, and fast-tracking employment. The process of hiring qualified individuals needs immediate attention.
30 seconds.
Currently, we lose candidates as they apply, wait for months, and are recruited elsewhere. Fast-tracking recruiting and competitive hiring practices can address our healthcare worker shortage crisis. The rest of these are available on my website, my campaign website, gordonclatworthy.com. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, commenter. And now we'll go to those in the Zoom for public comment on non-agenda items. And I've got 0116 with a hand up. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Ash Teeter here at LostCoastPopulist.com. I'm going to say something about something that occurred last board meeting with the gun in the basket scenario. And, one of the things I noticed listening to it, there seemed to be people didn't know what else a handgun could be used for. You know, it's like it was first said that it was just for killing people, but you know, given we're in a rural community, like I know my mother-in-law, you know, she's an avid hiker, and she routinely carries a sidearm, you know, just for defense of, you know, wildlife and stuff out on those trails. So it's, rural people use handguns for numerous things. Just wanted to throw that in there. But I'd also sent the members of the board think about fluoride in the water. It recently came up during I think it was like a National Institute of Health conference where the Paul Connett, PhD, former director of Fluoride Action Network, is testimony before the BSC on May 4th, 2023. He cited that study that I sent over, the 2012 Harvard meta-analysis of 27 other studies. 26 of the 27 studies
30
shown
seconds.
reduced IQ in the higher exposure group to fluoride. Cool differences, average IQ was like -7 IQ points to, you know, developing children exposed to just, you know, fluoride in the water. So I think it boils down to choice, you know. If there's plenty of fluoride in the dental products out there, if you don't put it in the water, people can choose to, you know, get those products. But if you put it in the water, there is no choice to people. And if there's risk, there must be choice.
Thank you. Thank you, commenter. Appreciate it. Okay, and we have 7718. Welcome.
Hello, Ken Sawatsky from Mexico. I did want to touch on something that's very distressing. It's a trend out there to block the public from participating or understanding process. And I'm going to give you two major examples. And I'm kind of pleading with Supervisor Wilson, because he does have connections with the Harbor District, to have them cease what they're doing out there. But the only way to attend their meetings is in person. They used to record them and play them on Channel 10. They don't show that anymore. So the public's being ghosted as far as what the Harbor District's doing. And it doesn't seem to be a functional group as far as I can tell in many ways. And again, I feel Mike's probably connected with those people who are on it. So such a thing was, they were trying to do some dredging. They had two bidders that were competing. One was Mercer Fraser, lined up ready to go. They went to a Dutra company, and they didn't get any dredging done because of poor choice and poor management. This company had a lot of other work. They were supposed to get two smaller scows to haul the material away, failed to do so in a timely manner, ended up with one larger one, staff, and many people told them it was worthless, and it proved to be worthless. So because of this dysfunctionality, they didn't even get everyday dredging, not every day, but once a year, every two dredging done to keep the slips above water. And yet they want to seem to think they can manage a multi-billion-dollar port.
30 seconds.
I have a problem with that. Same thing with the city of Blue Lake. Our city manager, Amanda Mager, is not putting any of our meetings on Channel 10. We finally got the planning commission to be able to Zoom. Other than that, and sometimes the people are censored from the process. So kind of interesting what's happening out there. I strongly recommend transparency and openness. Otherwise, the people are not getting very unhappy with their governments, and these are reasons why.
Thank you, commenter, and that is all the hands in Zoom. So we'll close public comment on non-agenda items, and we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break here. I'd like everybody to be prompt, and then we're going to start up our 11 o'clock which is options for addressing concerns with the number of cannabis permits and the size of permitted cannabis cultivation on a parcel. So please be back in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. We are in recess. Back to the Board of Supervisors meeting on November 7th, and we are on item G3, our time set for 11 o'clock, which is options for addressing concerns with number of cannabis permits and size of permitted cannabis cultivation on a parcel. And I believe Director Ford, Planning Director Ford, is going to start us out. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Good morning, members of the board. Could I get the screen? Whoa. So at the board meeting of October 3rd, the board considered options related to establishing a possible moratorium on accepting new applications in response to the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative. The board directed that options be brought back for their consideration. One of the things that HCRI highlighted was the public concern relative to the number of cannabis permits being issued, the size of the permitted cultivation sites, and also the overall amount of acreage devoted to cultivation. In discussions about the initiative, one of the things that becomes clear is that an initiative does is it provides the public with a mechanism that can't be easily changed. It requires a vote of the public to allow things to be modified unless there are provisions within the initiative or referendum that would allow those modifications to occur. When the commercial cannabis land use ordinance was adopted, it was adopted with a cap on the total number of permits that could be issued. That cap was broken down by watershed. This particular screen shows the existing cap at 3,500 with the acreage of 1,205 acres, and in relationship to the actual number of permits that have been issued, which is 1,113, and the total acreage to date is just under 371 acres. So you can see that the current permits are well under the acreage cap relative to what would be allowed. The question then becomes is what would the total number of permits and applications be if the potential applications were turned into permits? And so we've put together a table that shows the existing cap in relationship to the total number of applications and permits that exist at this time, and also the total acreage and permits in relationship to the cap. You could see that the total number of applications and permits that are currently exist are 1,578. That's less than half of the permit cap, and the number of acres that is applied for and permitted is 616.69. The only area, the only watershed that is even close in this particular case is the Eureka Plain. The number of permits are less than half, but the acreage cap is 31 and the total acreage and permits that exist are 29.15. Part of that has to do with the fact that in the CCLUO, in the coastal zone, the provision was made to allow cultivation in the industrial zones to not be a part of the cap. And so that was backed out of the cap. That's why it's a little bit lower. We do have two fairly large applications that exist. One has been approved that should actually be backed out of that number. I didn't catch that before we put that forward, but that should be down, or instead of 29, that should be down around 17. So the board report identified that there were 5 basic alternatives that could be pursued relative to trying to address an alternative to the HCRI. One would be a temporary moratorium. And while this would put a stop to submittal of any new applications, it's not a good long-term solution and would simply defer the decision on what to do about a possible cap on numbers, and it would not permanently address the size of the cultivation area allowed. The board could adopt a permanent moratorium, and while this would be far more stable, it would provide a longer-term solution. One of the things a moratorium does is it stops submittal of new applications. And over time, it's expected that there will be people who transition out of the industry and others who may want to transition into the industry. A moratorium would stop that. And so over time, what would happen is the number of applications would decrease as people backed out of the industry. They would either sell their permit or that would no longer exist.
I'd prefer that if we let Director Ford finish his thing and write down your questions, please. Continue, please.
Thank you. So then that is something that would then place probably pressure on the board to, or a future board, to modify the moratorium at some date in the future to address that. A permanent moratorium done by referendum could provide some of the stability that the public would like to see, meaning that that can't be changed, but it would just do that. It would make that permanent unless there was a public vote to modify that. An alternative would be to modify the ordinance to lower the cap and lower the area that's allowed in terms of cultivation. And this would provide the benefits of reducing the amount of cultivation that could be permitted, reducing the size of the cultivation that could be permitted, and would provide some stability, although it does not provide the same degree of certainty as that an initiative would provide. And so then the fifth option would be an ordinance modification to the CCLUO, which is done by referendum, and that would provide the same stability as an initiative, and it would also allow the areas where additional applications could be submitted to be submitted differently than a moratorium would. So then the question becomes, if the board were to choose that option, and this is the recommendation in the board report, is to direct staff to come back with the necessary documentation to conduct a referendum, an option has been presented as in the board report for both the coastal zone and the inland area. In preparing that, the basic question was, in identifying a cap on the number of permits, how many permits is appropriate? As has already been presented, we've got a certain number of permits that have already been approved, 1,113, and then we've got applications that are on file, and that comes out to 1578, if my memory serves me correctly. And then looking at the overall trends within the industry, there are currently people backing out of their current applications, and not all applications will get across the finish line and result in permits. We chose a number of 10% for attrition, and then comparing that to the actual attrition over time, over the permitting process, and we've taken in about 2,700 permits. We're down around less than 1,600 right now. So there's been a drop of over a third in the number of permits that have just backed out for whatever reason. So we're presenting 1,400 permits, which would be about an 11% attrition. It's 40% of the 3,500 in terms of the number of permits, and then that would get redistributed through all the different watersheds using the same assumptions that were used when the CCLUO was done. In terms of acreage cap, we would use that same percentage reduction and apply that to all the watersheds equally, so that it would just be essentially a 40% reduction across the board. one of the things that this would do is that it also included language that is retained from the existing CCLUO, which imposed the cap of 3,500, but at that time it identified it would be allowable to increase that cap based upon studies that were to be conducted by the state, based upon consultation with the state agencies, and a recommendation to the board. We retained that language in the proposed ordinance, but added a sentence in there that not only would the board have to consider the recommendations from the state agencies, but would have to make findings that it would not be detrimental to the watershed. And that really is retained as an option for the board's consideration. Then the question becomes is what would be an appropriate limit to the cultivation area for an individual cultivation site. And currently, the ordinance allows up to 1 acre with a special permit, except on properties that are over 320 acres, in which case you get 1 acre for every 100 acres. And in cases where an RRR, relocation site, is being relocated to a new cultivation site, and currently up to 2 of those can be permitted on a site with a zoning clearance certificate, which is a ministerial permit. So you can get up to 20,000 square feet with an RRR. So that's 40,000 square feet that can be relocated to a site. That can, a special permit can allow more. So one of the things that would make sense in terms of providing some certainty in the limit of a cultivation area is to say not more than 1 acre on a site is allowed, and create that cap. That would remove the allowance for over 320 acres. That would also remove the allowance to import RRRs onto property. This is what the proposed permit and acreage allocations would look like. The second column from the left would be the new cap number, totaling 1,400 at the bottom. You can see that we've got a total of 1,578 applications. Just want to have full disclosure what this would look like. The acreage cap would be 480, and we've got a total acreage applied for with permits of 616 currently. We have received 2 letters addressing this proposal. One is from the Humboldt County Growers Alliance, and they are advocating that the cap should be based upon the existing number of permits plus the number of applications plus 10% to allow some flexibility for new applications to be taken in, that we should not assume any attrition. And then they are also asking that the board reserve for itself some flexibility. Second letter came from Kevin Bundy, the attorney for the HCRI. And he basically brought up 3 basic points, is that not all issues have been addressed within the proposed ordinance. And that is absolutely true, and that is by design. The ordinance is not intended to try to take on every single issue that could be addressed relative to the CCLUO. It's intended to address the biggest concerns that seem to be reflected in the board signing the petition for the HCR, which is the number of permits, the total cultivation area, and the size of cultivation. And then they also express concern with the ability to raise the cap, and there is that ability in there. That is an option for the board to consider, but the bottom line is that is really based upon the board needing to make findings to do that. That's not something that can just be done because somebody comes and asks for it. It's going to require a lot of concurrence from a lot of different agencies. And then there was also questioning whether or not CEQA needed to be done, and yes, CEQA does need to be done. It does not need to be done for today's action because this was brought forward to the board simply to get board direction. There's no CEQA requirement for the board to give direction. And then we would move forward with CEQA compliance based upon the board's direction. This is brought forward to the board for consideration and to give direction to staff. If you would like to pursue with one of the options presented or the option that staff has presented as the most desirable option, This ends the presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate that, Director Ford. And so at this point, we're going to go to the board, and I've got Supervisor Bushnell first for questions of clarification, et cetera, and then we will take public comment. I think the public can see what's being recommended, and then after public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for consideration, deliberation of possible motions. So questions, Supervisor Bushnell, clarifications.
I just had a clarification question. When you said to sell a permit, is that possible?
Yes and no, because the permit obviously is tied to the land, and so when the properties, if the property were to be sold, or if somebody were to see value in the permit and allow somebody to come onto their property and inherit the permit for a price, I guess that could be done. One of the reasons I brought that up, thanks for catching that, is that one of the things a moratorium would do is tend to make permits and property with permits a commodity, and that would increase the value.
Okay, and that's why I was asking that question, because I don't think you can take your permit and say this is for sale and take it onto another piece of property.
You can't.
Okay, that's where I wanted the clarification. Thank you.
Right. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you for the presentation, John. And I am just seeking a numbers clarification. So looking at the staff report, I see table 5, and I know this corresponds to your presentation as well, but table 5 is the proposed cap compared to existing permits and applications. You mentioned that 40% reduction. Is that what's reflected here? Because it looks a little different as far as the acreage.
It should be the same, and I realized that was 482, and I didn't find the error, so there's an error there someplace.
Okay, so would you mind bringing up the existing and the proposed, and just to clarify, that proposed does have that 40% reduction?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
No, he's bringing it up.
I'm done, but he's going to pull it up, I think.
Yes, sorry. My mouse is hiding from me.
If you want to come back to it, we can. I don't want to.
No, I can do it.
Okay.
I think with this one.
Back. There we go.
Is it, does it work to compare this to table 1 in our staff report that says current permit and acreage caps taught us to see that 40% reduction?
Oh, let me pull the staff report up.
Okay. The main reason I'm asking for this is it seems more than a 40% reduction, and I'm just trying to understand what I'm looking at as far as numbers.
So Yeah, when that was done, I did not put those into a table together.
Okay.
So, but I can tell you when that was done, what I did is that I put everything into an Excel spreadsheet and multiplied each cell by 0.40.
Okay. I think the concept is clear to me. I just, yeah, I don't have any more questions about it at this point. I just want to make sure that ultimately what we're looking at is that 40%. I can just move on to another question and come back to this. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, my clarification is around the 40% as well. It is, you're talking a 40% reduction in the number of, or is it acreage? Is it acreage, is it the number of permits, but then acreages within the watersheds?
It's both.
Both, okay.
It's both and.
Okay.
And actually, it's a 60% reduction.
Okay.
Down to 40% of the existing cap.
Right, okay. Sorry, I didn't get that right. Okay, so it's a 60, so it's 40% of the original number with relationship to acreages within those watersheds.
Correct.
But some of those watersheds are above 40% currently, or not, or none of them are, or how many of them have 40% coverage now?
They basically, with the number of permits that are applied for, they're all exceeded.
They're all exceeding.
Yep.
So the assumption is there's going to be a loss due to attrition.
10%. It's actually 11.2%.
Per watershed or over the entire, or aggregated?
Aggregated.
Okay. So some watersheds won't lose that all the way, depending on how many decide to do something else.
And at that point, with the cap set, just like it is now.
Right.
It really comes down to who's ready to go first. And once we reach the cap, we can't approve more permits or acreage.
So ostensibly, those watersheds that are kind of like the least sustainable from a business perspective, and frankly, probably from an environmental one too, because it generally, the harder it is to do this tends to be in the places that are most sensitive. Tends to be. I mean, there's just like, there's question, there's variation in that. Okay, so I see what you're saying with relationship to this. So it's, okay, so basically we would be losing these through attrition, and it would, all things being, like if that was the steady state, then at some point through attrition, we would get to that 40% in all the watersheds eventually. The named watersheds.
Correct. The thing that this would not do is that it would not allow, or it's not proposed right now, to allow that we could exceed those numbers. This would be a hard cap.
Right. Unless there was language that said that it could be reconsidered by the board, and we could even say like through a 4/5 vote or whatever it is, right? I mean, we could.
You could, yes.
Okay, I hear you. All right. Those are my questions for now. It was just kind of around that. So okay.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I have questions around, so you have the number, the watersheds, and then the permit caps, like how many permits are allowed in that watershed, correct? And that's based off of how many actual grow sites were previous? Is that where that came from?
No, it was actually a fairly complicated formula where we went through and identified the areas within each watershed that could be permitted for cannabis.
Okay.
And we did that basically for the entire county, and then distributed the 3,500 out within the watersheds based upon the area that's available and suitable for cannabis cultivation.
Okay. So and then total applications and permits are in these areas, and then the acreage caps. And then, so my question stems around, do you remember when we brought this item last time, or maybe it was before that, I'd asked about we were supposed to be doing some work around, you know where I'm going.
Yeah, the reporting on the status of the watersheds.
that we haven't done. And so I'm wondering, because we haven't done that work and we've supposed to have done it for, I think, 3 years now, how good are your numbers?
I think the numbers are good. We have not reported on the watersheds. One of the things that at the time that we wrote the CCLUO that we thought was going to happen is that there would be a lot more monitoring by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and also by CDFW, and that there would be reports. And to our knowledge, there's very few reporting stations that have actually been installed, or monitoring stations that have been installed. So a lot of the information we thought was going to be available hasn't been.
Okay, so the impacts aren't something that we can grasp?
Right.
Okay. And so with the number of, so the decrease with permits going away, and I think the state is coming on board with the following, as I understand, in January, I believe. So have you taken into consideration, is that considering following, or what? Because that's a process, right? That can happen for many years with the county and now with the state allowing that. So what is?
Has not, but that is something that I think as part of this would be an important consideration to address, either as part of this or later on. Because if a certain percentage of the permitted farms are fallowing, that would preclude others from being able to participate in getting a permit. Because
They're still considered, could be considered active at some point.
yeah, there's a permit with acreage allocated to it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, a couple questions that I have. One's a comment, and that is that the caps by watershed had some unintended consequences, like everything in life. One of those was that we ended up with some real concentrated areas. You know, I think the cap was thought about, as you said, based on the available areas within that watershed where it would be allowed prime ag soils, other kinds of things that we were directing to try and move it out of the hills into those other areas. But in fact, what ended up happening in a lot of places was a concentration of farms, like in Honeydew, like in Petrolia, like in Maple Creek, where it wasn't really spread out over the whole watershed. Even though there were other areas where it could have been permitted, it ended up getting highly concentrated, and we got a lot of neighborhood concerns about that at the Planning Commission and here at the board. So I'll just make that comment. The other one is the idea here that it would be a 1 acre cap per parcel. I believe will need better definition. For instance, there was one very large 7 acre permit on, I think it was an over 7,000 acre ranch, which I think what you're saying is that that whole ranch is one parcel, and therefore you'd get 1 acre if an equal situation happened. But in fact, these ranches are often made up of multiple patent parcels that are legal parcels, whether or not they've come in for a certificate of compliance yet or not. And so, you know, if one had 20 patent parcels, one could have 20 acres, although we have an 8 acre cap already in our ordinance, so it could be up to 8 acres, rather than the intent is 1 acre per parcel, whether or not there's patents in there or not. So I think we're going to need some defining language around that to be careful that we don't end up with unintended consequences there. So that's my comments at this point in time. And if there are no other questions or clarifications from the board, yes, Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. Can you help me understand what will happen under the scenario if, or what would happen if a parcel property was sold?
I'm interpreting the question to mean if the property is sold, it has a permit on it.
Correct, yes. If a, if a permitted operation, that property is sold.
Okay. So one of the things that has become kind of unique to cannabis, I'm going to give a little bit more background here than I otherwise would, is that there's often a cultivator and a property owner. And sometimes they are two different individuals. And so one of the things we've had to become acutely aware of is the rights of each. So an applicant is the person who fills out the application, gets the property owner's consent to sell the property. or to cultivate on the property. I'm sorry, I was jumping ahead in my mind. And so that permit then is the permit holders, not the property owners. We've had property owners try to kick their tenant off the property and assume the permit. And the permit was issued to an individual. So the permit can't be transferred off the property, but it's owned by the permit holder. So it's fairly simple if a property is sold and the property owner owns the property and the permit. They can then convey the permit. If the property is sold and the person does not own the permit, that gets a little bit tricky sometimes because it depends on if the new owner wants to have that cannabis application on there. The previous property owner signed the application saying they consent to it being on there. And so technically, as long as that permit is active, there's a right for that permit to be there unless they go through some legal means to have the tenant evicted, which is outside of the county process. So if the if the owner conveys the ownership and they come in and transfer that formally with the county and the permit holder remains the same, we're fine with that. It gets touchy in some situations, but there is a clear process that we go through to make sure the property owner and the applicant each of their rights are respected. I hope that helped to answer that a little bit. Some cases easy, some cases it's just complicated.
Okay, thank you.
One of the other cases, just to get some clarification, would be where a property owner has the permits also, the permit holder and the property owner, and that property changes hands, then the permits also change hands to the new property owner when the property is sold or transferred.
We've had situations where the property owner has said they did not transfer that permit.
I understand that, but we have a court case with a court ruling.
That's different.
Where there was a bankruptcy and then receivership, and then a new owner came in, took ownership of the property, and the court order ruled that the new property owner also obtained the permits. Is
Correct.
that correct?
That's absolutely correct. But that's the court interceding and saying, here's
I understand.
the
And
reality.
part of that came out of the lawsuit over cultivation square footage and other things that happened a couple of years ago. They clarified who had responsibilities in some of these arenas. But also, for clarity, once the permits transferred to the new property owner that now has those permits also has the obligation. I know we're looking at this right now, but we believe, we're not absolutely certain, but we believe that the new property owner also has the obligation of any Measure S taxes that are owed, and that is still not 100% clear.
I don't think that that's true. I think it's the permit holder that has that obligation.
Right, but
And
what I'm
again, separate permit holder from
Gotcha.
property owner.
So if they're the same, then the new permit holder has the obligation for the taxes.
I would stay with the permit.
Gotcha.
Because the taxes run with the person that did
Gotcha.
the cultivation.
Okay, so that was a question that's out there in the community as well, and I know there's a little bit of research going on that, but that's the current assessment of that, not a final assessment. Fair to be said, okay. Any other clarifying questions? All right, let's go to public comment and see what they think, and we'll start with Zoom. We got 3 hands up currently. I suspect there'll be more. And if you are in Zoom and listening, you should turn off your audio on your video feed because there is a delay there and you could miss your opportunity to comment. So we'll start out, and we've got 2 minutes for public comment. We're starting with 8804. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cheryl Furman, and I'm a Humboldt County resident. And I just wanted to make the comment that Measure A addresses citizens' concerns about cannabis production by capping the number and the size of cultivation permits, and allowing neighborhood participation in protected water supply and improving enforcement. The planning department's competing measure doesn't do these things. Measure A protects against future ordinance changes from politicians beholden to the growers' lobby, which can be a real concern, as we all know. The planning department's competing measure does none of these things, like I mentioned. The voters deserve the opportunity to vote on Measure A, for it or against it, without the county making last-minute desperate efforts to interfere with the process. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. Appreciate the brevity. Next, we have 7718. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. I have a very relevant question, and it's probably the main question that should be asked by you. I'm asking it. I think in all honesty, I think it needs to be answered. And the question is there a chance that negotiations are in process or could be in process that would bring a resolution to an alternate initiative to substitute for Measure A that might satisfy all the needs and eliminate this big war going on? If I was involved in this, I would want something on here such as a voter-approved process shall not restrict the ability of farms in full compliance with all tax and permit fees in good standing for getting additional permits to vertically integrate to engage in such activities as on-site sales, the weeding, or farmers market. Nothing in there, obviously, should preclude the people, and it doesn't in Measure A, from going and getting forbearance, taking care of tanks, taking care of all the things in the environment. Measure A protects that. This protects very little. I do support it as a start, but I do think that just addressing this as a prior speaker said is nothing but a ploy to try and make the voters have concerns. The county should stay out of this. If you guys want to develop ordinances, I know the Growers Alliance person I spoke to told me she had no
30 seconds.
faith in initiatives. Well, I do have faith in initiatives, but I think the right one were put together and a group was done, and Mark and Betsy and everybody were satisfied. Something was brought to you and put on the ballot. I think we would have a 70 or 80% approval at the very minimum, and I think the environment would be protected, and the farmers' interest could be protected also. So please give John Ford the funding and time necessary to come to negotiations if that's possible. Thank you, opportunity.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 2223. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. I'm glad to hear one of the 4 proponents of this Measure A initiative have come forward and offered some input. A moratorium, I feel, would just be a knee-jerk reaction to appease the 4 people that are involved with the Measure A initiative, who really don't even have a cannabis farm in their viewshed. A question to the Director Ford through the chair, and we're talking permits. Is that a moratorium also on all ancillary activities such as processing and nursery? Those things are vital. To know that my cultivation space is frozen and then these other activities are frozen sounds really concerning to me. Another point I'd like to make is a moratorium with a deadline could form another rush, and there is no rush at the moment. The industry is downsizing, the brakes have been pumped, and we are coasting and declining. And one concern I have into the future is my daughters who are coming of age to take over some responsibility. And I have part of our parcel is a 40-acre, or part of our farm is a 40-acre parcel with only 3,000 square feet of cultivation on it. Nothing, very minimal. It would be nice for them to be able to one day build a home over there and to bring up that cultivation to maybe 5,000 square feet. This would put an end to that. And we really don't want to crush the future of our families and of our community.
Thank you,
so much.
commenter. And next we have 0116. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Ash Teeter again, lostcoastpopulist.com. Yeah, wanted to talk about like the state's and county's overall impact of the cannabis industry, and with the permits, and also, as you mentioned, with the Measure S, and it's kind of like kneecap the industry. I don't know if that, I don't think that was the intent, but I think a lot of people can see that that's kind of what happened. And I think it goes back to some, other systemic problems we were talking about earlier with, like, homelessness in the county, and the lack of control we have over the dollar itself. But this is one thing we do have control over. So I would just urge the board to, deregulate, roll the taxes back, and see if we can kind of, revitalize the cannabis industry here, because it's, the timber industry is not so much with us anymore, but that's one thing that we still kind of have. So I'll just say, yeah, it's something that is Humboldt. It's something that we can do to, promote production of a commodity that comes from here. So just say, roll back regulations, roll back the taxes, and try and get the cannabis industry back on its feet here, because it's kind of the one thing we got going for us
30
right
seconds.
now. I mean, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have one more hand up in Zoom, and I just want to say that once we move past the Zoom, I don't come back to it. So if you do want to comment from Zoom, you need to do *9 now and get your hand raised. Otherwise, that opportunity will pass on by. Oh, there goes another hand. So at this point, we have 7108. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I'm concerned that there are so many applications that haven't been processed. So they're like this big unknown. And you've got in your table 2, I'm concerned about the middle and the South Fork of the Eel River, which is a lot of concentrated areas. And there's a lot that's in the applications, looks like, and where those are, and the fact that they haven't gotten studies of the impact. So I would suggest that if they're going to process these applications, and I believe there's applications that nothing's been done on for a long time, and those should be dropped. I don't know how long you can hold on to something. And we've got, it's been years and years, and definitely shouldn't be issuing any new ones. And as far as, which is not here, but having the opportunity for public input with currently
30 seconds.
You can get 10,000 square feet of mixed light with a zoning clearance, and the neighbors don't get a heads up or any input, and that causes some big problems. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, commenter. And again, final warnings in Zoom. I've got one more hand up, and that is 8801. Welcome. There you go.
Hi. I just wanted to quickly say thank you for, looking out for the cannabis farmers. You guys have done a lot with us in the past, and to not feel so strong-armed by the few proponents of Measure A. I think you can tell by the comments and phone calls today that they seem to be a little bit confused and misled about what Measure A will actually do or not do to protect Humboldt County. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commenter. Okay, at this point, we're done in Zoom. There are no more hands up, and we'll come here to the audience today. If you would like to comment on this agenda item, please come forward, and you will have 2 minutes. And so if you can also get ready and line up, that would give us a more efficient process. Thank you. Welcome. Excuse me, hang on.
The mic wasn't on. There we go.
There we go.
Gordon Cloudworthy, running for 1st District Supervisor. I just want to think back, 30 years ago, we had federal agents dropping out of helicopters around Humboldt County, and now we're talking about switching from classifying it as a 3 to 1 on the federal scale. Yeah, it's
1 to 3.
There's so much, and there's so much technology coming out. I've seen farms running atmospheric water generation off of solar. That doesn't affect watershed at all. Who knows what's going to happen in 10, 15, 20 years with this? It might be as common as corn or soybean. So let's not act too hasty when it comes to the future of farming here. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And next. Welcome.
Thank you. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. First off, I want to say very clearly that we do not support a blanket moratorium on permit caps that lock out new small farmers under an acre. We support option E, which is the ordinance modification. We recommend that you set the caps slightly higher than the current applications and permits. And to what Supervisor Bushnell said, because fallowing is coming online with the state, people are going to be able to hold on to these permits through the coming years as everything stabilizes. So I really do not think that we as a county should be encouraging attrition. We should be encouraging our businesses to succeed, not hoping that they die. So please set that cap just slightly higher, 10% more, and we can go from there. We also really want to recommend that your board ensure that you maintain flexibility. As a representative government and representatives, we really need you to maintain that power to be able to adaptively manage to changing conditions on the ground. That could be constituent concerns, that could be climate issues, that could be changes in the industry, federal legalization. So maintaining that flexibility within your governmental system is really going to be important.
30 seconds.
Within that, you guys can set some kind of supermajority, like 4/5 vote, something like that, that can appease. And finally, I just really think that voters should have a choice between Measure A and Measure B, and we let the best measure win and give public those choices between one that scratches that itch and then the other that has all of the side effects. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, welcome.
Yes, thank you. I'm Mark Thurmond. Let's be honest what's happening here. This last-minute draft ordinance and staff report represented a deceptive attempt to undermine and defeat Measure A, as presented under the guise of a so-called volunteer referendum. Isn't this true? The public expects the report to tell the truth and to be honest, and it does neither. The draft ordinance, which clearly is not comprehensive and which can be changed by a whim, essentially, is simply a couple of standard amendments on an existing regular ordinance that can readily be voted on right now by the board, if you wish. So what's the reason for putting this on the ballot? Cannabis industry has advocated for the voluntary referendum, essentially, and they got their wish. Referendum is essentially a Hail Mary at the very last minute, an attempt to defeat Measure A. Staff report recommends that you allow these amendments to be used in a disruptive referendum on the March ballot, in the hope that more people will vote for this red herring than for Measure A. I think it's underhanded, an attempt to deceive the voters and influence an election at the bequest of the cannabis industry. And it really reveals a profound
seconds.
disrespect for voters in assuming they would fall for such a deception. And I ask you, do you really want to take a side and be used like this to defeat Measure A? Thank you.
Thank you. And next. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Watson, and I am also one of the proponents of Measure A. And I would say that that this is sort of a transparent effort to confuse voters. The voters do not need to be appeased. The voters need to be counted in on the discussion. The ordinance, the initiative was written using the existing ordinance as its backbone. What it asks for is real inspections. It asks for, and one of the things that this alternative offer does not do at all, is that the initiative requires the neighborhood to get a say-so. Not to be the deciders, but to get to be counted in. And that is one of the main things that got us started, and it's one of the main things that got people to sign it. The concerns of the voters are over the number and the size. 1 acre, we're told that, like Santa Barbara County allows 100-acre ones. Well, Mendocino County, with an environment much more like ours, has always held it at 10,000 square feet.
30 seconds.
And what we offer with the initiative is permanence. What we've seen with the Measure S is changes up and down. Personally, I don't think it's a very fair tax, but it's what exists. And I think that voters notice that things get changed on a whim by the Board of Supervisors. And I would give you Resolution 1843 as proof of that. We have not heard a word on that assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next. Welcome.
Hello, Supervisors. Ross Gordon with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I want to add a few things to what Natalie spoke about. I want to remind everyone where this conversation started, which was a ballot initiative circulated to voters with the title on the front page, Large-Scale Cannabis Cultivation Restriction Initiatives. That's what people signed. I think that that's how this was presented to voters when people signed the petition to put Measure A on the ballot. And now we have the opportunity to really have a test and put to the voters, are you interested in restrictions on large-scale cannabis cultivation? That is essentially, in essence, option E, which is before you today. And we think voters should have that choice. And what I just heard from one of the proponents is the primary concern is the number and size of permits. And you have the opportunity to put that on the ballot today. I want to address a few details that I think are really, really important. I don't want to underplay the importance of the decision that you're about to make, particularly if you're going to put an alternative measure on the ballot, which we do think is reasonable. If that measure does not give you as the supervisors the ability to change it in some way, whether that's subject to further environmental analysis, which is what's in the draft ordinance in front of you, whether that's a 4/5 vote, whether that's a timeline where it can't be changed, if you do not give yourself the potential to change it at some point, a few things are possible. One is that there are drafting errors or issues in the ordinance, and we've had a couple conversations about unintended consequences just now today about the drafting of this ordinance if it's not drafted correctly. And the other is to potentially lock us into a cycle where anybody who doesn't like the outcome of this measure will be incentivized to run future ballot measures because their ability to address that through the normal democratic process is not going to be possible. So there are real long-term implications if you do not give yourself some flexibility, make it difficult to change, do not make it impossible to change. And with those parameters, we think it is absolutely reasonable to give voters a choice on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next. Welcome, and you can pull the mic down if you want. There you go.
I'm Holly Klingel. I know all of you personally, some better than others. If you've never held a broken child in your arms, then you don't understand what cannabis has done to our young people. As I sat here earlier listening to some of those tragic stories from CR students, people who, with the help that they were able to finally get at CR, they overcame obstacles, and some of them kind of laugh at themselves, and others are truly hopeful. I had notes, but when my first husband and I came home, we're both from Humboldt County, in 1989, I thought we were doing the right thing. I knew better than to file for divorce in Texas, but once we got to California, I did that. I failed my daughters, failed them, because I was concerned about me. I needed a divorce. We live in a representative democracy.
30 seconds.
I was dumb enough to think that once we got back to California, I wouldn't have to be involved in politics. Well, guess again, old girl. Bonnie Blackberry, someone mistook me for Bonnie Blackberry at a meeting. I was so thrilled. Noise pollution, viewshed pollution, saltwater intrusion. It never stops.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you very much. All right. No other comments here from the audience today? So seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for any further discussion. Supervisor Arroyo.
Okay, so with the, I want to come back to making sure that I'm clear on the proposed, what we're considering here today. So, in our attachment 1 to the board item today, we have the proposed ballot language and then the ordinance in red line version. And one of the things I noticed about looking at the difference between what the provisions there is that the ballot statement or the ballot language simply says that the cultivation would be capped at 1,400 and the area for cultivation would be limited to 1 acre. However, then you go down and it talks about the acreage within that cap. So is there a reason why the acreage wasn't included as well, like the total acreage in that ballot, like yes or no item for the ballot? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do, and I think maybe it's confusing, and we can add to the intro, and I think that you're talking about the very top of it where it says attachment 1, measure blank, and then 1,400. Certainly we could add in the maximum amount of acreage that can be permitted at that point.
Because it makes it look like you could have 1,400 acres. If there were that, that many permits, all 1 acre, but then when you go down to the ordinance, it's, the proposed cap is 482 acres. So I'm just,
That can certainly be added.
I just want to, if we were to put this on the ballot, I would want that to be clear, if there's both an acreage cap, not per permit, but total and a cultivation permit cap. So, and then I think that's all from me for now, but I'm sure there'll be more.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
There was a question about ancillary uses and changes related to ancillary uses, and I was just kind of wondering how the proposed language for this moratorium ordinance ballot measure would address that.
So I want to be clear, this is not intended to be a moratorium.
Right.
This is intended to be a cap that's written into the ordinance that modifies the existing cap language and other provisions within the ordinance that talk about certain allowances, it would not affect any of the ancillary uses or other uses that are allowed. And that's one of the really intended differences here, is to not make existing permits non-conforming.
Okay. Okay, not make existing permits non-conforming. Okay. And then on the question of whether or not this is amendable either through, right now it's not, it would only be amendable through another vote currently. And so one of the options we're considering or could be considering is it amendable through a vote of the Board of Supervisors?
Correct. And that is something that the board would want to weigh in on, and you've heard two different thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm.
One side is that it should not allow the board to have any flexibility. The other side is that the board should be able to have some flexibility to make changes, but not easily.
Right.
And so that is in terms of the current permit cap and acreage cap. It is written to allow the board to be able to make changes, but not easily.
It's only, sorry to interrupt, but it's through some findings, right? You'd have to.
Yes. Well, and you'd have to have basically the recommendations from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, State Water Resources Control Board, and the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. So, right. I mean, there is built-in collaboration with the state to make sure that a future board couldn't just decide, yeah, we think this is a good idea and we're going to make this change. It has to be based upon technical information, has to be based upon consultation, has to be based upon recommendations from these agencies and technical studies, and then the board's got to capture that in findings.
I see. Okay. In the request, or not, the discussion around setting the cap at 10% more than the existing, functionally, how different does that look? I mean, in terms of like the numbers, like what does that really look like?
It's about a 200 permit difference.
From what to what?
From about 1,400 to over 1,600.
Dropping it from?
Well, adding 10%. So what I think, if I understand the question correctly, the question is, what does it look like to go from the 10% attrition that is proposed to allowing permits plus applications plus 10%? Right. That would go from basically 1,400 to over 1,600.
1,600. But this would be dropping it down from?
What's proposed is a reduction from the existing total number of permits and applications combined.
And that number is?
1,400.
Wait.
Dropping from 35.
It's dropping the current cap. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I must be
current.
misunderstanding.
Yeah.
The current cap is 3,500.
Okay, so the current cap is 3,500.
In fact, I put two tables together to kind of show that.
Right, and then so then this drops it to 1,400, and the request that we heard today with relationship to would bring that back up to 1,600.
Right.
Okay.
Or it's over 1,600.
Over 1,600.
Yeah.
Okay, I just trying to get a gauge on sort of like what we're talking about here. Okay. From my perspective, I mean, I see a utility in what we're doing here and trying to do here, because we with relationship to putting something on the ballot with relationship to this, but it is fairly defined and it's pretty simple. I mean, in terms of it doesn't address in the current context the issues around water, energy, and sort of the public notice issues, which I kind of feel like are kind of they are big issues that need to be hashed out. And I think those are things that I think are things we have to deal with, and we deal with them currently. You know, and I say it many times, like, I think water issues are way beyond cannabis at this point, and especially under the framework of climate change. And I don't know where we're going to go with relationship to land uses associated with vineyards or other uses that could happen in these places that have, we could be in. I mean, I'm just flying into Central California and seeing the expansion of horse farms and other things that are just like consuming water and as well in terms of like, so in impacted watersheds. And I just think that we need to address that. And even as, because we have we principally permit residential development, and we're seeing more and more of these trophy homes with swimming pools and those sorts of things. And so we're kind of laying at the feet of one use this impact when it's the trajectory for other potential impacts is real. And I do think we do need to address that. I'm committed to address that. It's not in this moment in what we're talking about today, whether that will happen. It won't happen in this thing, but I think we're getting in a step in the right direction. We're going to have to whatever happens, we're going to have to come out of this electoral process with a commitment to address that and the energy transition issues we have to deal with as well. Those are ones that we're going to have to do. As well as some other, and then the noticing issue, I think, is relevant. I think we've seen communities comment on these things, and then we've seen some communities feel left out, and so we have to. There's no denying that we have to deal with that. So those are my concerns. I don't think this necessarily addresses all of those issues, the idea of doing this cap ordinance, but it definitely gets us in the right direction. I'm not as concerned about the rush around a cap because I feel like we're still in decline. It seems that way. I keep hearing that. But I mean, I could be convinced one way. I'm not holding strong to that, but it's not something that I'm feeling very, that I feel like is going to make a big difference in terms of helping us move forward and sort of like getting us more comfortable with the impacts and the opportunities associated with this as well. So those are my thoughts.
So there was some concerns expressed about, how big to make the cap, right? And at our recent meeting, we did set into motion some deadlines for payment of fees. And if your fees are not current, that permit will no longer be worked on. And we know that there are a lot of interim permits that have had no action on them for years, literally, and yet they have continued to grow in some cases. So, go ahead.
I would submit that one of the exercises we go through every year is to look and see if interim permit holders have been active in advancing their permit. If they're not, we don't extend them.
Yep, absolutely. So I mean, as far as attrition, I think we are going to see several hundred applications fall by the wayside based on what we're seeing with Measure S payments or with activity on meeting the conditions of the permit. That seems logical to me. So I don't really have a problem with the 1,400 number. I think that's still going to be well over what we end up with, frankly speaking. I do think we need a parcel definition, as I expressed earlier. What is a parcel? I don't think including patents would be appropriate, because then you could have much more than 1 acre if you used all the patents. I think adding an acreage limit into the cap would be good. But I have to say, my preference would be to just go ahead and make these changes in our ordinance right now, direct staff to come back over the next couple of weeks and make these proposed changes in that way. Otherwise, I do think there's some stuff going on in relationship to putting competing ordinances out there. But I do also recognize that there are a lot of permit holders that are, say, 1 acre and less, that are very concerned about the changes in the industry and their ability to survive. And a vast majority of those people I find to be very responsible farmers, very responsible landowners. Many of them are either paying taxes or intend to do the payment plan and get caught up by the end of next year. And to be able to add those ancillary uses in a competitive environment where other counties are allowing for 50, 100 acres and everything else, I do see that need. I do think that adding a nursery, having direct sales, having farm stays, some of these other things I think are very important for survival for many of these farms. I do believe that within 2.0, from my observations of planning commissions and application processing, that we do have some very strong guidelines in there already in regards to water. You either get the hydrologic study or you go with storage and forbearance, and right now there's simply no professionals available to do the hydrologic study, so everybody's moving towards storage and forbearance for any kind of final application approvals. Or if somebody was going to come in and wanting to add cultivation, say they're less than 1 acre now, they're going to be going through very rigorous stuff in regards to that. And the Category 4 road, sometimes Category 4 road requirement can actually do more damage to the environment simply because it requires the width that allows for ingress and egress. And really, I'm glad that in the ordinance it actually also identifies that any road improvements need to meet the Ranch and Roads guidelines that were developed by Pacific Watershed Associates in collaboration with the Mendocino County RCD. It is the Bible for how you take care of your roads and prevent erosion and all those things. That's in our ordinance. So there are a lot of really good things in 2.0 that weren't in 1.0 that I think do handle a lot of the various concerns. And for myself, I don't want to constrain people 1 acre or less and not allow them to have ancillary uses. So that concerns me as far as the survival of what I see to be responsible farmers. I do think the caps are problematic, as I said earlier, in that it ends up concentrating a lot of activity in one area, and I don't think that was really fairly analyzed as compared to within the whole watershed per se and stuff like that. So I still struggle with that part of it. So, I don't know. I really go back and forth on this whole thing. I think there is some confusion around the initiative. I know that the initiative developers have good intention, and their read of their ordinance, working with the lawyer, is that where we believe there is, our planning director and staff believe there is some unclarity, they believe that's covered by the statements that say, use your best judgment based on protecting the environment. I'm putting that very short form, in that sense. Whereas as planning director, you've told us many times that where things are unclear in that way, you presented a report to us that talks about what you believe could be the worst case analysis of those kinds of things, such as any ancillary use would require all kinds of different things. So that's unfortunate that there is that unclarity there. So again, for me, I would prefer us just to go ahead and make the ordinance changes that we're recommending for the ballot and just get those things done. I recognize that still leaves this initiative on the ballot, but then that's going to be up to the voters. And I believe the voters are smart enough to say, you know what, the board has made a bunch of changes that bring this stuff back into better shape. And, we'll let them decide what that's going to be. I do worry about how that might, if it were to pass, even if we do an ordinance amendment, how that might affect people over 10,000 square feet in regards to their ancillary uses. So that does concern me. So I'm kind of split, to be honest, about how I feel I want to proceed. In an ideal world, we do ordinance changes. It gives us the greatest flexibility in the future versus a ballot measure, although, as you pointed out, the ballot measure would allow for changes based on analysis and proving that there wouldn't be increased environmental damage and those kinds of things. So it's just kind of a mixed thing for me, I have to be very honest. I'm very, very stuck between you know, these two possible outcomes. In addition, you mentioned that the intent was not to create any non-conforming, but even with the ballot measure being recommended, option E, I believe it is, over 1 acre would be non-conforming, correct? I mean, there's only like 12 farms that are over an acre, but they would be non-conforming in that the new acreage cap is 1 acre, right? Just like in the initiative, there's talk that anything over 10,000 square feet would be non-conforming. And there's some talk that even under 10,000 might be in terms of requiring new road analysis or other kinds of things. So clarify that for me. You know, over 1 acre, would that be non-conforming if we adopted Measure E on the ballot and the voters voted yes for that? And it has to get more votes than the other initiative, correct?
Yeah, it comes down to which
Gets the most
initiative
votes.
gets the most votes.
Yeah.
And so what we've tried to do with the over 1 acre is just say that's no longer available.
Right.
And then the maximum amount that could be approved on a parcel is 1 acre.
Right.
It wouldn't retroactively go back and assign that to existing permit holders. And it does not affect ancillary uses. It's very intentional to keep a distinction between the cap, the acreage cap, and the area of cultivation.
So what you're saying is that even if it's over an acre, but it's an existing approved permit, ancillary uses could be added to those as well.
Correct.
Therefore, it's not non-conforming.
Right.
Okay, that's good for that clarification. All right, back to the board. Any other questions? I see Supervisor Arroyo, and then Wilson, and then Bushnell. We got all three in the queue.
Thank you. I am feeling, I applaud the efforts of staff to try to kind of, I'm sure you're getting all kinds of different perspectives on this, but I appreciate wrangling all of those ideas and bringing something. And I feel like it's a little rushed for me. I mean, we could go through the effort of, well, I'll tell you what one of my concerns is, people have been saying whether or not, I'm not speaking to the veracity of this, but people have been feeling like there wasn't clear information about the initiative. And so if we were to proceed with something like this, I would want to be sure that the ballot language was really clear about the ancillary uses, the changes that this would have on the coastal plain, which are spelled out in the ordinance, but not necessarily part of the ballot language, and then who could modify it, because I think those are important aspects of what's proposed here, that it could be modified by the board. And frankly, I think that's one of the key things that the initiative proponents are aiming to do, as much as I am sad to hear that, there isn't the trust in the Board of Supervisors that I would like there to be. I think, one of the key aspects of what they've proposed is something that can't be changed. And so, I think we would want to be clear with voters that this alternative would be something that can be changed based on, study and changing conditions. And it doesn't sound like it would just be changed arbitrarily. We'd have to go through the process of documenting watershed conditions, but it still could be changed. So I think that's an important distinction for, voters to be able to understand. So I feel like if we're going to take it upon ourselves to do something like this, that ballot statement should be as clear as possible about those things that we've raised today. In concept, I don't oppose the permit and acreage cap that we're talking about, and I understand the logic behind it and how it might assuage some of the concerns, but I'm just not feeling like the ballot language is clear enough for me to feel really confident. So I'm curious what other board members think, and if you'd be interested in workshopping something like that.
Supervisor Wilson.
I'm going to put a pin in that for a second with relationship to the time frame of this, because I think that's an important element. I don't think we have a lot of time to do a lot of workshopping, which is kind of why there's why this is limited in its scope in terms of what it can do. If we had a lot of time to workshop stuff, we'd probably get into water, energy, and notice, and we would do that. I think So the question I have is, is it possible that I mean, I've seen it in other instances where ballot language gives direction to address certain issues, basically tells the board, you need to come back with another version of the ordinance, an update to the ordinance, and just giving direction. And that, I think the public can give that directions, can say like, okay, here's a cap, and and these are important issues. I think those are kind of the main ones that I still keep coming back to, and we keep kind of churning around: water, energy, and notice. And that it asks that then an ordinance would say like, come back and deal with it in a public process, not in an ordinance process, but in a public process, and get it done. I'm going to say part of the reason we haven't done it in this, I'll take the criticism with relationship that we hadn't done it up until the time when the initiative process was out there. But since that has happened, there's been a lot of discussion about negotiating about doing that as a real public process and doing it right, and that has been just rejected, wholesale rejected. So it's like there's not a real reason for us to have had actually engaged in those processes in this last whatever this time is, because there's this other ordinance already hanging out there, and you're not going to go through all that effort without with this thing hanging out there, and knowing that you could go through all that with all the other things that we're doing and then have it be wiped away. So that's a real reason why we'd never really were going to engage in this unless there was a willing partner to do that, and there wasn't, and that's what it is. So I think that if this ballot measure gave direction to the board to get it done, I think that would be very helpful from my perspective anyway. And on the element of the board's ability to change something, I think a 4/5 vote is something that's reasonable. That is, it raises the bar. So now you also have both the environmental review through the agencies. You have findings that have to be made, and a 4/5 vote. I don't think you'd get a 4/5 vote without having to go through all that process. So I think that's reasonable. But I think that would then codify that in a space where it's more than what Supervisor Madrone is speaking of, which is just doing it at the board level, which would then, unless we voted on it, that we could only come back to it to a 4/5 vote, which I'm not sure we can do. But I think it addresses some of that angst around whether or not this is a serious thing, which I think it is. So I guess what I'm saying is, if there was language in there that gave us real direction to address those issues with a target, which again, I've seen ballot measures that are just basically purely directional. They're just giving direction to do something. I get it. It's hard to hold people's feet to the fire specifically about that, but I think it certainly raises it to the level of, well, then we're going to prioritize that over some other issues. So those are my thoughts with relationship to that. And if you can, do you think that kind of language is possible, and have you seen it before?
I have not seen that. I'm willing to do the research. I mean, part of what we're trying to do here, part of the rush, if you will, is to get it before you, so that to find out if there's even something that you're interested in doing, and recognizing that amendments are probably going to be desired, and then to be able to go and make those changes. The last board meeting where we can do this would be December 5th. So we are tight on time.
And December 5th is our deadline to finalize a decision at this board in order to be timely with the elections office, which is a December 8th deadline.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Any other board members? Go ahead, Supervisor Bushnell. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Nothing yet? I think we're getting close to taking some action. I don't know exactly what it is yet, but I do know that we have a time set at 12:30, and we do have some outside counsel associated with that, so we can go a little bit longer, but I'd like to wrap this up in the next 10 minutes if we can. And also for the public, this is not a final decision. This is direction to staff. And as Director Ford said, he anticipates that there are some amendments that may need to be made to what was presented to us today. And we've heard some of those. One was a 4/5 vote to be able to go over the cap or the acreage or whatever. And of course, it was also discussed that that would require analysis that would document, you know, the mitigations that would prevent environmental damage. And there are at least 4 referrals that would have to also come into play from CDF, CDFW, the Water Board, and the State Water Board and the Regional Board. Also, parcel definition, I brought that one up of what is a parcel, and I wouldn't want to see patents thrown into that. The other one was suggested by Supervisor Arroyo of an acreage limit cap mentioned in there as well. And then the 4th one was direction for the Board of Supervisors in the ballot measure to look at other ordinance improvements such as water, energy, or public notice. And Director Ford said that he would need to do some research to see if that's even possible and how it would work on the ballot. Those are the 4 things I've heard in relationship to possible amendments. But again, I leave it to this board to decide what kind of a motion you want to make in a second, et cetera. So Supervisor Bushnell.
I just, 2 things. I like the 10% above idea. I don't like the cap idea of the 1,400. And then also I wanted to ask a question around the ZCC, the 10,000 square feet and the ZCC. That's been a lot of contention point. And so I was wondering, and I know it's not something that's discussed here, but it could be, right? Because I don't think it's fair that sometimes that's an avoidance tool, and I think it would be nice if we could notice the public that you're going to have a cannabis grow next to you.
Completely a policy decision, fine with making that change. It just needs to be made a discretionary project, because to give people notice without the ability to affect a decision is a false promise. So
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know all the technicals, and so I just know what the community is saying, and I've heard what the community, that's been a, excuse me?
I was ready to ask a clarifying question on that.
Okay. Just as we're talking about this, my community, specifically my district, is, it's been an issue of not having that as a process. And I get a lot of calls and concerns about that. And so while we're talking about this.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
Can you clarify what Supervisor Bushnell is asking about in plain terms that could possibly amend this?
the simplest way to amend it is to modify the permitting requirements for cannabis of a certain size. Right now, for parcels over 10 acres, up to 10,000 square feet, can be approved with the zoning clearance certificate. So that requirement would be modified to say anything over 3,000 square feet, which is the small cultivator, or the very small cultivator provision at 2,000 square feet would require a special permit, and that would just be a discretionary permit.
It would be a lot more time for staff and expensive on the applicant.
Frankly, the amount of review that we put into ZCCs is very similar to the amount of review that we put into a special permit or a conditional permit. The only difference is one would have a public hearing. The special permit has public notice, public hearing.
Mm-hmm. But it would go on consent, right? And so if there wasn't concern, could pass on consent. So it'd be similar to the ZCC if it didn't get pulled off.
Yeah.
So it could be the similar process.
It could be writing a staff report that goes on consent and doesn't take very much time. That is absolutely true.
Right. And you don't write a staff report currently, though?
Oh, yes, we do.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
So So the extra step would be the public,
The hearing.
the hearing, but also public, sending out public notice, which you currently don't do.
Correct.
Okay.
So, question, when you come back with whatever we decide to direct you to do, if it's a ballot measure, is there going to be a 4/5 vote requirement for us to put it on the ballot? Or not? Just a majority vote?
I believe that's a majority, yes.
So there's no 4/5 vote of anything here to take direction on where we're
Right.
thinking about it. Would only be if we added it into the ballot in regards to changing the cap or the acreage later if we wanted that. Okay, but it currently would not be a requirement, so it could be a majority vote. Okay. Any other clarifying questions before we go to a motion or something here? Yes, Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, I appreciated your optimism in starting to summarize what you'd heard as far, because I was thinking we were worlds apart, like we're all saying very different things. But I appreciate the effort to lay out what has been said. It's pretty hard to talk about this without talking about the context of the initiative itself, which, has a cap just above the approved permits and about, a little over a year ago. So I hear 10% above, I hear a 40% reduction, and I hear
60
just above.
60% reduction. 240. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I do want to actually clarify that point because I was, it sounds like we would be at 60% of the current.
40.
No,
40%.
40%. Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay. Okay. I was trying to do the math myself, and when multiplying the numbers by 0.4, it was a very different situation. Okay, so I haven't heard necessarily consensus around what the cap would be if we were even to do this. There are all these other issues aside, but I feel like that is sort of the essence of what we're talking about here. And then I also heard the 4/5, which, sounds like an interesting alternative to locking it in stone forever, but would be pretty hard to pass. So I don't know where we want to go with that conversation, or whether you feel that we should just come back with some alternatives to that.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I think for me, I think the 4/5 is something we can get through here. I think pretty much everything we've talked about we can do here more or less, except for the part with relationship to the 10% above the 40%. I think we could straw poll that here today and give direction, but I do believe that even if it comes back, it could be sort of the one remaining thing that's sort of like out there, and then the vote could, we could vote on it at that moment, and as long as the option is very, very clear about those two options, and we can make that case one way or the other, we could just do it at that point, and people can vote on it. But I do think that it is relevant to do a ballot measure in this way, because there is a need to move these things forward. We've been, I feel like circumstances have pushed it into this place. Circumstances by actions from the board, by actions from the initiative people. By actions from a whole lot of people in a lot of different directions. But I feel like that we're in a place where it has functionality. So I'll make the motion that we move forward with asking the staff to bring back language for a cap ballot measure that is like one that has been recommended but modified in a few ways. One is that it requires a 4/5 vote for a change by this board. I would like to see if there is language that can give direction to the board with relationship to updating our water and energy policy around these issues. I think that the noticing language that was proposed change, I think, is relevant and good and should be brought back. So there is an update to the noticing. I think that's a really good idea. And I think that Supervisor Arroyo's request that there is clarity on the intent with relationship to things associated with ancillary uses, and I can't remember what else was in there, but I'm sure it's in the record. Go ahead.
Coastal plain impacts.
Yep. And I think that's the list, unless Supervisor...
Acreage limit on the cap was a definition that Supervisor Arroyo was asking for, because it's not currently in the ballot measure. And the other one was, I recommended, was a parcel definition.
And then the parcel definition, yeah. I think.
And then the only thing missing there is whether it's 1,400 or 10% above 1,400.
Right, and I think staff can
so.
be very, very clear when they come back and like pick one or the other. The language is very robust, and we can choose that. Or, I mean, at that time, we can choose not to do this at all. It's like still, it's not, you know, it's not. We can have another discussion about this, but I think bringing that back to something that feels a bit more robust would be relevant. I went all over the place with that motion where I started, but so I'm not asking staff to like list out all those options, but I think the direction's pretty clear in there. I'm going to say staff recommendation with modification based on discussion by the board. Does that seem?
Ooh, that's nice for our clerk.
And so I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Staring contest.
I think we've managed to make everybody in the audience angry, so, but it will give us some food for discussion next time.
Okay, so the motion was simplified to support staff recommendation with bringing back some of these modifications that were discussed by the board here today, which have been listed. Director Ford's taken notes. Does that work for you, Nikki, as far as the motion?
Yep.
Any further discussion by the board?
Just a note to that, yeah, the acknowledgement that this is an awkward and clunky way of getting to good policy. Again, circumstances are what they are, and we, as a board, I feel like have to take some responsibility for that for sure. But nonetheless, we still have to correct course, and I think that this is uncomfortably probably one of the better ways to do that.
Well, I appreciate the public's comments and involvement, and I also see that I think all of these are improvements over what we currently have. I don't think they meet everybody's concerns, but I very much appreciated you bringing up the public notice option at the end there and including that. Supervisor Arroyo, you had a final comment before we vote?
Yeah, what we didn't include was your earlier, what we didn't include to as far as direction was your earlier comment about the possibility of retaining the option of just making this change to the CCLUO. I don't know if that was something you felt strongly about. I think I'm more in line with what we're proposing here as far as, you know, that alternative for voters potentially. I'm not saying that my mind is made up yet, but that item, did you want to see that as part of what comes back, that there's the alternative to enact? Because that would obviously change how staff are going to present it.
Well, I appreciate the question, and as I said, that would be my preference, but I think Supervisor Wilson spoke to that very clearly about how we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we're not going to satisfy anybody. Frankly, we're going to, as you said, maybe piss everybody off, but while that would be my preference, we're up against a December 8th timeline, and that makes things quite difficult. I do think these are all really good improvements to our current system. while possibly allowing for the survival of what I see to be very responsible Humboldt County residents trying to engage in a constantly changing market world of cannabis farming.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with this. That would have been my preference, but I think these are some good changes.
And
Supervisor,
can I just, one
Yes.
more thing? My understanding of the motion was that we were going to ask staff to bring back a range of sort of numeric targets with respect to the cap.
Correct.
Two alternatives.
Correct.
So those are on pretty far ends of a spectrum.
They're not that far apart. They're 200 or so apart.
Okay, thank you.
That's kind of where I wanted John to, sorry, Director Ford to clarify, please.
It's okay. I had in my mind the idea that we would bring back one as part of the ordinance, and then one, what we normally do when there's an alternative is just to block it out, put it in a text box, and say, this is an alternative proposal. And one is less 10%, one's plus 10%, and give all the numbers and what it would look like. And so you can just cross one out and accept one, or...
Sounds good. And, you know, we often look at things in life as either a glass half full or a glass half empty, right? I see this as a glass half full, maybe even fuller, in that I think we've arrived at a place where we're going to make a bunch of improvements here. And really, we're going from 3,500 to either 1,600 or 1,400. And I don't think that will leave anybody out. And with attrition, I absolutely believe that will allow, even with fallowing, allow new farmers to come in particular at the 2,000 or 3,000 square feet, where 12 years ago, those were big farms, you know, in all fairness. But at any rate, I think we've done some good work here. Again, we appreciate the public. Any final comments before we vote? Do we have tabs up or no? Yes? Okay, let's go ahead and do roll call like we've been doing. Thank you. No worries.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, what we have next is a closed session, and we're going to go ahead and read these items into the record and then take public comment, and then we're going to recess for closed session. County Council.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.8 to grant authority to its negotiators regarding the price and terms of payment for the purchase of the real property located at 803 4th Street, Eureka, California, 95501, assessor parcel number 001-134-006. The county's negotiators are identified as Alicia Hayes, County Administrative Officer, and Sean Meehan, Public Works Deputy Director, Facility Management. The party with whom the county may negotiate is identified as Tina Christensen Cable, Realtor, Coldwell Banker, Cutton Realty. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of K. Marie Gibbs versus County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt Superior Court Case Number CV 2301390, the matter of the Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Project Number 77, and the cases of Dallas Brooks A-Chain versus D. Twitchell et al., case number 3:23-CV-01-301JD. Gerald McGuire versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301707, and U.S. Bank Trust National Association versus Ryan Zavala et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301493.
Thank you, County Council. And so at this point, we'll take public comment on these closed session items. And if you could let us know which of the items you're speaking on. I start with Zoom, and I have one hand up there, and that is 7718. And *6 to unmute. You've got 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking, well, I want everybody to know we're up to 5 different things in litigation up here. Seems to be growing rather rapidly. Possibly you'll be seeing more, possibly regarding the prior decision, don't know. But anyway, I did want to speak. I strongly support you doing whatever we can, and I don't know what was portrayed earlier in the meeting. Maybe I'll understand after he has a chance to speak on existing litigation number 6 of the matter of Potter's Valley Hydrologic Project. If, and we don't know for sure if we are actually litigating this one, I do the best we can to keep the water here and to do the right thing for Humboldt County and Mother Nature. I don't mind throwing money at that one as far as a county member to protect our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. Seeing no other hands up in Zoom, we'll go to those here in the audience today. Welcome. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi. Scott Greason, Conservation Director, Friends of the Eel River. With respect to the Potter Valley project proposal, this matter is not properly the subject of a closed session. The board's agenda states that the subject is existing litigation. That's false. There are at present 2 active cases regarding the Potter Valley project. In one, Friends of the Eel and our allies are suing Pacific Gas and Electric for illegal take of Eel River Chinook and steelhead listed under the Endangered Species Act. In the other, the same group of plaintiffs are suing the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, over the same harms. None of the Russian River interests, Sonoma Water, the Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission, nor the Round Valley Indian tribes, who have put the present proposal before you, nor Humboldt County itself, are parties to that or any other litigation regarding the Potter Valley project. So, not an existing lawsuit. If, as I've heard suggested, the proposal can properly be heard in closed session because it concerns potential settlement of potential litigation, it is hard to see how any policy question before the board could not be concealed from the public as a move to answer some potential lawsuit. PG&E has announced its intention to remove both Eel River dams, Cape Horn and Scott dams. But in August, the Russian River interests, which have had their way with the eel for a
30
century,
seconds.
produced a plan, negotiated in secret, that would at best delay dam removal indefinitely. Now, the same interests have produced another plan written in secret and asked you to consider it and support it in secret. If it were a good plan, they'd lay it on the table for all to see and debate. I implore you to set this proposal aside until Humboldt County has been afforded the chance to actually evaluate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commenter. And next, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Heyman. I'm the director for Friends of the Eel River, and I'm here to talk with you also about the Potter Valley project. I understand your board may have been asked to weigh in on this alternative proposal from Sonoma Water and others. I really appreciate that Humboldt County has taken the opportunity to have a seat at the table, and I think it's really important that the county and other Eel River stakeholders continue to be a part of this conversation about Eel River dam removal and a potential future diversion. I'm not certain what your board has been asked to weigh in on because, as the previous commenter mentioned, it hasn't been published, made available to the public. I'm not certain what level of support is being sought, but I strongly encourage you to wait to endorse any proposal until you've seen the full spectrum of options. Pretty clear, I think. The proposal from the water users is just one option for the future of the project. PG&E's proposal, which we're expecting to see before the end of the month, will call for removing both dams as early as 2028. That is a clear win for the Eel River. But because that proposal isn't yet published, it's hard to evaluate it against the one that you've been presented with from Sonoma Water. PG&E is clearly eager to rid themselves of this broken project. They can't fill the reservoir completely, nor can they empty it completely. It hasn't generated electricity for over 2 years. And National Marine Fisheries Service has made it clear that PG&E no longer has permitted coverage for harming endangered species.
30 seconds.
We have this opportunity to recover runs of rare and unique summer steelhead by allowing them to once again use the hundreds of miles of cold water habitat locked behind Scott Dam, but we squander that opportunity if we allow dam removal to be delayed. To my understanding, the proposal from Sonoma leaves some important questions unanswered, like financing and who would manage this diversion and I just have to ask, why would Humboldt County consider supporting a plan that may require public funds to support vineyards in Potter Valley? Thank you very much.
Thank you, commenter. Anybody else here today like to comment on our closed session items? Seeing none, we are in recess, and we will, excuse me, just a second, we will be back. Before I recess, I'll come to you. We will be back approximately at 2 o'clock, but I know it says 2 right now. We're running a half hour behind already, so I doubt we'll be back at 2. It will probably be more like about 3 o'clock. We do have 2 items on the agenda for the afternoon, the ballot measure report, Department of Finance consideration, as well as the MOU with Crowley. I understand that, but we were going to start this at 12:30, so we're a half hour behind. I don't believe we'll be back at 2. I think we'll be closer to 3, just to give us a sense. And it's 1 now, so that gives us 2 hours. We might be back at 2:30, but we'll see where it goes. We got 6 items, right, in closed session. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I do hate to delay an important conversation, but based on the comments, I would also hate to kind of run afoul of just a procedural thing. So given that it's item G6 is listed as existing litigation and not potential litigation or something else, I'm wondering if we should defer the conversation.
I believe County Council is ready to respond.
It qualifies as existing litigation under section 54956.9, I believe subdivision C, which defines litigation for purposes of that section as not only court litigation in which the county is a party, but also regulatory proceedings in which the county is a party. Here there is an open regulatory proceeding. It is FERC project number 77. The county is a party to that proceeding, and therefore it is our opinion that existing litigation exemption would be viable here.
Okay, and you mentioned subpart C, but subpart D1 is listed. Is it also applicable? Subpart D1.
Subdivision C is the actual definition of litigation.
I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for asking for clarification and for giving it. Appreciate that. So we are in recess. Thank you. Back to our November 7th meeting, and we are actually still in the middle of closed session and have not made a number of decisions, and we will be reporting out on that later today. I don't know exactly when that's going to be, and I know there are those in the audience here who would like to know, but what I can say is we have 2 items left on the agenda, and we're going to go ahead and do those, and that may take an hour or more, and then we're going to go back into closed session and see if we can get a bunch of items wrapped up. One of them is a really important, very big item, and then we will come back and report out on all of our closed session at the same time. We actually only made it through 1 of 5 of our closed session items. So just to let the public know, that's where we're at this time. And CIO Hayes, do you want to take us through our next item, which was set for 2 o'clock? It's now 3, and that is the public opinion research related to future ballot measures.
Yes, thank you,
Take
Chair
it away.
Madrone. We have Deputy County Administrative Officer Sean Quincy here, and he will introduce the item and kick it off to our consultants to present some information to your board.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, CIO Hayes. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer. On December 2nd, 2022, the board unanimously directed staff to conduct research related to a measure creating or posing to voters the option whether to create a Director of Finance position, and in May, your board created an ad hoc comprised of Supervisors Madrone and Supervisors Bushnell with a directive to conduct similar research related to a revenue measure for roads repairs. As the county has done for many other issues in the past, we contracted with the firms FM3 and Lou Edwards Group for public opinion research and consultative services, and they're both here today to help present results of the polling that we've done and help answer any questions that you may have. I know that Kurt Balo at FM3 has a hard stop at 3:30, so I am going to finish my presentation so that he can go through the polling results. With that, I'll hand it over to you, Kurt.
All right, Kirk, it's all yours.
All right, thanks. 1 second. I'm going to share my screen. And looks like that is all good. All right, thank you, Sean. I'll make it through this. And then I think my colleague here at the Lou Edwards Group, Jennifer Rindall, is going to be part of this presentation as well. And I think she also has a similar hard stop. All right, so a quick note about the methodology of the survey. We conducted it at the end of September. A very similar approach that we've used in the past in the county, which is a dual mode survey of voters. Voters pulled from the voter file who are likely to vote next November's election, not would have been today, but a year from now. Phone and online interviews and invitations were sent via email and text to take the online survey, and phone calls were placed to take the telephone survey. I'll just say the key number here is about a 4% margin of sampling error for items asked of the full sample and 6% for items asked of half the sample. How we set it up is that the first, 2/3 of the survey was focused on a revenue measure, and half the respondents were asked about a general purpose measure and half were asked about a special purpose measure dedicated to roads. But that's where that 6% margin of sampling error comes in. The lion's share of the questions were very similar, but some were a little more appropriate to each of those different mechanisms. The key things to keep in mind here are the vote threshold for the general purpose measure is 50% plus 1, and the special purpose measure is a 2/3 vote. We went through a variety of different ways that money could be invested from either of those measures, pro and con statements, and testing. And then towards the end of the survey, we went into the fiscal management type ballot measure and some of those components that Sean referenced at the beginning of his presentation. First section here is views of life in Humboldt County. We've been asking for a number of years now a right direction, wrong track question amongst voters in the county of Humboldt. The blue bars is right direction, red is wrong track. You will see that these numbers are very similar to where they were in 2021, which is a plurality. 43% of voters feel like the county is off on the wrong track compared to about a third in the right direction. Looks kind of similar to where it was in 2018, but things were a little more positive, 5, 6, 7 years ago. We also asked it, broke this out by supervisorial district, and you'll see that by and large, districts 1, 2, 4, and 5, when you account for the margins of sampling error, not hugely different. District 3 was the one outlier where there was a pretty strong plurality who felt like the county was headed in the right direction. We also have some tracks, and Jennifer and I can speak to this later on if it comes up, but it's interesting that in all 3 of these cases, approval ratings have been decreasing some over time. So Humboldt County government overall, the bottom row, has been going down kind of steadily since 2014. Also views of the different elected officials here. And I think this is the kind of thing that we take into consideration more strategically when looking at revenue measures for 2024 and the thoughts about putting something on a primary ballot versus a ballot later on in the year. I'll let Jennifer speak to that a little later on. Another thing that we often ask in these surveys is like, what problems are facing your community and how serious of a problem do you think they are? It helps us see if a measure on the ballot would help address some of these problems, but also lets us know, like, are there other things in the electoral environment that may impact how they would vote for a measure? And in this case, the scale we use is extremely, very, somewhat, or not too serious of a problem. We focus on the more intense reactions, extremely, very serious problem. I apologize, I'm talking a little bit quickly here. Extremely, very serious problem is summarized on the right-hand side. And you'll see that there were a kind of a top tier of items where 7 out of 10 or more said something was either an extremely, very serious problem. And roughly half of voters felt like it was an extremely serious problem, as shown by those really dark red bars. Homelessness, drug use, cost of housing, and not enough affordable housing. So both the costs and the availability of housing at the top of the list. Those housing issues and homelessness, that is not unique to Humboldt. We see this virtually every place in California these days. But those are some of the top tier issues that your voters are particularly concerned about. Below that, we have climate change, general economy, crime, and of particular interest to us is we looked at two different ways of framing the roads, deteriorating streets and roads versus potholes, a little more narrow. Sometimes in some communities, it's really all about the potholes. In this case, they were very, very similar, where majorities thought they were extremely very serious problems, but only not 2/3 felt intensely about that. A strong majority did, but not all the way at that 2/3 level, which is tipping my hand a little bit here as to looking at some of the results later on. This second slide of this 2-slide series, all the numbers around extremely very serious problems, they start to get pretty small. Those dark red bars get much more small. Not enough public transit options, traffic safety, drought, pretty low. And what's interesting for a potential revenue measure is that second to last item there, the amount you pay in local taxes. Only 37% of voters felt particularly strongly that that was a big problem. So there are a bunch of things that are seen as problematic issues that voters would like to see addressed in the county. The amount they pay in taxes is not seem to be creating a headwind. Because we did have some questions in here about public transit, particularly around buses, we did ask, well, how often do people use public transportation in your community? And this is of voters likely to vote next November. This is not a broad general population study, but of those who might vote on a measure here, only 16% said that they frequently or at least occasionally use public transportation. These next 2 slides are good proxies for support for a revenue measure. It is essentially, in the italicized language, is the language either the voters read when they took the survey or was read to them on the phone, is this one we've asked a bunch in the past. Just provide essential services that the county need more money. Doesn't say anything about how the money's generated, doesn't say anything about specifically how the money would be spent. It says for general services. And that number has been hovering in the 70s for a long time now. So voters, broadly speaking, have a pretty strong sense that the county needs additional funding. This is helpful to know because it kind of sets relative, sort of helps look at where a ceiling and floor might be for a revenue measure, independent of the mechanism itself and other factors. But you don't have to convince voters the county needs more funding. A really strong majority of them already believe that to be the case. In this survey, we also asked a more narrow variant of it about repairing and maintaining local streets and roads. We're going to ask about a road-specific measure. Let's see if there's a distinction there. Again, a strong majority said that there's great or some need for additional funding to maintain streets and roads. It's a tick lower than those who thought, broadly speaking, for services in the same range, but just a little bit lower. Let's get to the revenue measures themselves. This slide has a lot of text. It's the 75-word run-on sentence with all the various legal things we're required to include in here. On the left-hand side, you'll see the general purpose language that we were looked at here. Again, with the vote thresholds as reminders there, and it goes through, it's a lot of roads still, because that would be the county's, from what we understand. We worked on this with staff and legal counsel, both of these. We understand that that would be where a lot of funds would go, something around roads and transportation. But we talked about, funding other general county services. On the right-hand side, it's a little more specific about roads, and then it gives us the ability to talk about being eligible for additional state and federal roads funding. So half the respondents got general purpose, half got the special purpose, and then for each of them, we asked them to indicate whether they would vote yes or no on a measure. If they said yes or no, we pushed them a little bit. Is that definitely yes or no, or definitely or probably yes, definitely probably no? Anyone who was initially on the fence, we asked if they were leaning one way or another, and that lets us get 3 flavors of yes and 3 flavors of no. Sales tax measures are pretty straightforward. You don't really see a lot of undecided voters. You can only see very low single digits here. General purpose measure started off at 62% yes, which is 12 points above the majority vote threshold. So even if you took out those who are only leaning yes, it would be around 60%. Special purpose measure, and this is where the nuances here are important. at a higher level of support, 68%, taking into consideration this roughly 6% margin of sampling error between the two sides. A few more of those to get to that 68 come in the leaning category, and there's a little less intensity around that at 33% definitely as compared to 37. So these are kind of in the same ballpark, maybe a little more aggregate support for the special purpose measure, but it's less intense. Big difference is that this is right at the vote threshold essentially, versus the general purpose measure, which is double-digit points above its vote threshold. We then went through, here's some reasons why, supportive statements, rationales for supporting a measure, and then here are some reasons why you would want to vote no, and looked at the collective impact of those. We'll go 2 slides here. The first one here is the general purpose measure. Started off at 62%. What happens after an exchange of pro and con statements here? Support did drop to 56%, but still above the general purpose measure threshold, but right at that 6% margin of sampling error. So it is sort of hovering just above the vote threshold. The special purpose measure ends at a very similar number in aggregate, 57 versus 56. But now we're talking about something that, rather than being 6-7 points above vote threshold, is close to 10 points below the vote threshold for a special purpose measure. Now, because they ended at kind of a similar state at the end of the survey, we thought we would kind of combine some of these numbers here. So this is combining the special purpose and general purpose, just to let us take advantage of the full sample for looking at the support levels in the different districts. And you'll see support was majority support across all 5 supervisorial districts. It's lower in districts 1 and 3 and higher in districts 3, 4, and 5. The next section here is we presented respondents with a variety of ways that money from a measure could be invested in the county and spent. The scale we used was either extremely or very or somewhat or not at all important. We summarized the extremely very important, more intense reactions on the right-hand side, and we have a number of slides here. Some of these items were split sampled, where respondents got one or the version or the other, and then others were a little more tailored to a general purpose measure or the special purpose measure. Obviously, everything that's applicable to a special purpose measure could be spent on a general purpose measure, but we dug a little deeper into some of the road issues and transit issues for the half the sample that got the roads measured. Obviously, other things you'll see here related to homelessness and other services in the general purpose one. You'll see right at the top here, it's not a big concern for folks, but there was a lot of interest in maintaining emergency response times. A majority thought that was an extremely important way to spend funds. Looking further down the list here, you'll see a number of items kind of along those lines around some public safety items, whether emergency response, earthquakes and tsunami response, sheriff's patrols, things of that nature. But we did see a couple items. The 4th and 5th item here, providing services to homelessness, helping get people off the street into permanent housing. We saw homelessness was a really top concern, so that's not surprising. And then a few other items, maybe road repairs related, right? The repairing county roads, fixing roads to reduce repair needs in the future, as well as becoming eligible for matching funds. Second slide, sorry, there's a bunch of them here. We start to see more of the fixing the roads and potholes, bridges, storm drains, a lot of those infrastructure items related to roads. In the plus or minus around 3 out of 5 felt like they're extremely very important. So not quite as intense as some of the items on the first slide. Here we see the first item related to transit, which was bus services for seniors, low-income residents, and those with physical disabilities. Sorry, I'm going to go through these kind of quickly given our time constraints. Slides, the dark blue bars are getting smaller now, and we're starting to see stuff about repaving local streets and roads everywhere. A lot smaller than lower than some of the other ways that we framed it elsewhere. Park maintenance, trail maintenance, building out bike lanes, lower down the list in terms of priorities. Now we're getting into less than half of voters who feel like they're extremely or very important priorities. And the final slide in this particular series here, you see the red bars are starting to get bigger, and those dark blue bars are all essentially in the teens. This is matching funds specifically for bus services, extending bus service hours, improving rural roads, multi-purpose and trail networks connecting those, and guardrails are much further down the list. That's a lot of stuff to get through, so we kind of had a couple different groupings here. On this slide, it's the same items that we took the items that were just presented to the general purpose split, the highest ranking ones, and just the special purpose split. And some of them were in both, so you'll see them in both categories here. But what you'll see that's interesting is they're not dissimilar thematically, but some of the items that we included in the general purpose measure, like response times and things related to homelessness, tested a little bit higher than some of the items. We're close, but a little smidge higher than some of the items on the special purpose side. And then in terms of we also thought it'd be helpful to look at road-related investment areas and transit trails, bike lanes, sort of stuff, to compare them side by side. And you'll see that there are higher level support, particularly for the matching funds. There's a lot of interest in trying to get a hold of additional the matching funds here, but a lot of these road repairs, fixing deteriorating roads, tested a little bit higher than some of the items on the right-hand side. Everything on the left-hand side, at least, was supported by a majority. You start to see stuff on the right-hand side dip below 50% when you got into some of the trails. And bus services sort of were, some were above 50 and some were below 50%. Okay, sorry, I'm looking at my watch. Last section here is the government reform measure. There are a lot of moving parts here, and we very much took the lead of everyone who was working on this to how this should be framed. This is not, while we've worked on measures along these lines, obviously had a few more maybe moving parts than others. Here's the hypothetical 75 words that we tested along the lines of what Sean said the direction was from the board. I'm going to skip to how do people react to that. It's just a majority vote measure. There's no revenue, there's no taxes here or anything like that. And support was pretty high at 59%. I will give a caveat, though, is that this is pretty soft support. If you look at that, to get to 59%, you're relying upon that 8% leaning yes, and that definitely yes doesn't even get to 30%. And you saw for some of the sales tax measures we looked at, we're in the mid upper 30s. And the bottom gray bar, 1 in 5 were like, I don't know what to make of this thing, which is not surprising. It's just not, people don't spend a lot of time contemplating this level of detail in how county government functions. So this is something that is, yeah, sounds kind of good, but not a lot of people are particularly committed to the way we formulated it. We have some items, we tested some different elements and potential elements that resonated much more strongly. Looking at this by supervisorial district, I would say without splitting hairs, not a lot of difference. Maybe, just a lot of indecision in the middle. Those definitely yeses and definitely nos are all kind of similar. Majority support, but somewhat more tentative across the board geographically. So these two slides look at different elements that could be included in a measure, and some of them are very distinct elements, and some of them are slightly different ways of describing something that is a somewhat similar type of change. And the scale we use is, well, would you support this being part of this measure or oppose it? I'll say that basically everything we looked at here had high levels of support, so I recommend looking at the darkest blue bars, those that express the strongest support for something. And making sure that the treasurer, county auditor had a professional financial background, making sure that only authorized and legal payments were being made with county funds, prohibiting election officials from accepting gifts from lobbyists, and one more got to 70%. Yeah, the second from the bottom there, which is somewhat similar to the first item here, which is that the treasurer, county auditor has experience in government finance. Those items all got into the 70% of voters would strongly support that being an element of a government reform measure, but everything here was still up in the 80% support. Second slide here, again, on a number of items, still 80+% of voters would support. It wasn't until the last couple items, last three, where the strong support dipped below 50%, not by a lot for some of them. 4/5 vote for removing Director of Finance, establishing a Finance Oversight Committee, supported, but didn't have quite the same punch as some of the other items. All right, so I have one last slide, and mercifully, you don't have to listen to me talk. My colleague Jennifer is going to talk about this.
Yes, and so based on the previous slide that Kurt just showcased, this was working with county council. This was the recommended revised ballot question, because we are recommending the moving forward in March to place this measure on the ballot. So we worked with county council to draft a measure that was much more in alignment with what your voters said they wanted it to do. And obviously everything we tested, except for one item that did poll well, but that's something that doesn't quite fit in terms of the goals that are in place in terms of what this needs to accomplish. And county council didn't feel like they were concerned that it would create two different functions for the measure, and we only could do one function to make it legally permissible. So this was the question that we came up with in terms of incorporating the you say the stringent fiscal accountability standards. The auditor, treasurer, county auditor is professionally trained, qualified, which was the very first most important item for your voters. And then the three bullet points: making only authorized legal payments, ensuring timely and accurate property tax billing and payments, and requiring posting of monthly financial reports for public review. Those are the items that we saw were in that 70 plus, 80, 90 plus, extremely very important to your voters. And so this is the question that we are recommending that we move forward with to place on the ballot for the March primary. And then moving forward, based on the results of this survey and working with your team and your staff, one of the things that we are noticing across the board throughout the throughout the state is that the voters are pessimistic right now. We're seeing that, that kind of, as you saw in the beginning, a little bit more negativity overall, a little bit more concern. That's just not unusual. We're seeing that over and over again right now. I think that that's, a little bit more of that, the partisan strife is impacting how voters are looking at things, as we're seeing some national stuff impact how folks are perceiving even at the local level. But, the great thing in Humboldt County is that they do recognize that you guys need more money, that you don't have quite enough funds, particularly I think those state takeaways and the fact that that you're kind of having your pocket picked, or you're getting the unfunded mandates, and you're Humboldt County, you're not San Francisco, you're not LA, and so the resources are a little bit more limited. So, so they prioritize, the additional funding to repair and maintain your local streets and roads a lot more than they do some of the transit items. But those items are not really at that 2/3 threshold to do a special purpose measure at this point in time. Now, one of the things that we have, discussed is that there is a measure currently on the November ballot placed there by the state that would lower the threshold for items such as for these types of ballot measures from the 2/3 to the 55% threshold. And anything currently the legal is advising us that anything on that November ballot that would pass above 55% would theoretically qualify at this moment in time, at least, for that to be considered, that would be considered passing if the two pass at the same time. Little just nuance there in terms of the November ballot. What we are recommending based on the survey results, based on the kind of soft support, based on some of the negativity you're seeing, particularly around fiscal accountability, is that we move forward in March with the good government measure, as we're referring to it as the fiscal accountability measure, fiscal management measure, and that will then help and then give us time to talk to your community about the streets and roads, and giving them the chance to weigh in, to have a conversation, to kind of talk to your community about what that might look like, and then move forward with the planning, at least on the possibility of coming back in June with another survey, and then making the decision to move forward on on whether to place that on the ballot. And in the next survey that the FM3 would conduct, what that would allow for would obviously be to retest on the special purpose measure, just in case maybe support has changed, we'll have a better sense of what the polling is like for the, I think it's called ACA 1 that's currently on the ballot, although there's talks that it could get removed. So, all of that is very much in flux. But we would be able to do another poll. We could, over the course of the next 6 months, come up with something that work on that funding plan, how you'd want to spend money on streets and roads, and coming up with something that you could be presenting to the community. And that, so those are some of the items and how we're recommending the 1-2, using the fiscal accountability measure to kind of reinforce, to showcase the work that you guys are doing to make sure that your house is in order, that you're doing the best you can to have the right people in place to oversee the finances of the county. And doing that first, and then coming back and talking more about the possible sales tax measure for streets and roads. So that is where we're at, and we have all of a few more minutes, but we do have time for questions.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. One quick question. The poll included 661 likely voters. Do you know how many of them were in unincorporated areas versus those that were in incorporated areas?
I can look that up.
I ask that because I think that affects the results on roads in particular.
Yep.
And while he's looking that up, any other questions from board members?
And I had the answer on that question.
Go ahead.
It's 54% were in unincorporated part of the county.
Just a little over half. Yeah, okay. Our pavement condition index says that the county roads are in far worse shape than the city roads, for instance, and so polling results will reflect that based on where they live, I think. But that's just one point. There's so many pieces to this. Supervisor Wilson.
A couple of things. I mean, it's interesting the questions you ask, and one I thought was interesting with relationship to pedestrian and driver safety. I just think if the question was asked, do people drive in your neighborhood too fast? And I will tell you that the response might be very, very different. And certainly I get a lot of calls. They aren't telling me, I mean, they're relating that maybe they feel unsafe, but mostly what they tell me is that the people drive too fast. And the solution to that, well, not obviously, but for the most part, is how we design our roads. But I just want to, I just thought that was interesting. The other question I have is around, what was when you said only 16%, which one was that? Can you remind me when you was, only 16%, only 16% ride public transit? Yeah, that's actually not low. I mean, in a rural community, and I would say that it's again from I don't poll necessarily in the same way that you do, in the same way this does, but I can tell you constituents ask about transit a lot, and oftentimes they just say, if I had better transit, I would ride transit. And then they say, you should fund transit more, then I would ride it more. So I think it's hard for, it's like chicken and egg sort of situation with relationship to that, and it is definitely something we hear a lot, I hear a lot about anyway, is the lack of transit. So I just putting it out there that it's hard to ask those questions in the way that people talk about them, I think. And these polls can get a bit wonky in that regard. So from my perspective, I feel like it's not as well. It doesn't reflect what I hear in that specific arena. But I'll let other people ask questions.
Yeah, and this is our chance to ask clarifying questions before these two leave in 2 minutes, and then we're going to have more discussion. Supervisor Arroyo.
Can you remind me of? There were so many different questions asked, but it seemed like the topic of pedestrian and bicycle safety was above that, like in that kind of 50% or above threshold for some of the questions, or quite a few of the questions. Can you confirm that, or let me know which questions that did pull highly on?
Yeah, let me go back to that series here. Okay, so that's what the series I think you were talking about. Improving driver, pedestrian, and bicycle safety. Yeah, that 58%. Good memory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Down there, which is, it's, you include the somewhats, it is a large majority. There's not as much intensity around some of these items on this slide, but more so than items further back here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seemed to be the number of people who felt that was, or the percentage of people who felt that was extremely important was just a tick higher than those who felt that repairing local streets and roads was important. So it's interesting to consider road integrity and road safety together, and then that reduced response times as well. It's an interesting topic when considered all together about our transportation network. And I also saw that expanding bus service for seniors and people with disabilities was something that folks were considering more highly than transit when framed in a different way. So I also thought that was interesting. So, okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
I think this shows what you were just noting.
In your experience, when you're dealing with an issue like roads and transit and trails, have you seen communities separate those into two ballot measures, one for roads, one for transit and trails? So to see how they both, how do they fare?
I will let Jennifer speak for her own experience. I have not seen those separated. At least nothing comes to mind right now.
I would say typically, I would agree that they are not, it's not oftentimes that you would see in a, sometimes, for a special purpose measure there, you have your expenditure plan. So it kind of highlights how the funds would be spent very specifically. If you're doing a special purpose measure for a general one, obviously we tend to look at what your voter priorities are at those, the top threshold items. And so that's where we're looking at from our perspective, like the items on the left, everything's like, 58% or above. And the items on the right are, much more other than the top three. So there's a couple of items on the transit side that we might, consider having, talking about or discussing, but the items, that are under 50% are typically things that we don't always, wouldn't include for that purpose because it's not as much of a priority from your voters. And we try to make sure that we're aligning what your voters want with what you're trying to offer to them.
Great,
I would just add two quick points. One, this research is not meant to tell you how to govern, make all your policy decisions and investments. This is just us telling you how voters prioritize them. You have to factor in, obviously, a wide variety of other policy considerations. I've more likely seen road improvements, particularly in places where they're in poor quality, sort of whole trail improvements along for the ride in measures is probably more common. There's usually more intensity around fixing deteriorating roads and things of that nature than trail connections, broadly speaking. And that doesn't mean that's not a value judgment onto the importance of those two things, but that's just what we see in research.
Definitely, yeah. And as someone who represents one of the more densely populated areas, I think it's fairly understandable that there's an interest in those communities in holistic transportation alternatives, where it is more feasible for people to use those transportation modes. So this may vary by district as well, but I appreciate the data overall. Thank you very much.
And I have to apologize if there's any questions you have about it. And I'm sure Sean could not to volunteer yourself.
Thanks, Kirk.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll try to stay for a couple more minutes.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions from the board? No? Okay, well, I'd actually like to ask if Amy Christensen would like to make any comments, and I don't know if Cheryl's here. I don't see her. I'm going to switch gears to asking, well, we got both these things in front of us, both the finance department and the roads part. The suggestion from our consultants is to put the road stuff off till November, but to move forward on the finance thing in March, so that's a higher pressing thing. So I would suggest that we go to getting our department head input on that, and then take public comment, and then bring it back to the board for discussion? Is that seem?
Sure. I mean, Director Matson's here too.
Yes.
We're talking to, so are we switching to the one you're talking about now? Because we're just talking about roads.
Let's go ahead and finish up with the roads thing. Thank you, Amy, for being here. Tom, you want to make any comments, please?
Yeah, if I may, I just have a slide that has some decision points for us that will lay out some decisions that your board could consider related to this agenda item.
Okay, I think I'll take Tom and then Amy and then come back to you, Sean, if that works for everybody. Yes?
Could we, so also, Steve and I were part of the ad hoc, so if you guys have questions, so I didn't have a lot of questions because we had previously seen this, and to kind of inform the community, we previously had seen this and went over this stuff with them, and so, so if, also, that's kind of our job
Thank you
as
for
the ad
that.
hoc, so.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Director Mattson.
Thank you, and thank you to our consultants for their polling and for the public for showing their initial support. This is going to be a long haul. Our roads are in bad shape and getting in worse shape. Based on our last pavement condition index study and the prior one, they told us in the prior one if we didn't increase funding, our pavement condition index would go from 55 to 49. Guess what happened? We didn't increase funding. Pavement condition index dropped from 55 to 49, so they knew what they were doing. It will continue to drop without additional revenue sources to help our roads. I would caution you on developing a package to stay focused on what the voters want. We did this once before in 2016, and we put something in front of the voters that they rejected. They didn't even meet 50%. And so I'm committed in the long term to working with the county and to going around and educating the public, and would appreciate your support for moving a roads fund, a road type measure forward in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then, yes, please.
Sean had a
back?
slide, no, Sean had a slide, I think, for the roads, right? If we could see that.
All right, let's see the slide for the roads. Thank you for your patience, Amy. Somebody already changed the clock, didn't they? Imagine that.
County efficiency.
Thanks, Holly. Of course it was. She's up there with her cane. Well, as predicted, this is a long day, and we are nowhere near getting done yet. So appreciated everybody's brief comments today, trying to keep us moving along. There it comes. There we go. Great. Good job.
Okay, so just really quickly, these are the ballot timeframes. For the March primary, we have to have all of our paperwork into elections by December 8th. Working back from that date, that means that December 5th, if we were to take a revenue measure, we would need to adopt that revenue measure by the 5th, introduce it on the 28th. Either way, the December 5th is the last date for your board to pass any resolutions that would place a measure on the March ballot. Looking out to the November presidential election, August 11th is the deadline date related to the election there. August 6th tentatively would be the last Board of Supervisors date where we could get any ordinances adopted or resolutions adopted. And then we would need to introduce no later than July 30th if we had the July 30 and August 6 dates. And these are the decision points that I think your board should consider related to the measures that we just talked about. For the revenue measure, I believe your board needs to consider whether your board wants to put the measure on the March or November ballot. And if you want to look at doing a special or general or special purpose measure, I will caveat that by saying, as Jennifer mentioned, we are going to do another poll in June. So we'll come back to the board with those, with the updated polling results, and your board could decide in next summer whether to put a special or general purpose measure on the November ballot. In that case, the decision would just be to look at March or November. And then related to the Director of Finance, those are some decision points that your board could consider, and we can go over those when we get to that.
Can you go back one slide, please? So is that July 30th supposed to be August 30th, or is it really July 30th?
July 30th, 2024.
So introduce the revenue measure ordinance, and then August dates to finalize the process?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, great. We've got that. Thank you for that, Sean. And Director Christensen, would you like to give us your thoughts, please?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Amy Christensen, and I am the current treasurer tax collector for Humboldt County. I felt it was important for me to make a brief statement today to your board and to the public. I firmly believe that the treasurer tax collector's office needs to remain independent, and that the treasurer tax collector should be elected by the people of Humboldt County. Thank you.
That is very brief. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Sean, that finished your part of your presentation?
Yeah, I would just say any action that your board takes today is not an action indicating support or opposition for any measure. This is just making the decision whether or not to place the measure before voters, to have the voters ultimately decide. The surveys related to the Director of Finance was created based on direction from your board and with input from the Auditor, Controller, and Treasurer Tax Collector. The road survey was developed with input from the Ad Hoc, Public Works, as well as the Coalition for Transportation, Responsible Transportation Priorities. And all these questions and potential ballot statements were also reviewed by County Council for their legal permissibility.
Great. I'm thinking maybe if you put that last slide back up, because it kind of lays out some of the thinking steps for the board. And so at that point, I think we ought to go to public comment. And unless there's any other questions from the board, and seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to Zoom as usual. We'll start with 7718. You've got 2 minutes. And welcome.
Thanks, Bobsky. Thank you for my 2 minutes. Apparently, the tax collector's opinions were not reflected in what's being brought forward. This was tried once before, and the polls, I'll go back to 2016. I can tell you exactly why that one failed totally, even though the polls showed it was going to succeed quite easily. It was because greed happened. They went after a half-cent sales tax rather than 1/4. It was also placed on the ballot in a terrible time, which, of course, November is going to be a terrible time. You're going to have all these tax measures. Everybody's just going to go no. So, in my opinion, if you wish to pass a tax for your roads, strictly for roads, that time to do that would be in March. You don't have competing tax measures, or everybody's going to vote no. Your best chances then. I strongly support not being greedy and doing a 1/4-cent sales tax on that strictly for road purposes. And that qualifies you as being, the self-help entity, which none of the people in the county do. Now, if you want to do a big favor, you go ahead and bring the rest of them in, same as they were last time, and this will pass with 70 to 80%. If you don't do this, your chances of passing are very nil. Now, I feel that the initiative to replace the elected auditor and controller And the tax collector is basically stated as praised in the ballot measure. In my opinion, it's a lie.
30 seconds.
A few things people agreed on, but that's not what's happened. The opposite is happening. The voters no longer have say. The question should have been, do you trust the supervisors to control both the auditor controller and the tax collector? The only checks and balances we have. This will be very easy to defeat if it's brought forward. Strongly suggest you don't even bother with that one. Concentrate on the thing at hand, which is to get the road tax, which I support with some form, somehow, and engage it with the whole community. Right now, I think you've gone down in approval rating.
Thank you, commenter. Appreciate your comment. And next we have 5603, *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Colin Fisk, Executive Director of CRTP, the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. We sent you all a message yesterday afternoon on behalf of a coalition of organizations. I'm not sure if you all had a chance to read it, so I'm just going to read it briefly right now. As you consider your options for a transportation revenue ballot measure for 2024, we are writing to remind you that the environmental community strongly supports including funding for public transit in any such ballot measure, and will oppose any road tax measure that fails to include public transit and other work to decarbonize transportation. Improving public transit is not just a fundamental requirement for social and economic justice in our region. Public transit is also perhaps the most important step we can take to combat the climate crisis. Transportation accounts for more than half of local climate pollution, and diverting vehicle trips to public transit has significant potential for climate mitigation. We also remind you that public support for ballot measures is strongly dependent on framing. In the polling results you reviewed, support for road improvements ranged from 30% to 72%, depending on framing. Respondents weren't offered the same variety of transit-related options to consider, particularly options with positive framing, but support nevertheless varied from 42 to 61%, depending on framing. The polling results also show that climate change is a top issue of concern for Humboldt County voters, ranking higher than road conditions. But follow-up questions from the pollsters neither
30
gauge
seconds.
support for funding climate action nor tied public transit to the climate issue, nor did the polling assess support for a hypothetical ballot measure that included transit funding. So again, we urge you to include public transit funding in your revenue measure, and this was from CRTP, EPIC, North Coast Environmental Center, Rocker, and 350 Humboldt.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 4756, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Caroline Griffith, the Director of the North Coast Environmental Center. And we are advocating that if you move forward with any road tax, that it needs to include transit investments. It's really interesting to read the survey results and note that 41% of respondents think that climate change is a very serious problem, which is more than the 25% of the 26% who are concerned about road maintenance. Investing in public transit is one of the best investments that you can make in reducing climate change causing emissions, as mentioned by Colin before me and in a comment submitted on behalf of local environmental groups by CRTP. The support for transit might be an issue of how the question was framed. The conversation amongst your board also reflected this idea that people respond to questions based on the way that they are asked. So with the right framing and messaging, transit funding could be just as popular as road repairs. And when respondents were specifically asked about transit, they ranked it to be more important than just road maintenance. But they weren't asked why they didn't ride transit, which may be because the services are underfunded and therefore don't meet their needs. Also, the polling did not include public transit in either of the hypothetical ballot measures presented to voters, so we don't actually know how people would respond to a measure that included both road and transit investment. Transportation, particularly access to transit, is an issue of equity and therefore an economic issue, just like access to housing, which people rank really high. In Humboldt County, people typically pay about 30% of their income on transportation,
30 seconds.
which is just shy of what they pay on housing. And when people have to pay less to get where they need to go, it helps them to get ahead financially. Economic inequality can be eased with improvements to public transit and can be part of that whole ecosystem of solutions to keep people housed. So if you do move forward with the road tax, we urge you to include transit funding. Like Colin said, the environmental community will oppose another road tax with no transit investment. Thanks.
Thank you. And we've got two more hands up. The next one is call-in user 1. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm a county resident, and my question is, if this tax is going to be collected throughout the county, will cities have access to these funds as well? Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, and we'll get you an answer here at the end of the public comment. And next we have 0116.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, Ash Teeter again, lostcoastpopulist.com. I want to comment on the merging of the auditor controller and the tax collector. I think that's a bad idea. Like Kent was saying before, good to have oversight. Also, some of the previous callers were talking about climate change being an issue to put public transit and any tax measures above roads or equally to roads. And I just have to say that recently there's been I think it was like 1,000 scientists came out together saying they dispute the current climate emergency propaganda as it's being put. And you look at it and, it's argued that CO2 is like this one factor that's controlling everything. And can't even, argue how much solar cycles, for one, have to do with it. So if you don't know all of the parts to an equation, you can't just say it's this one thing and we've got to stop using fossil fuels to get there. And we're seeing this a lot with auto manufacturers. They're coming out and just seeing through the sales that people are ultimately rejecting the whole shift to electric cars because the science
30
is
seconds.
not really there yet with their production and with the backbone and the infrastructure to support them. And people see this. That's why they're hesitant to adopt this, especially in rural, situations like ours, where public transit isn't going to be a thing for like was said earlier, 54% of the people who weighed in on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's all the hands in Zoom, so we'll go to those in the audience here today that might like to comment on these two items, and please come forward. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, Vivian Hellowell. I live in District 3, and landowners in Humboldt Bay Fire District received a ballot in the mail asking them if they wanted to put a $12 a year raise on the ballot for fire response and 911 response. And it was written in such a way that it was not clear. They kept switching back from fire response to 911 response and said that it would be a maximum of $12 a year per unit. But then properties with no house on it was 1 unit, and properties with a house was 6 units, or $72 a year raise in property taxes. I just wanted to share that with you. That's like another tax raise attempt for the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. And next. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Evenson. I'm a resident of the Eureka area. Just want to preface, I'm speaking as my personal opinion here, not as the opinion of my department or the station I hold. On the finance director item, I think it's an attempt to solve a reasonable problem, but I don't think it will solve it. When we do things like nationwide recruitments here in Humboldt County, we often find it very, very difficult to attract talent. We're rural, a long distance away from anything, and when we get talent, and this is cross-industrial in Humboldt County, the talent doesn't come here or the talent doesn't stay. So we end up recruiting from the same talent pool we're already recruiting from. I also think this item is going to end up costing more money. When you bring in a department head who's overseeing 2 departments, you pay them commensurate to it. It's going to result in additional costs, at least in my opinion. I think there's also very limited opportunities for cross-departmental training. There's important internal control differences between the treasurer tax collector and the auditor controller. They need to stay apart. If they get combined, it gives it opens up opportunities for fraud. Not saying there is fraud, it just opens up those opportunities. So therefore, I really don't think it's going to change operations all
30
that
seconds.
much. Thank you. And there's not really a net change in qualifications. So again, we're stuck with the same recruiting and talent pool. And finally, AB 910 increased the requirements for applying to the office. You have to provide documentary evidence. So that there's increased oversight already happening and opportunities for the citizens to apply for, to review the qualifications of people. Thank you for my time.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on this agenda item? Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm Kate Shea Ennis, and I live in Arcata. And I want to give comment on the second piece about whether the Office of Director of Finance will appear on the March ballot. And I just wanted to say that we've experienced recently what can happen when we have someone who's less than qualified in a position of power. And the absence of necessary required documents really jeopardize funding for the most vulnerable in our communities. And so it really is a very important issue to all of us and one that should appear on the ballot. So I just like to leave it at that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anybody else here today who would like to make comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I guess I would ask my board, do you want to tackle which one first before I ask my questions? I think it's hard to go back and forth between the two.
What's the preference of the board?
I think the road one is one that's a little further out, is my understanding. Oh, potentially. I don't have a preference, but that one's kind of top of mind for me.
The road is on top of?
Yeah, I would say the roads item and making some recommendations or decisions around that would be my preference to tackle first.
Okay, that's fine.
Mike, you have a preference? Okay. So, go for it.
Well, my question was on the other one, so I'll let you all start. And that's okay, because I do have questions around no, it's fine. No, I do have questions around the road and the transportation and how that looks, but I want to hear my board's comments first, and then I'm going to chime in.
Okay, great. Well, I'll give my thoughts. I don't support a ballot measure for the finance department being combined with auditor controller and the tax office. I do trust the voters, and I know that there are improvements being made, as was mentioned in AB 901 or whatever it was, to improve the qualification requirements, et cetera. We did have a really rough spell for a lot of reasons, and I don't think it was qualifications as much as other things, but I won't go into that. I don't support it, no matter whether it's March or November. I do very much want to see a roads measure on the ballot. I would love to see it joined with transit and trails, but I'm concerned that I think the polling results, which can be adjusted based on the way the questions can ask, that's true about all polling, I think in general, but these are professional pollers. I think that in a way what we're hoping is that maybe trails and transit would get pulled up by roads because that's higher support. What I don't want to see is the measure fail because there isn't as strong support. For me, I'd like to see two ballot measures, one for roads, one for trails and transit, and let them stand on their own. I think they're all important, but I do not want to not have funding for roads. I also think the unincorporated areas have a desperate need for funding for roads. Cities also have a need for funding for roads, but the pavement condition index shows that the city roads are in far better condition than the county roads by far. I'd like to ask Tom to come up and answer that one question that we had about a roads measure, would funding go, the tax measure, would funding end up going to cities and counties? Can you just give us a little feedback on that?
That will have to be a decision of the board after we move forward with the discussions. I don't think anybody's ready here today to write ballot language. I'm, of course, focused on the county roads, and it would be a county tax for the county roads, but there are countywide taxes in other jurisdictions that do have carve-outs for cities and carve-outs for transit. I think, you know, right now with the initial polling that it's clearly showing that roads would pass, but there's a lot more interest in the community and other things that, you know, need to be incorporated in what we do before you make that final decision. And I would think we would want to take a little bit of time to refine what we really wanted to do rather than to slam into a ballot that is supported by just this initial poll, but not allowing you to reach out to your constituents to see what they really think. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Couple follow-up questions to that. One, while we may all want to see it on the March ballot because there will be less competition for one thing, which is important, would you agree that it's probably too heavy of a lift to try and pull that off by December the 8th or December 5th? We got 2 more meetings.
I think that would be an awful hard poll unless we were just going to say we're doing roads and we're moving forward. To try to get some kind of balance and commitments, I mean, for us, it's one thing, but if all the cities want to weigh in, that's very little time for them to weigh in as well. I like the idea of going for March because nothing else is competing with us, and I think we could do well with just a road tax. But I'm not a politician. I'm your Director of Public Works who's in charge of roads. And so it's really a political decision to go from March to November. I think going in November, you know, gives us a lot more options for in-depth review and developing a really, really clear ballot measure. But again, I would not be adverse, and I would work my rear off to make sure that if we went with March, I did everything I could to educate the public on why we need that funding. Okay. All I can say is drive one of our rural routes and tell me we don't need funding.
So if it was a roads measure, no matter when it happened, March or November, but it was only to go to county roads, would that just be unincorporated area voters voting on that?
No. This is a countywide vote.
Okay.
But a vote for the unincorporated areas. The cities have all taken, or most of the cities have individual votes that they've already increased their sales tax. And the other thing that this does is it starts to move us away from the gas tax, which is a declining revenue. I don't know if many of you caught the headline the other day that 30% of the vehicles sold last year were electric vehicles in California, which don't pay the gas tax. And our gas tax revenue has been going down year to year as more electric vehicles hit the road. This year, I think we were $1 million less in revenue in the gas tax than we were last year. And one way or another, we're going to have to wean ourselves from the gas tax as the community weans itself from fossil fuels.
Thank you, Director Mattson. Any other questions for Director Mattson? Yes, Supervisor Arroyo.
So this idea of like a self-help measure or being more eligible for state and federal matching funds seem to resonate a lot with folks. Does having a general tax, not a special tax, does that factor in when it comes to eligibility for matching funds?
It factors into one funding program only, the self-help portion of SB1. So if we did a special tax, we would automatically get $300,000 coming to the county and the cities. That is very little money coming to the county and the cities guaranteed. But it does allow us to compete for about a $200 million a year fund of money that can only be competed for with the self-help counties. But again, we're not talking about what we really need, which is money for our basic road maintenance. The grants are great things for ribbon cutting and new facilities, you know, safe streets for all, those kind of things. We need money to maintain our existing baseline road system.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board on, go ahead. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the question is pertinent with relationship to who pays and who gets in terms of the equity issue, which I think is one of the relevant reasons why transit is brought up as part of this, is because when we're talking about folks in town that are already paying probably some extra taxes with relationship to roads, probably have already done that, then this is a sales tax, which is already one of our most, it's kind of a regressive tax in terms of the higher percentage of your income is paid if you're a lower income person in sales tax. And then also with relationship to that, then in places where you have more roads more road with lower populations, then the spending there's more spending in those spaces. And so there is a wealth transfer element of this that is not that we shouldn't, ignore necessarily. We all use both our city roads and we use our county roads. I'm not saying that people don't use them, but for one, if this is about roads, then it's pretty much like you have to own a vehicle and travel those roads for this to have as high a value to yourself. But then I'm just saying this is it's one of those things. This is why transit as a piece of this is something that I think is worthy of consideration. Are we expecting that there's going to be other tax measures on the ballot in November? Do we have an expectation of that? And if so, what might that be?
Yes, there's definitely chances that other municipalities are going to put revenue measures on their ballots, whether it's TOT increases, sales tax increases. I haven't seen anything adopted yet by any jurisdictions, but it's a presidential election, high turnout, a lot of interest, good opportunity to get broad community input on those revenue measures. We tend to see a lot of revenue measures on those ballots. Can I also just say regarding the our revenue measure that we're talking about, again, there's not a decision that needs to be made today on the structure of this revenue measure. Your board could direct staff to continue doing public engagement to gauge public priorities, community priorities on a potential revenue measure. That will continue to go throughout the year, and we would come back to your board likely in the summertime after we do some public education, after we do another round of polling, to update your board on how the community is feeling on the priorities related to a revenue measure.
And I would say, for me, Measure Z is also, like, we went through that process, and it also has that same thing with relationship to, we're finding that in the areas outside of our towns, there's just a structural deficit with relationship to public safety. There's a structural deficit with relationship to roads. It just is. And if we're gonna live in this greater community, then we're just gonna have to understand that money that you pay in taxes doesn't necessarily get spent right in front of your house. And we're just gonna have to, like, accept that. But the thing about Measure Z that I did like, but I feel like is kind of was the transparency with relationship to the language that was created for the fund. The problem is that we've dedicated so much of that to departmental funding streams that it's consumed really the discretionary element of Measure Z, which is actually what made it very transparent and quite popular. And now it's not quite getting there. And so I was just kind of wondering if we move forward with something like this, that we could create a similar construct, but without the problem that we've sort of created around Measure Z, which, by the way, we're trying to correct. I want to really emphasize that we're trying to course adjust that so that we can get back to that place more. But I just kind of wonder, do you feel like there could be language that could be put together that would both give us that transparency and accountability and sort of around Measure Z, so that if we do this type of measure, that people can actually have some value and discussion in that?
Creating this ordinance is going to take some work, and ironing out the details of what this ordinance looks like is going to take a lot of community engagement and work with our staff. You'll notice the polling question that was asked, both polling questions included a citizens advisory committee. over whatever form this revenue measure takes. So that is the transparency piece I think that you're talking about there.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that a measure can, especially a general spending measure, still can denote intent, right? And so I think it's going to be on us to have to really work hard to maintain that intent, and also speak to all of the issues that roads and transportation have in our community. So that's all I got for that one. Thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo and then Bushnell.
Thank you. I just had a couple things. I do think November makes more sense with the community engagement that we'll need to do, and speaking with other jurisdictions within the county just about how we can build support for this. It's going to be important that we have buy-in, I believe, from communities throughout the county. So I do think we need a little bit of time to do that. So as much as I would like to see this done ASAP, I think November will make the most sense. I do want to suggest, and I know we have strategists whose job it is to craft language that pulls effectively with people and really resonates with them. That said, I'd like to suggest something along the lines of transportation safety, potentially as a term to use that could be more comprehensive of all users of our transportation network. I understand the essence of this and the need very, very much. And I think that gives us, the opportunity to address the needs as they evolve, and to continue those conversations and build support again. So we'll need all the support we can get on this. So that's my thought about the road safety one, or the road revenue one for this moment. And I would appreciate us giving it a little bit of time to really meet with folks and sit down and try to hammer out, a broad base of support.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thanks. So I also am in agreement. I think November is a better time. I think that, and I know, Tom, that you want to get it going. I just don't know what the public engagement would look like for March, and whether it would be, I think it would be rushed, and I'm not sure there's enough time to get that work done. I am wondering, Sean, if you could say what that, and it does sound like November's probably where we're leaning, but what that looks like from our board's view. How does that go from here? Like what's the time frame and the engagement? What would that look like?
So engagement it could take a lot of forms. Tom is well versed in this, and I think it would look a lot like what we did with Measure Z back in 2014. Road shows with city councils, rotaries, potentially even getting out to community events, so that just normal members of the public can come and talk to us.
So I guess around that thought, though, would you be coming back, or the CAO's office coming back with an item that then we would have some thought on?
Yes.
That our board could agree on, which would be including transportation or not, or because we would want to know what we're talking about.
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies. Yes. So
okay.
we would conduct that community engagement. We would take our notes and input that we receive, and we would conduct that poll in the summertime and reevaluate what the community's priorities are based on all of that engagement, and come back to your board and say, this is what we found out. Where do you want to go from here?
Okay. All right. So that's it for me on the roads issue. And I'd like to start the other issue, if I could.
Go ahead and finish roads.
I might be in the minority on this, but I would be of the mind to put the roads thing on in March and just take a shot. That's just me. I'm not trying to convince anybody of this idea, but I just I see where Tom is going with this, with relationship to, you have the support. It's on what we've seen in the polling. I feel like we could hammer out a few of these items, in terms of the language is pretty short on there right now. You could add what we thought we could add to it and then just go. That's just me. But I don't mean to sideline this issue or whatever. I just kind of like feel like that what I don't want to have happen is that we go all the way to November and then talk ourselves out of trying to do this, which is what I feel like could occur if we talk too much. And I don't mean that like too much process. Actually too much process can be hard because it's fatiguing to a community to talk about stuff all the time, rather than put it on a ballot and make a decision. So that's just my 2 cents about it. I'm willing to talk about more, but I don't have to. It seems like the majority of this board is to move it to November, and I'm okay with that. I just want to put on the record that I just have a slightly different opinion.
Appreciate that. Supervisor Bushnell?
Maybe the chair could do a straw poll, like if we've got a majority for March, we need to talk about it now.
So I'll give my 2 cents, and then let's see if we want to do a straw poll or a motion. I would put roads on the ballot in March, and I would put trails and transit on the ballot in November. I'd do both. And I would hope that folks would support getting the roads done because the need is so desperate. And it's not that we don't need the other things. I just don't want to see roads fail. I realize it's an incredibly short timeline. Yes.
With all due respect, we have to write a entire ordinance around a ballot measure. This isn't just slap some language on a ballot. It's an incredible amount of work. So first of all, we would have to determine whether or not we could even do a general, because we don't really have our finger on the pulse of what the community priorities around a general tax would look like and what that ballot language would be framed as, such as what would transportation be, what would trails be, what would roads be. If we did a 2/3 tax and it's just strictly roads, then we can frame an ordinance around that. If we do a totally separate ordinance around trails and transportation, then that's 2 whole ordinances that we have to write by November 28th, and we have a holiday weekend in between there.
Right. So I appreciate. Let me just finish I was cut off.
So I'm sorry.
And that's true whether or not we're doing a Department of Finance ordinance or whether we're doing a road ordinance.
We have Department of Finance prepped and ready to go because we've been preparing for a March date, and we've taken Department of Finance to the voters before. We do have a structure of a roads tax, I believe.
I think it's a heavy lift.
But not in the same context of what the conversation we're having right now. It's a little bit more nuanced.
I understand that, but I believe it's a heavy lift no matter what we do. And I will say that if we're not doing a Department of Finance at all, then that clears the scales to be able to work directly on the roads thing entirely. So there's lots of considerations here. And right now there's actually 2 decisions in front of us as far as direction to staff. So at any rate, I've said what my preference would be. I'm very concerned about the failure of any revenue measure in November, given the competition and voter fatigue on taxes. I realize it's a heavy lift to get it done, in the next 2 meetings. But if we keep it simple just to roads, I believe we can do it. And I think the polling shows that it could pass as a general measure with a citizen advisory committee like Measure Z and with the controls for transparency. But that's just my thoughts. That's perhaps 2 board members here that might like to see something in March. But at any rate, so we probably got a little ways to go before we're going to be making a decision here on this. We do have another item on the agenda, and I don't want to shortcut this or anything else, and then we still have closed session. So any further comments on the roads piece? Supervisor Arroyo.
Depending on how the other item goes, I could see, and if staff believe it would even be remotely feasible, I could see shifting support to put it on in March if we feel like we could make it happen. We could always try for that, and if that's not viable, then aim for November. But I could definitely see, after hearing the discussion, the benefit of that. So I would suggest we put a pin in it and move on to the other one, because I think they're, as far as staff workload, that will be relevant.
All right. So seeing no more discussion on roads at this point, nor ready for a motion because it depends on the other piece. Why don't we go to the finance piece, which I believe you had some points you wanted to make. Supervisor Bushnell.
Do you need a minute? Okay. Okay, so around the Department of Finance, I have a couple questions. What does so I heard what the treasurer tax, Amy said, sorry, and what, the other public commenters said. And I do have feelings about it, and I have gotten some feedback from my district. And exactly what I feel people have said is to put it to the vote. The voters would be making the decision. It wouldn't be our decision. It would be the voters' decision on how they feel that process would go, whether they want it to be two elected positions, or to be a Department of Finance, which I did some research throughout the state, and it looks like years back it wasn't common at all. And trending now, it's more common, I think, with 14 counties that have gone, 13 or 14 counties going to a Department of Finance. And, it seems like every time we turn around, we're hearing of a county that's having issues or problems or whatever. And so you can't discount that as to why this came up. This came up with a 5-0 vote. Not Natalie, or excuse me, Supervisor Arroyo wasn't here at that time, but the rest of us all were here, and we did vote, all of us, to bring this forward. And so one thing is about how expensive it would be to get it to the ballot in March. How much are we talking?
It's just staff time for
staff time costs money, so I mean.
We're fairly ready for the Department of Finance to get it on the ballot. We just need to return on the 28th with the final adoption of the ordinance language, which we have prepared. That gives your board a final opportunity to make any modifications, but we've also included the real decision points in today's agenda item, so we can seek feedback from your board if you want to modify any of that or give us direction. And then on the 5th, we can, if you do make any changes on the 28th, on the 5th, we can adopt it, and then it's on. So we feel very ready for the Department of Finance to move forward with the March ballot on that one. It's the roads tax that gives us angst, because we have not prepared up to this point to put that one on in March. We will obviously do what your board's direction is, but we're ready for finance.
And so thank you for that. And I do want to recognize that we directed you guys, our staff, to do this with the Department of Finance, and that's why you guys are ready a year ago, or December. So I just want to recognize that. That's not something you guys all did on your own. My second question is, if this were to go forward and say that the voters, because it really is up to the voters, it's not up to this board, it's up to the voters if we put it out there. And some of the questions that I've gotten are, you would have to, I'm assuming one person overseeing both offices and then directors in both of those offices, some structure such as that. And checks and balances has been a big question that has come, like how do you ensure those checks and balances? And also, would it, so let me finish. Also, would it be more costly for because you would relatively be hiring at least one more person, possibly two, I would imagine. And so that was something also that some of my constituents were asking. So I would like to see if you guys have thought of, I'm sure you have, but what those answers would be.
I'll let Alicia talk to the cost of the position question, but in terms of the internal controls and checks and balances, that was a huge issue that we noticed in the polling, and all along we've had this conversation for years. And so, as I mentioned, some of the decision points are to help bolster that independence through things like a 4/5 vote to remove the Director of Finance, a Citizens Advisory Committee similar to the Audit Committee. But I will also note that the Director of Finance is a state regulated position. And so within the code that allows the board to establish the Director of Finance, that office is required to undergo annually an independent audit. So it's not our single audit that we do, it's an audit specifically of the functions of that office. And so through that audit, you would be able to ideally understand whether or not there are vulnerabilities in internal controls and efficiencies of vulnerabilities in internal controls specifically.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And then one other question I would like to ask, because it really does, the thought of the Department of Finance really comes to qualifications of who is getting elected to those offices, and which I have seen in the past or heard or, has been questioned whether that person was able, broadly, not just pointing to anyone specific, but broadly, whether they were qualified, and sometimes that can get you into trouble. And with what Mr. Evenson said with the new AB, whatever it was, do we see that as, and I wish our elections officer was here today, but he is down in Garberville doing elections down there. But so I'm just wondering if that will change things, or do we think that will make those positions better? Because that is really one reason why this, the Department of Finance, when I was speaking with other counties, also why they kind of switched scenarios.
So AB 910 was a pretty big bill in the auditor controller world this year. It did increase the qualifications to become eligible for that position of auditor controller. I will say that your board would need to adopt an ordinance adopting those new qualifications. Also, it's up to the elections official on the documentation that is required to establish that those qualifications. It can be through just a declaration saying I meet these qualifications, or it can be the elections official can require certain documentation as spelled out by the state law.
So that state law doesn't mandate that you have to submit your qualifications. It leaves it up to the elections. Okay, correct. So that answers one of my questions. And then I just want to recognize what our tax treasurer said, and that she really feels it should be left up to the voters. That can go both ways with both of them, Department of Finance, or whether we retain a treasurer, tax collector, and an auditor controller. That really is a decision for the voters, given that we had such tremendous feedback when this item came. I think it was in December, right, for us to consider this and bring it forward. And that's not something that this board would ever decide. That's why we would choose to send it to the voters. And so that right now is about all my questions.
CAO?
Yeah, just speaking to one of your questions in terms of the structure of the office, should they be combined? We would be taking two department heads and merging them into one director of finance. So there could potentially be some savings there, reducing down the number of department heads that we have. Of course, that one department head would be overseeing a larger department than either of the two that we have right now. So we would need to do some analysis about what an appropriate salary for that new position would be. We would also need to do some overall analysis of the structure of the offices. But I do see there being sort of two sides of the house where you would still have a treasurer, tax collector side, and an auditor controller side, potentially with an assistant treasurer, tax collector, assistant auditor controller that is sort of the immediate oversight right under the department head, providing the leadership over those teams, and allows us to create some firewalls and some segregation of the duties of those two offices. So there is certainly opportunities to work in some safeguards and implement some barriers between them, so that as Mr. Evenson spoke to, we can ensure the integrity of the transactions between the two offices.
And so one last question that I had gotten from some constituents, which I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure I know, is so if this were voted in November, it wouldn't be enacted until the end of the terms. And so it would give the county 2 years to get that all together, and how that would be logistically figured out. Is that correct?
That is correct. You have to take this measure in the middle term of the elections of those offices. And so essentially what happens is if this were to be approved by the voters, then at the end of the terms of those those offices become null and void, and then we move over into the Department of Finance. So we would have, a 2.5-year period almost of implementation and lead up time.
Okay, and lastly, my last comment is that I do want to recognize that our, I'm just going to say Amy and Cheryl are doing a fabulous job, and this is no reflection on them whatsoever. And I really need to say that.
Appreciate that. I do see that one of our other department heads has his hands up. I'm going to call on Juan Cervantes. Juan, give us your thoughts.
Hi, y'all. Thanks for giving me a little time. I'm down here in Garberville running an election for the Garberville Fire Protection District. So if you live in that area, come vote. But on topic, I wanted to address Michelle's question. And my understanding of the law is that documentation is a requirement. It's not optional by the elections official, but it's something required by state law. And I kind of just wanted to clear that up as we're going into this decision.
Great, thank you for that. And so again, I think that the roads piece to some degree depends on the Director of Finance piece. So I think we ought to deal with the Director of Finance piece and see if there's board support to move that to the ballot or not, and get that taken care of. And whether it's for March or November. But does anybody want to make a motion one way or the other?
Yeah, well,
Supervisor
actually,
Wilson.
I mean, we could still support this and still not have it on the March ballot. We could put it to the November ballot. There's not a real reason. I mean, there is a reason that it's ready to go, but I'm just saying we could be like, put it to the November ballot. I want to speak to the issue because I agree with Supervisor Bushnell. Well, the main one I want to speak to is I really agree that the current folks in these positions are doing a wonderful job. I do think that there are cogent and real arguments for both sides of this discussion that I think is a good reason why it's valid to bring it to the voters to have that discussion and make a decision. I do understand that it's hard to recruit for these positions, but I don't see requiring someone to go through an electoral process expands our recruitment. It's like that part is that I don't think you get more applicants by requiring that they live in the county and that they go through an electoral process to get the job. So from that perspective, I think it actually is somewhat of a limiting factor in terms of the recruitment for those positions. That's just one argument in this. I think there are valid positions on both sides of this, and I don't think it's an easy one to make, which is why I think I support putting this on the ballot. So.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I just, I'm sorry, that just triggered something else, and I said I wasn't going to talk again. But I had a conversation, this morning, and someone that's very qualified for the auditor controller, and the thought of doing the politician thing, if I could just say that, just wasn't, no. But if, would have applied if the position was appointed, but some people just are not in that realm and in that, so there could be very many people out there that are qualified for the job, but just elections are scary, and doing that whole thing is scary, and so some people just don't have it in their wheelhouse, and so that I just also want to add that, and I don't have a perception or a thought as to my personal yet, but that it is really a voter's decision.
Supervisor Arroyo.
I appreciate the perspective from my peers here because I wasn't here part of the discussion that you held in December of last year, and I'm somewhat leaning towards putting it on the ballot. I think there is a lot to weigh. I could also, I also really appreciate the job that the current elected department chairs are doing and their departments. I think they're phenomenal. And I've gotten calls from community members about, expressing support for both, not putting it on the ballot and putting it on the ballot. That said, I know staff have done the work to get it prepared per the direction of this board in the past. And I still think putting it on the November ballot would be just fine if we're going to do it at all. I don't think there's a particular urgency around this. That would give people a little bit more space and time to reflect on, the current roles of those departments and, perhaps interact with those departments if they'd like. So if the board wants to put it on the ballot, I would say, especially if we're going to put something else on the March ballot, I would say, aiming for November seems fine. I imagine that's going to be a very packed ballot, though, and one of the things that I always think about is, wanting voters to not feel overwhelmed by the ballot and ensure that people are feeling able to participate in voting and feeling informed. But that said, I don't know where you fall on this, Steve. I can't remember if you've weighed in yet.
I agree that I don't think the Department of Finance part is time sensitive. I do appreciate the hard work of staff. I do agree that last year we did direct staff to investigate the possibility of this through our polling. We did not direct it to be developed. We directed it that we would look at the polling results and then come back to the board and discuss what we thought about those results and whether or not to proceed with that. So I just want to be clear about it. At least that's my memory of what we directed. For me, if this board majority wants to, I have said I don't really think we need this department. I think it's going to cost us more money and time, and I think we have two great department heads that are doing a fantastic job. But I've heard the points that you all have been making about recruitment and other kinds of things. But because I don't believe it's time sensitive, I would put that to November as the question. If you want to, as a majority, put it on the ballot, I would put that to November. And I would try everything we can to put a road tax on the ballot in March. If we are not able to pull that off in the two meetings, and I realize that's a heavy lift, that then we would put the road tax on for November and consider whether or not that includes transit, trails, things like that. But that would be my preference to answer your question. But really, I'd like to see the board go ahead and make some motions. Otherwise, I'd make that motion, but whatever. Normally, as chair, I try to let you guys make the motions and proceed. So Bushnell and then Wilson.
I just have a clarifying question. If the Department of Finance was moved to November, is that within that, it's within that year, right? The off year? Because of March, same year, so I'm assuming. I just want to get clarification.
Good question.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
Because I brought it up, I want to speak to this question of the capacity of staff to put a roads initiative on, in front of us in 2 weeks or in 2 meetings, I guess it would be. In
3 weeks.
In 3 weeks, and I just want to be realistic about that. And it's a little bit of like, just kind of feel like we shouldn't have been talking about it today if we didn't have the capacity to get there necessarily, or it's all right, whatever it is, just what it is. But I get these, I have terrified looks at me right now. So I want to make sure that, because I don't want to be unrealistic about this, and we just maybe just in a total dreamscape, like, yeah, we'll put it on a thing in 3 weeks and it's going to be all right. But I just want to hear from you for real.
Yeah, can I be frank?
And frank and blunt and the whole thing.
This is part of the reason why our good friends at Lou Edwards really wanted to be on this call, was because of the way that the Department of Finance measure would interact potentially with the revenue measure, and crowding out the ballot, diverting attention.
But now we're talking about moving it to
correct,
November.
Right, to putting both on the November ballot or moving the revenue measure to March. And getting a revenue measure on the ballot, getting an ordinance written is one thing. ensuring that it reflects the priorities of the community is quite another, because that takes engagement, that takes talking to people, that takes negotiating. We saw with Measure Z, there was a lot of that discussion that happened that we did with an entire slew of stakeholders. And getting that done in 2 weeks is near impossible, especially considering the holidays.
Okay. That's convincing to me.
And I will say that adopting a revenue measure to go on the ballot requires a 4/5 vote,
Okay.
while Department of Finance requires 3/5 majority.
It also requires 2 agenda items, one to intro it and one to adopt it, whereas the Department of Finance only requires 1. So a revenue measure is a little bit more complicated than a Department of Finance.
I appreciate you letting us go through this this discussion. I mean, only because we swerved all over the place, but I think I get to the point. I'm willing to make the motion that we go with, I think, what is staff recommendation, which is to put the finance measure on the ballot for November and, March, for March, thank you. It's been a long day. I want to note that we have not really had we had 1 5-minute break today, and it's 4:40. So I'm okay with putting the finance measure on for November, so I'm going to say motion to put that on for March, and and to recommend that staff move forward with bringing back something that we might do for a roads/transportation ordinance or a measure for November. Sorry, it's not as clear as it could be, but that's where I'm at.
So there's a motion. I'll check if there's a second, and then you had your hand up as well. Is there a second to that motion?
I have a comment before I want to entertain a second.
Well, the way parliamentary procedure works is we have to see if there's a second before we move into further discussion.
I mean, I'll second, and then I
Okay.
can always pull that back after
That's fine.
discussion.
So we have a
Okay.
second, and now you.
Because you
have
won't
more.
let me talk unless.
Well, I'm just following our rules. These are the rules that we adopt.
Steve, smile.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, as the ad hoc, we also, I just want to confirm that, and I should have stepped in before and said this as the ad hoc, is that that was the message that we got from the engagement. And I'm sorry, I forget my position as, we really weren't the ad hoc for the other measure. So that wasn't really a consideration of what our job was, but we did hear things. It kind of was blurred a little bit. And so, the March date and the November date for the road was a viable date, is what we heard from the consulting team. And with the March date for the other thing. And so, I think, Steve and I probably should have said that too, because they had to jump off the call. But that was very clearly demonstrated throughout our conversations with them.
So I will also say that it is important that the staff that would be working on either of these ballots are considered, their input, and I think you mentioned that. But it's also our department heads, their staff as well, and they have given us input that Tom feels very strongly that we ought to be moving on a road tax, keep it simple and get it done in March. It's a very strong message. And I will also say that we've been talking about this road tax stuff for about 2 years, if not a lot longer. And it has been delayed by one thing after another, and the Department of Finance kind of waylaid it, I will say, from my opinion and perspective. Additionally, we've had a department head said that they don't think this is appropriate to move forward with. So when we talk about listening to staff, I hope that we're listening to all of our staff and all of their opinions when we're making our decisions. So I just wanted to point that out because it's important, I think, to consider that. I think also when the polling was being done, the pollsters did not realize that it looks like Fortuna may be working on a sales tax measure for the November ballot. That was brought to us in the meeting with the polling results. Additionally, we know that November ballots tend to typically have a whole lot of other revenue measures that will be competing with this, whereas March right now doesn't look to be that way. So there's a lot here to weigh in terms of that. And again, my preference would be that we'd put the finance thing on the ballot in November because it's not time sensitive. And I absolutely believe that just like with the roads, whether or not you have the ordinance ready to go and prepared to bring forward to us, it is still going to be a heavy lift with the public to convince them that we know better who to hire for these positions than the public does. And we saw in our polling results a declining feeling from the general public about support for us and their feeling of trust towards the Board of Supervisors in particular. So it's going to take a significant campaign effort, whether we put it on March or November, to convince the public that we ought to create this new department that's probably going to cost us more money and may or may not create more accountability for things. So either way, there is a lot of work that's going to have to be done for either of these measures to be passed by the voters. So I just wanted to point that out. And that's something we talked about in the meeting. Again, we weren't an ad hoc on the finance department. We were only an ad hoc on the roads piece. But I'm just tired of getting so many calls about roads all the time in my district, and I have a very large district, and not having any resources to do anything about it. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I think the polling results are skewed simply because about half were unincorporated and half incorporated. And so, and you talked about, polling results in terms of how, and others that called in on how transit questions and the way you ask them can change results and things like that. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any final comments? Supervisor Arroyo.
So I just want to clarify, I heard that we need to have 2 readings. So our next 2 meetings are scheduled for November 28th and December 5th. When is the deadline for items for the March election?
December 8th.
December 8th. So we could conceivably, I know that staff have said this would be extremely hard, especially with the Thanksgiving holiday, but we could conceivably have enough time to do those 2 readings at least.
There are 2 meetings, so.
There are 2 meetings,
yes.
so we could have 2 readings.
We could have 2 readings with 2 meetings.
Technically.
And,
I do want to, I did hear Tom say, he'd do everything possible to get ready if needed. So, but it sounds like that would be extremely onerous for staff. That said, I'm open to either one. I don't feel any urgency on the Department of Finance matter. And I also want to point out, I don't think we'd be doing any advocacy for or against any outcome on that particular matter. That would be the point of having a really neutral statement and leaving it to the voters. Whereas a revenue measure that is critical for our future, we're in a little bit of a different position of, again, not advocating for people to vote yes, but providing as much information as possible for folks to be informed about the rather dire circumstances with our roads.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
Just saying, I'm happy to change that if you want to do that. If you want to tell staff that in 2 weeks, in 2 readings, bring us something,
Especially if there's another sales tax thing on the ballot for a local municipality, that does kind of change my calculus there. But I heard pretty clearly that you think it would be almost not feasible. So I wanted, just have real clarity about whether you think it's possible.
And we'll do whatever your board decides, obviously. There's also the distinction between if we go in March, that eliminates the possibility of a special purpose tax. If we go in November with ACA 1 on the ballot, that lowers the voting threshold. We haven't seen polling results from that. If it passes in November and our measure is on the same ballot, then we could pass our measure as a special revenue at 55% in November, not in March. If we do a special revenue measure in March, it's 2/3.
67%, yeah.
If we do a special revenue measure in November, there's potential, if ACA 1 passes, that we could pass our special revenue measure with 55%. That's part of the reason why updated polling, community engagement could further educate the community. We could gauge their priorities and craft the measure to meet the community's priorities for November.
I'm feeling pretty exhausted, and like that changes the equation just a little bit. So I'm ready to vote.
Comment though.
Yeah, you can make a comment. I've got a final comment myself.
So I also heard staff and always weigh in staff, as I think our board does, and I want a measure that is going to be successful. The county roads run throughout Humboldt County, and it's not just one supervisor that gets the calls for county roads. And I feel that staff would rush it with 2 weeks to get a measure ready. Not that they couldn't do it. I know that they could if we directed them to. However, I think that just by the shocked face that we see when we ask them that it would be a heavy lift for you guys. And so I recognize what Tom said, and I also recognize what Amy has said, and don't want that discounted by my discussion. But I do want the measure to be successful. My roads also in my district are really bad, and I drive them every single day, many miles of them. And so I want the measure to be successful as well and put together as well as it can be.
Yeah, I think we all want whatever we end up doing to be successful. For me, it'd be nice if we could separate the issues rather than combine them, because the votes might be very different on the two different issues, rather than combining them. So what I would like to request is consideration of pulling the motion and the second, and actually having two motions. One for the Department of Finance for November. Have that as a separate motion and a vote. Second, direct staff to proceed with a March ballot initiative for roads. And if it can't be done, which I'm hearing that it's highly unlikely, at the very least, it creates a lot of momentum towards getting this stuff together for the first time in like a couple of years to actually be able to move forward maybe for a November ballot. And you make a good point about the ballot measure that would allow 55% to pass for a special tax. And I think a special tax would give the voters even more confidence than the way we did Measure Z or Measure O, because there's been some questions about how that's ended up happening. But if we were to separate those two issues, it would give us a much cleaner look at this. And maybe we can't pull off getting something on the roads, on the March ballot for roads, but I would really love to see the momentum for that increase dramatically, like there's been momentum for the Department of Finance. So that's just my thoughts on how we might be able to move forward. But
Clarification, if you separate out roads, then it has to be the special tax, which means it has to be the 67%.
no, it doesn't. It can be a general purpose measure. It polled just fine for March.
Can it be a general purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could.
Just like Measure Z was.
And in March, in either election, we can do a general purpose measure. The funding just wouldn't be dedicated to roads. It would go into the general fund, and the discretion would be for your board to determine where that funding goes.
And
Determining the priorities on that, I'm sorry, Supervisor
No, that's okay.
Bushnell.
Were you done, Supervisor Wilson?
No, because I strategically, Supervisor Madrone, if you do that, you've just heard from a group of our citizens that they will oppose it. And so you're just creating an opposition that will likely make that very hard to do. And so we have work to do if you want to have a coalition of support. And I think that putting it on the March ballot without seeking that coalition of support will be difficult. So I just want to be really clear about that.
Supervisor Bushnell.
yeah, could I ask Director Mattson to come forward? How do you feel about a general purpose tax?
Personally, I think it's kind of similar to Measure Z. It would be, you know, we would need to set up something where there was a lot of transparency on where the funds went, because the last thing I want to be involved is in a tax that gets diverted to where the voters didn't want it to go. So I would see, you know, there would be significant transparency in that at the board level and possibly a Citizens Advisory Committee level to make sure the money was spent where the intent was.
Thank you for that. And then I also have a question. So if we were to split the, not for Tom, thank you, Tom. If we were to split the measures and work on trying to get a ballot measure ready for March, what does that look like for staff, and what gets put aside? And then if we don't accomplish it, I mean, I'm just like, we're going to work on it and then we're going to say it doesn't happen. And so what happens? Like, you're working on something that it just seems, I don't know.
Yeah, it would just.
One last one that you can, are we dedicated to getting this in on November? Because that's what I heard in the ad hoc.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a top priority, and this is part of the reason why even our consultants with Lou Edwards were talking about getting this on for November, is because that one is positioned best for the highest voter turnout and higher voter turnout, especially in the urban areas, are where our community priorities are best reflected. And so getting the additional few months to determine those community priorities, getting that wrapped into the measure, allows us to have a measure that better reflects the community priorities.
Okay. Any further discussion? Supervisor Wilson.
I haven't pulled back my motion. I think it's reasonable that it stands. I'm not happy, but I'd say it is functionally the best way forward that I can see. I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, we have something ready to go for November. I think we probably have support to just move it forward. For March, and we need to work on this other stuff for November. I appreciate the information with relationship to, is it called ACA 1? I think we need to advocate for ACA 1 in terms of its support for that. I think it will change and help communities fund themselves and their priorities, and I think it'd be really important. And I'm hoping that it passes so that that discussion in November is easier to have. So with that, I'm going to keep the motion as it is.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. So it looks like we're getting ready to vote, and I just want to explain my vote. I'm going to be voting no simply because I don't believe we need a Department of Finance and spend that extra money. I think the voters can do a good job of picking those department heads. But I do want to see the roads measures / transportation, whether it's on March or November. I've stated my preferences, but when they're combined together, I would be voting no. So I just want to explain that vote to the public. So at this point, let's go ahead and call the vote, please.
First, can I please
So yeah, clarifying the motion was to put the Department of Finance on the March ballot and proceed with that at our next two meetings, November 28th, December 5th, to finalize that process. The director of the Department, the Office of Finance.
The Director of Finance does not, revenue measures require that you introduce and adopt. This type of measure is just bringing it forward with a resolution.
So the motion is to direct staff to bring that item forward on the 28th. And if there are any changes, you've got till the 5th to finalize that. And to move forward with a road / transportation measure to be prepared for a November ballot.
Is it staff recommendations for our clerk?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Does that work, Nikki?
That works. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair Madrone.
roll call vote, please. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-1.
Okay, and we do have one more item on the agenda, and that is an MOU with Crowley Wind Services. This is something that's been getting developed, I believe, by the ad hoc and our staff. And I didn't know how long this is going to take. I guess it could take anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour. And then we have closed session with 4 more items still left in our closed session. And so my preference would be to move this item out to November 28th, because I don't believe it's time sensitive. I know Crawley would like to get this done sooner than later, but I also know that it's not a contract of any kind. It's an MOA. That's simply an agreement that can be changed at any moment. And I have gotten a lot of feedback from my constituents that they don't think it's prepared to move forward, but I leave that to the pleasure of the board. Do you guys want to proceed with this agenda item? I'll just ask each of you, or delay it till the 28th.
I'm sorry, I don't, so,
I'm asking whether or not you want to hear this MOU item with Crawley Wind Services now?
and the
or in
alternative would
3
be
weeks.
to provide more feedback to staff.
Yes, and come back
and come back on the 28th.
because there's been constituent input, at least at my end. I don't know if any of you have been hearing anything, but I've gotten a lot of input from tribes in my district.
Okay. If you feel that you've gotten enough input that you'd like to take more time to workshop it with staff and we can defer, I'm fine with that.
My question is, have you been forwarding those comments to staff?
No, it's been verbal comments that I've received, and I have forwarded those concerns to CAO Hayes in our discussions about the agenda for this week.
Okay.
I don't have specific language, so we could certainly work through that. And if we are going to push the MOA out to the 20, we do just procedurally, we do have to take public comment on that, which is an opportunity for us to hear from folks.
So I would like that if Supervisor Madrone is going to shift the MOA, that I would like for it to come at this board level for a decision of the whole board, or, you know, or his ideas to come, I don't know. I don't want the ideas inserted without board thought. So, and I don't know if you are prepared to like have those, say those now so that staff, so that we could talk about those, or I think.
can put it in a nutshell if you'd like.
Well, I know that you're wanting to move this because of time, I think, but I also, I think Supervisor Bohn and I are on this ad hoc, and so I don't know what the process is here. I don't want, you know, it's like, if you have things to say and you want things inserted, then talk about it in front of the board, probably, or, you know, none of us have I haven't gotten any communications.
I have gotten
Okay.
communication on this, but it's in an email that I forwarded to staff.
Yeah, and I haven't, so I would have forwarded that to staff as well.
Yeah.
If I had, and so I'm curious to have a discussion about that, or just have it come back and have that discussion at the board in whole, I guess.
If I may?
Yes.
Make a comment if it's helpful. Scott Adair, Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. Initially, when it was planned to bring this item to the board, there was a recommendation to adopt or accept the MOU. That recommendation changed to review and provide guidance. So we're here today to receive your guidance and direction with regards to the MOA.
Okay. So again, it sounds like the board would like to go ahead and proceed with this right now. Am I catching that correctly?
I think it's, if we're this, otherwise we're going to bring it back to provide guidance. Why don't we just provide the guidance now?
Sounds fine.
There
Good
we go.
enough. Okay, so why don't you start with the presentation? Thank you,
Okay.
Scott.
And I know it's been a long day. I'll try to be succinct and energetic as well. Board of Supervisors, Scott Adair, Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. As you're aware, the Economic Development Division administers 2 strategic planning processes for the county. The first one being the county's comprehensive economic development strategy, and the second long-term strategic planning process being the development of the County of Humboldt's workforce development local and regional plan. These are 2 actual documents that exist that have been brought to your board in other iterations in the past. They're both tied to federal funding and to legislative processes for the administration of those 2 programs. The division, the Economic Development Division, had been fairly in the midst of that planning process for the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy when Bohn, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, announced the offshore wind lease auction for Humboldt County. So we put that process on hold, realizing that we were going to need more data and resources and information related to offshore wind and related to the port development to be included in those two planning documents, the SEDS and the workforce plan. So as part of that, we reached out under the guidance received from your board through the resolution that you passed pertaining to offshore wind to find more collaborations and potential for convening and working together with stakeholders and title holders in the community, including the developers, to gain better insights into how those developments would impact the community from a long-term economic development planning perspective. And as a result of that, we brought 2 MOAs, Memorandums of Agreement, to your board in August of this year with the wind developers to support and provide data and resources, information, et cetera, to those 2 planning processes, the SEDS and the Workforce Development Regional Plan. After that came to fruition, Crowley actually approached us and said, we have an interest in also being engaged with you on the same, and would be very interested in having a similar agreement with the county to support these processes as the wind developers do, and would like to be part of that collaboration. So we ended up drafting that agreement with them. It was evident, however, that Crowley was in a different position as the port developer from the wind developers, and we looked to include some other topics of community interest in that MOA and tried to infuse that into the agreement, to which Crowley actually was supportive of and agreed to. However, throughout that process, we realized that we were trying to insert language into the MOA that really needed more stakeholder engagement, title holder input, and more work with the community to engage them. So we drew the agreement back and brought it all the way back to its original base form, which is almost an exact mirror of the agreement with the wind developers, which is to provide data and support, information and resources for those 2 planning processes. So we bring that base agreement today to your board for your review, further guidance or direction, and I can share that Crowley's Director of Projects for Humboldt County is also here in chambers today if you have any questions. So,
Thank you very much. Any questions, clarifications? Yes, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks for this, and I appreciate the the sentiment around where we're going with this with relationship to just creating an MOA for an exchange of information, as well as sort of making sure that we're working together with relationship to community benefits and I don't mean that in the structural way, but in the overall way. So I did receive a couple comments with relationship to what some folks were seeing as some missing language, and mostly it was around sort of just community groups that we've named in other documents that maybe were missing from this one, and specifically around fisheries, communities, and then also when we're talking about diverse and thriving economic landscapes, we also talk about environmental landscapes too. So I think that's important. And then with collaboration with the public, I think we've been talking about that. Oftentimes we need to call out and be very specific about those voices that have been, left out of these conversations over the years, and that's specific to our, BIPOC, low-income populations and indigenous people that have been left out of these things. And so we'll make sure that we specifically call that out in our engagement language. And there's probably a few other things in there, but those are kind of the main issues I think that have been called out. I'm happy to, because we're not making a decision on this today, forward you a bit more language, something around, our work in supporting the community benefits agreement process, I think is important. We don't know where that's going to go yet. We're still trying to figure out where that lands from what's the financial instruments that we use to create that, who the decision-making processes are, how transparent that will be, and have accountability in that. And that's where I think the county really has a role, because we are the sort of the broader landscape elected body, and so we have to just make sure that we are well, at least considered in that in those roles. Like we have some of those things. We have examples of these already around the like we have the Headwaters Board, for instance, which is in essence a community benefits agreement from long ago. It probably needs updates in and of itself, and we need to engage the community in a broader discussion about what community benefits mean. This is prior to that. This is just starting those conversations about getting together and beginning those things to occur. And so I think, I hope we don't get too wrapped around the axle with relationship to the language of this, even though I was a bit specific. But I want to really make sure that the community understands that this is just a document that talks about we're talking, we're engaging, we're committing, we're saying it in words that we're going to be doing this as these processes move forward, and kind of lay out that intent. Those are my comments with relationship to this. I'm kind of glad we're not making a decision today on it, and I don't need to talk anymore about it.
Other supervisors? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I generally agree with what's already been said, but and I appreciate staff working closely with Crowley and Crowley's willingness to work closely with us. And I will just say, I do think specifically including fisheries and naming, that sector is important, and appreciate the consideration of that between this time and the next time we see this. And otherwise, I just really concur with what Supervisor Wilson said.
Great. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. And I also, for reasons that it is on today's with an intent to come back, think that there is some room for added language in there. And I also concur with Supervisor Wilson.
Great. Okay, and we'll explain the feedback that I've gotten. Yeah, it did come back, and it has been simplified back to its original base agreement. I have heard from the Fisheries Committee and from the Tribal Committee that they are concerned that if there isn't specific language right now in the base agreement around the issues that concern them, that they may or may not ever get in the process down the road. There's a lot of mistrust. Let's just put it simply that way, right? And we talk about these things on lots of different issues. Well, there's never a better time to make sure we get it right than when we start, rather than saying, well, we'll get to that later, we'll work that out later, because somehow we have to move this stuff forward so quickly because of climate change and other things, which I absolutely agree with. I mean, we got to stop burning fracked natural gas from the Dakotas for our community, and there's all kinds of other issues about energy here in California and on the planet, no doubt about it. There's been a lot of stuff in the news about Crowley and their issues with man camps and prostitution and other kinds of problems. I appreciate that the vice president of that company did resign and move on, but these are cultural things within companies. They're not just one individual who this stuff happens because this one individual, and suddenly because that individual leaves, it's all okay, it's all going to work out. There's been a lot of suggestions about the need for details, and the tribes have told me, especially Yurok and Hupa, they would very much like to engage and make sure there's language in here around education, around these issues, around enforcement, which right now we know that our sheriff's police force is very stretched thin, and this would be all out in unincorporated areas, primarily out in Samoa, Manila area, the camps. I mean, we don't have the housing. Where are all these people going to be? And there's often been a lot of problems associated with these kinds of facilities. What's the monitoring to make sure these things don't increase our missing and murdered indigenous peoples issues? And as you know, in my district, 8 out of 9 of the tribes are in my district. Several of them are in your districts as well. But So these issues are very close to heart for me. I get a lot of input on them. It was all verbal, and I shared that with CAO Hayes. I didn't get anything in writing. There were a hope to participate today, but that timeline that was given for when this was going to happen is long gone. I don't know if there's anybody here to comment. There are 3 people in Zoom, only 1 hand up, and I know who 2 of them are. I don't know who the 3rd one is, but at any rate, that's what I've heard, and those are the concerns that I've had expressed to me. I am also glad that really all we're doing today is not approving this. We're directing staff with how to proceed, come back with this same thing to be adopted or to amend it or whatever. I guess that's what we're in the process of doing here today.
That's right,
So,
Chair. And
yeah.
if I may, I apologize for stepping away for a moment. I was getting clarification just for your board. The actual recommendation I had said earlier was to provide guidance. It's to direct staff accordingly.
Yes. Yeah,
So
that's
you
what it
have
says.
that discretion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But again, that's not making a decision today other than direct staff accordingly. So, CIO Hayes, sorry, I'm getting very tired.
So just 2 potential options. Your board could approve the MOU and then staff could return with amendments that take your board's feedback and we return with that language for consideration, so that we do have the MOA that is in line with what we have with the other wind developers in place. Or you cannot approve it today. We can return with that additional language in red line version and get 1 MOA approved at a later date. So just to throw that on the table, that we could proceed with either of those 2 options.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
Thank you. I just, you know, we have people here, and so I'd like to hear from the public if we could.
Yep, absolutely. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, hearing from the public would be perfect. I think that all the issues that were brought up are valid with relationship to this. I don't think there's a reason why would we approve a document today and then bring it back for amendments. Just bring it back with amendments, and we can work from there. So.
Okay, well, I'll go to those in Zoom at this point, and we have 1 hand up at this time. If you're listening to us on the feed, the audio part is delayed by about a minute, so you'll need to know that you need to turn that audio off if you want to participate, or you might lose your opportunity in Zoom, because once I finish there, we move on. 7718, you've got the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I would tell Crowley to pound sand. I hopefully think that you will listen to the people who care for our environment here, and that's the tribes. I can't speak for them, but I can feel them. Same with Carrigan and all these other things out in the back of those people. It's been a privilege to work with the tribes who protect our environment here. Crowley, if you want to talk the 1% or the 1%, that company is the greed, the corporate greed the whole time. And I hate to have to say it, but I think they're smart enough to know not to even deal with Humboldt County. I think this whole thing of offshore wind is something Mother Nature doesn't want. It's a pipe dream, and it's a cylinder 2.0. The cost of power is going to be 4 times as much coming out of there as anything else. I think technology will come forward, whether it be hydrogen or something else. And I hate to see us waste any time at all on this. So I would just say no. I would consider saying no every time this comes forward. And if you actually read the boom reports, I don't even think the people are going to proceed out there. I think Crowley will go up to Coos Bay to haul things, or down to LA.
30 seconds.
All these windmills can be hauled. So make an opportunity to speak on this topic. And I just trying to say what Mother Nature is trying to tell me to tell you. So don't kill these windmills the same as Peregrine. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, commenter, and I do not have any other hands up in Zoom, so I will go to those here in the audience today. Welcome.
Thank you. Ayukui Megan COC, Self-Governance Director for the Yurok Tribe. thank you for delaying your vote. That's what I originally came here to express. Since that is already in action, I will offer that you give the directive for your staff to engage in tribal consultations and have meaningful engagement with tribes. It is noted within the MOA 3 times, tribal nations are mentioned, and tribes have not been consulted with. Speaking for the Yurok tribe, we have not engaged with the county at all. And specifically, the MOA states that it reflects the parties' shared goals of investing in regional economic and workforce development planning, a process developed in partnership with tribal nations. However, the county did not notify the Yurok tribe about its intent to create this MOA or consult the tribe regarding the contents of implementations of the MOA. So the Yurok tribe respectfully requests to delay the vote. That being said, please give your staff direction to consult with tribal nations, the Yurok tribe, and other local tribes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, commenter. Anybody else, please come forward. This is your opportunity to comment on this issue. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Vivian Hellewell with Coastwide Commercial Fishing Group, PCFFA, and its nonprofit IFR. And we fishermen have the most to lose from this relationship, as it seems to be going way too fast. The heavy lift terminal is going to need a federal permitting NEPA process because of the federal channels of navigation, the federally protected fish passing through the bay. And it will have to show the cumulative effects of its interaction with projects that aren't developed yet, which would be the offshore windmills and the traffic. We have big issues with the traffic concerns. So far, we've been contacted by the 2 lessees, Vineyard Wind and RWE, as a preliminary conversation about how they would compensate us for lost gear from traffic going through, say, the crab gear and the fishing grounds. And so far, it's just very preliminary and not very satisfactory. So please engage with the fishing associations here locally, if you would, about this whole thing. It's going to change the whole nature of our area with the workforce, the housing, the amount of infrastructure that'll be needed to support this project. And I would be happy to send you our scoping comments and some articles that came up too about international safety of energy.
Thank you very much. And one more commenter. Welcome.
I'm Holly Klingel, Eureka High 1960, Humboldt State 1966. I'm glad that you're going to consider this later. My consciousness began being raised at the Adorney Center, I think, 2016, 2017, something like that, when the city deeded Gunther Island back, or part, anyway. It was a long 3-day, I think, session at the Adorney Center, and my temper ran away with me, and I threw my peace necklace at the Board of Supervisors, and Supervisor Madrone had the courtesy to return it to me later. I'm a black German, and I had no idea, truly. I was an A student at Eureka High. I believe in it. We can't do this. We can't do this, not with this company. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. Anybody else who would like to make comment here today? Seeing no one else, I'll bring it back here to the board for discussion. Supervisor Bushnell, and then Arroyo.
Thank you. I'll take a stab at a motion to engage tribal nations in conversation to add to the MOU and to bring it back to the board and fisheries, and to bring it back to the board. Do I put a timeline on it, or just bring it back to the board when it's ready?
Yes.
Bring it back to the board when it's ready.
I'll second the motion.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I appreciate the direction this is going, and I do want to just note there's been a lot of conversation about what the county's role should be with respect to, community benefits in relationship to the offshore wind developers, at sea, with the lease areas, and then with relationship to Crowley and port development. And, we are certainly not in the driver's seat of most of those decisions from a regulatory perspective. But we certainly, I believe, have an important role to play in holding these conversations and having one of the most public forums for having these conversations. So I will say that I'm aware and have been following the outreach that the Yurok tribe, for example, has done with the Harbor District, and we, I think, can do, and the direction already looks like it's going towards doing a better job in our role with engagement. That said, engagement with tribes in particular. That said, we've really, I think, scaled this specifically to just continuing the conversation and continuing communication with Crowley, and defining more of those community benefits needs as we go on. So I think the simplicity of this is intentional, but then really focusing primarily on that economic development and workforce planning piece and what the relationship will be between those two parties for that purpose. But I think we obviously need to do a better job of communication with tribes, which is referenced in here. And the intent of this is to say, yes, we're going to continue the communication. The intent of this, as I read it, is we're going to continue the communication so that we can do these things. So I hope that's helpful in, we are not, I believe the intent of this is not necessarily to say we support or don't support offshore wind energy development, although we have agreed to cooperate and made other statements of support that are more broad, but we are not engaging in the CEQA process necessarily through this MOU, or even in other processes through the MOU. But I appreciate the direction we're going with this today, and I just want to note that we have been thinking about what's the right role for the county, and I encourage folks to reach out to us and talk with us about what you think the right role for the county in this is, because frankly, because of state legislation and the evolving, company dynamics and all the different things, it's been a little hard to pin down what the right role is for the county. So as we move forward, I know we do need to have this forum, and I encourage folks to reach out to us and know that these are all conceptual discussions that we're continuing to have as it starts to take shape.
Can I ask for some clarification?
Yes, please.
So if I understand correctly, you're not looking for staff to expand the MOU to include these other topics. You're directing staff to engage with the tribal nations and the fisheries for review and feedback on this MOU for the workforce and economic development planning processes. Is that what I'm understanding? Because this MOU specifically addresses certain processes, but it doesn't presently touch other topics which are of interest to the community. So are you more interested in expanding this, or?
I made the motion, and I think that I think you should come back with alternatives to expand it to include those entities as well. But I would like to hear from my board what they think. I think the conversations have to happen, and then maybe a report back to our board of what it looks like, or you do have two ad hocs that could, or one ad hoc that could work on that with you. I don't know. I just know the engagement has to happen with this. We can have some more just.
The seconder?
Well, there's a couple things going on here. One is this is an agreement between the county and Crowley, the organization that is called Crowley. So it's like this is a negotiation, and we could add all kinds of things into this, and then they could say like, that's just, our attorneys don't think that we can get into that space, and then nothing happens. So we have to, in balance, figure out that space by which we can, have some engagement, because they're moving forward their processes, both with the Harbor District and others. And so it would be good if we, laid out our intent. So I think that's important. I think but at the same time, these groups as named, I just put them out. We just talked about it, need to have some input in these processes. I think one of the things that is clear, and we've talked about this before, is our lack of capacity around tribal engagement. It's a capacity issue. We're a small government that then is tasked with, and I think it's a reasonable task, but it's one we have to be realistic about, direct engagement with 8 other governments at every level of what we do in these processes and every other project we do within our jurisdiction. So I think we both have to figure out how to get those resources, then figure out how those communications really work. And we've talked about, on this board, to get a staff person to do this sort of work, but we have to find the funding for that and all the other things that have to happen. But I'm just saying, we're working on that. That is real, and we need to be accountable to that. But we're also, it's just a difficult, it's just a difficult job, and everyone understands that. I think because both, I think we're not the same organization we were 10 years ago. I mean, we are certainly having a lot more conversations with tribal governments and organizations now than we have ever had, but at the same time, it's still not enough, and we're arcing in the right direction, but we need resources to do that. It's pretty complicated. It's not just one tribe, it's many, and organizations. So that's a side discussion with relationship to this agreement. But this agreement kind of brings to the fore our capacity issue around this and what we're going to have to continue to work on. And I know that staff wants to do that. And I know we're having continuing conversations internally to try and figure out how that's going to work. Because I believe I believe our county has more tribes than any other county in the state of California. And with each one of those, there is an administrative I don't mean to use this word in burden, I'm just saying, it's like there's an administrative cost to do all those things, and we have to figure out how we're going to do that and communicate internally even about all that. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do the work. We have to do the work. It's very important work. I'm just saying we all within our own organization, try to figure out the best way forward, offer grace in that conversation externally and internally with relationship to this. So thank you for that work.
Okay, and I have Supervisor Bushnell in the queue, and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And around what Supervisor Wilson said, I believe we have representation from Crowley and heard, to engage with tribal nations and other agencies. And so I don't think that around what you've said, I think they're encouraging. And so I think I don't know that the motion needs to change, but I think the information needs to come back or needs to be incorporated to come back. And but I think that we already have that encouragement to have those conversations.
Right, and Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. And yeah, I just want to, note what I heard in the motion might be a little different than what was intended, but what I was anticipating it meant was that it's about conducting outreach, staff conducting outreach specific to the terms of this agreement, which this agreement is about the county doing a fairly narrow scope of things. They do impact a lot of people, and they do impact tribes, and they do impact fisheries. And when we talk about workforce and we talk about economic development, that needs to be really comprehensive. But I would suggest, if the motion makers agree with this, that it be, because this isn't the end-all be-all community benefits agreement that some in the community have been asking for. This is fairly narrow with respect to economic development and planning around economic development and workforce development. That is still a big topic when it comes to offshore wind, but it's not meant to defray all of the impacts associated with this process. It's also not meant to replace the CEQA process or any other existing kind of parallel processes that are going on. So I just think it's important that the outreach be tailored to this agreement and the provisions of it. And I think all the parties that you'd be reaching out to would understand that. And, you know, that's a good starting point. Like, what else does this need to say to make sense as far as a cooperative effort in conjunction with the county? But really, this is about the county and Crowley agreeing to essentially embark on these efforts together, and for Crowley to provide some funding specific to that end.
That was succinctly put, and I think that's sort of the clarification that we're looking for, if that's what the motion maker
The motion
is.
maker intends it to be this document,
Okay.
to work within this document.
I can just add briefly that this document is to support two processes, which legislatively, those processes are required to also have an engagement component to them. So it's supporting a process which will require engagement also legislatively for the process, if I said that correctly. So there's lots of engagement that still needs to occur, and the federal funding is tied to that engagement happening. I do want to, I think there was some also, Crowley has a representative here, and I think they wanted to comment, but they were perhaps confused that whether or not to speak during public comment, or if they were going to have a separate moment to speak, so they didn't talk during public comment. So I don't know if your board wants to hear from Crowley at all, or, okay, all right.
That was my next go-to place, so please come on up if you'd like. And
Thank you so much. Well, I appreciate your time on this late evening, Board of Supervisors. I know you've been hard at work all day. I'm Amy Manero, Director of Projects with Crowley. I'm also a resident of Arcata. We're very excited to work on this MOA with the county, and it's been a fun process working with Scott to try to get the language in place. The initial intent of it was to start at a high level and say, where can we begin working with the county and supporting the county on certain efforts they've already engaged in. This project, the wind terminal in general, is a long project. We are going to be here for years and years and years. So again, it's going to take time to get to certain points, but we also recognize that we as a company need to be engaging and supporting the county on economic development, workforce development, and this seemed like a really good opportunity that was already in the works, that had already been agreed on with the county and the offshore wind developers, and thought we could lend support there. We also recognize that engaging with and consulting with tribal nations, which we've begun, is very important. We take it very seriously, supporting measures on MMIP, how it's going to impact the projects moving forward. That takes time, as you know, and that's a process we're working on and we take very seriously. And we're looking forward to working with the county and engaging and consulting with the tribal nations on that. I've heard a couple times the community benefits agreement come up. We've mentioned that, I think, in other press, that we support a community benefits agreement. That also takes time, and we're looking at, can we engage with the county on that process, because we want it to be a robust public process where we can engage with as many public participants as possible, stakeholders, tribal governments. We don't want to rush into anything right away. So we understand that that's important, and I hear that feedback again today, that we need to be engaging with other people in the community, tribal governments, stakeholders, special interest groups. Again, we support all of that. This memorandum of agreement put forward is just, again, that starting point of where can we start with the county now on something you already have in place to provide that funding and support. And so we're asking, does the county want to work with Crowley at this starting point as we move forward with these other things and topics that are super important?
Great, thank you for being here, I appreciate that. Any questions for the representative here? Supervisor Bushnell.
I just appreciate that, the message I've already heard from you guys, you reiterating, and that it was to engage with other, entities and that the willingness. So I appreciate that.
So I think it'll be really clear if we've met the requirements for engagement and consultation when the tribes and the fisher folk come forward and said, we've experienced meaningful engagement, no matter whether it's the starting point with MOA or diving down into the details as we go forward. And I do recognize that there's, base agreements and then you work out details. But right now I'm not hearing that they feel there has been meaningful consultation, government to government, and the fisher folk don't feel like they've had some conversations, but not at the level of meaningfulness that they feel they need to have. So I think those are some strong requests, and I think it's really in your hands, us as a county and you as a representative for Crowley, to really double down on that and get that done. And then you'll see people feel more comfortable with moving forward with whatever agreements, because yes, this is probably a 20 to 100 year effort going on here. It's not happening in 1 year, but that would just be my advice. But we do have a motion and a second. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yeah, and I think it's I've done tribal engagement with my government representative hat on, and as a with a private entity, like with a nonprofit, and on behalf of different organizations. And I think those two things are very different. So I can also understand that perhaps having a member of our tribal ad hoc engaged with staff in some of these in some of these conversations, which I believe our tribal ad hoc is you, Supervisor Madrone, and Supervisor Bushnell. Correct. And so, where you have the ability to be part of those conversations and that outreach as well, I think that that changes the conversation, from one where a private, entity might be reaching out versus, the county government. And I trust that staff can do effective outreach, but I think it just makes it a different conversation when that can happen. So I would just, I think that can be within the existing motion, but I do believe that would add to the clout and the meaningfulness of those conversations.
We'll reach out to the tribal engagement ad hoc for some guidance there. We also work very closely with the governor's office with their tribal liaison as well, just to get some feedback. We have two other ad hocs related to offshore wind. One is more focused on workforce development, and then the other ad hoc is, I think it's kind of the catch-all. It's community benefit agreements, legislation, et cetera. We have engaged with those ad hocs throughout this process. Is there a desire to continue engaging, or would you rather just staff directly go and engage with tribal governments and fishermen, seek input and feedback on this document, and then bring the document back? Or do you want more ad hoc involvement?
Can I say
Motion
something
maker.
here? Yeah, just because, so I wouldn't be able to engage with Supervisor Madrone, and then I'm on the other ad hoc with Supervisor Bohn. So if that's going to be problematic. So if we, that's Scott.
So I'm not on any of those other ad hocs, so I'd be happy to work with you and Crowley and others to improve that. And, the call goes out, hey, we would like to know you as fisher groups or as tribes. Would you like to have a government-to-government consult with the tribes or meaningful engagement with the fisheries groups? Not everybody's going to say, yeah, we need to do that. Okay, but some are, and then we need to respond to that and make sure that they feel that their concerns are being met. And I think you'll find that they're going to be very reasonable in understanding the steps and the processes that one has to go through, but they're currently not feeling the love, right? So let's do what we can to get that done and bring this back, you know, when that is done. I mean, I don't see that, I mean, I understand this is tied to some federal funding, and the sooner we get this done, maybe the sooner some of that happens. And I know as a county, we're hurting for funding in our budgets, and getting the support to be able to do these things is important. So we have to try and balance all that and do our best to get that done and then bring it back. So that's what I heard with the motion, but Supervisor Bushnell?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify. We do already have 2 existing ad hocs that could do that work as, to be more, I am one of the government-to-government tribal ad hocs as well, so it could be include. I just can't meet with Supervisor Madrone, but we do have Natalie, Mike, and Rex and I that have already worked on this as the 2 ad hocs. So however the board sees fit.
Wherever you can see each of us to be most useful in helping you get the job done. You got 5 people to pull from, right? So Supervisor Arroyo.
May I suggest that, you know, our staff reach out initially, but say that a supervisor will be present. We all have touched this issue in our own ways. Because of the Brown Act, we can't all be, you know, mixing and matching our ad hocs, but perhaps if tribal nations and their representatives have a preference on who to meet with, staff could reach out to us. I would be perfectly content with that, because I think we all have a little bit of a different knowledge base around this, and what we want is for folks to be comfortable communicating with us. So if that's okay with the motion makers, I would just suggest that.
I see nodding, and Scott, do you have what you need?
Yeah, I believe I do. And thank you for letting me ask a lot of clarifying questions.
You
We
bet.
want to make sure we get it right.
Clarity is good. That's what we're seeking. All right. So with that, let's do.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for hanging around
Yeah.
all day and being here for the public comment portion, and it's really important to us, so thank you.
Yes, and the rest of the public, thank you. So let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes,
and Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
great, okay. And with that, we are going to go back into our closed session, which we've already read into the record. And I'm going to estimate that it's going to be a half hour to an hour. And we'll be back and report out on any actions that are reportable out of closed session. Thank you, everybody, for your understanding today. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good, all right. Let's go ahead and report out from our closed session.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items G4, G6, and G7. With regard to item G5, the board voted unanimously, with Supervisor Bohn absent, to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore for defense of the case of K. Marie Gibbs versus County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt Superior Court Case Number CV 2301390. With regard to items G7 and G8, the board voted unanimously, with Supervisor Bohn absent, to authorize the Humboldt County Counsel's Office to represent the County of Humboldt in the cases of Gerald McGuire versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301707, and U.S. Bank Trust National Association versus Ryan Zavala et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301493.
All right, and I believe we are adjourned. All right, thank you.